Let's see. Oh, I think. Oh, I forgot to actually. I forgot to put up the. There we go. Okay. All right. I think we're live now. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I think. Oh, I forgot to actually. I forgot to put up the. There we go. Okay. All right. I think we're live now. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Okay. Cool.
Okay,
Cool.
there we go. Got it.
Perfect. Perfect. Yes, I will. Let's see. Let me put this in here real quick. Let's see.
Yeah.
Here we go. Aha! There we go. I got the link now. You know, I can
Yeah.
see the chat. Perfect. Perfect. Oh man. So
Nice. I'm also there.
yes. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Yeah. So I've got a random question to kick it off. So there's a lot of like cool ultimate characters in the ultimate universe right now that have their own books with of course Spider-Man and then the X-Men and stuff like that and Wolverine now, which is cool. But yeah, who would
Yeah.
you add if you could add any sort of like character or team to the ultimate universe to get their own book?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of characters to get their own books, typically don't.
Hmm.
I would say for this Ultimate Universe, it would have to be, um, yeah, probably something closer to like going over, the exiles. That would be
Hmm.
an interesting idea.
Ooh,
Of like,
that is cool.
yeah, having an adventure with them involved with the maker in this current drama, since like, well, that's like a side thing for like a couple of special issues on occasion. It's like, of like exploring the outer areas of this new Ultimate Universe, with
Ooh.
like Howard the Duck and characters like that. I'd like to like explore them fully as like their own independent rebellion in this fight because like you only go so far with that in the Ultimates book because like yeah
Hmm.
while they're facing these guys one on one it's like it only goes so far and like this is clearly a multiversal danger and threat so
Hmm.
and the Exiles have not had a book in a while.
That's true. Yeah. That's a really good choice. I didn't even think about the Exiles, but yeah, that'd be really fun to see. I'd love to see what all would occur there and stuff. It feels like there's a lot of like cool and interesting places to explore within like the Ultimate Universe and stuff like that. So, yeah, that'd be really fun. I'd love to see like Ultimate Exiles or something like that. Cause yeah, I wonder. Yeah, when was like the last time that they got a book? It feels like it's been quite a while, honestly. Yeah.
I think last one was like released in towards the end of the 2010s. I think like
Oh,
2017 or something.
wow,
But
really? Oh my
yeah,
god. Man, it's time for a
that'd be fun.
resurgence.
Indeed.
Ooh. Yeah, I like that. That's a cool choice. We have Father Matthew in Spider-Man briefly. Yeah,
Oh,
but it would be cool to
yeah,
like see like what an ultimate Daredevil would look like in this particular universe and stuff, like seeing seeing what he
yeah.
gets up to. Yeah.
I have like to imagine what that was like of like possibly like he was more inspired by like his mother like took
Ah,
on like her path rather than
yeah,
his dad
that's
like
true.
was raised by her instead.
That would be
Uh,
really interesting actually, yeah.
like that was the alternate circumstances, or like he previously like was Daredevil but quit due to like his own values of virtuousness winning over and
Hmm.
the whole beating on someone as the very person that like he has been trained to hates is just not really in this Daredevil's values
Hmm.
to continue with.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but yeah, that's a good point. That's a good way to sort of flip the script and everything to make a new version and stuff like that for this unique Ultimates
Yeah.
take and stuff. That'd be really fun. I'd love to see that. Yeah, I always like I remember I had this like idea of like if yeah, like if if Jack Murdoch was still alive or something, but he was like Daredevil or something like that, and like sort of the
Ah, yeah.
arguments that like Matt and him get into or something like that, as like like Matt's on this like very
Yeah,
pious
that'd
like
be
path and stuff. And
that would be an interesting circumstance if there was
yeah,
like a Daredevil who previously could see and that like
yeah,
that
Yeah,
Matt could never measure up to.
that would be interesting. Yeah, man. Um, yeah, man. I'm excited to see like where the Ultimate Universe goes. I like that it's like it feels like it's much more like grounded this time on like the last one, where the last one felt like really massive and stuff, but this one still has that sort of like larger scale feeling to it. Uh, but it's also like yeah, like it's sort of like it's sort of smaller and more focused on like individual characters and stuff, like
Yeah,
Spider-Man and everything, over like something larger and everything, like a whole, like there's the X-Men and stuff, but it's not like a massive team or anything like that. I think that's really cool.
yeah. It's like a tiny little group of teenagers, like really.
Yeah. Aha. Another guest. Hey, Mr. Shadow, how's it going?
Hello.
Oh, living the dream. Living the
Oh
dream. How we doing?
yes. Oh yeah. We were
Sorry, I was
oh sorry.
no, I was just saying I was working on another project,
Ooh.
and then I had to I don't remember what I had to do. I was doing stuff. It doesn't matter. Hi, I'm here.
Hey,
I'm
welcome.
I'm tired but present. We're talking about the new Ultimate
We
Universe.
are, yes, we're talking about like characters we would like to see
Oh,
in the universe.
yeah. Chris, I came on just like I opened up the stream just in time to hear you saying things that are wrong, and it
Oh
was very
yeah.
interesting. No,
That's my favorite thing to do, actually.
no, it's maybe it's just me, but I'd be interested to have it out. I don't know. I think that the previous Ultimate Universe actually always felt more grounded to me than this one.
Really?
Well, that's certainly their objective for sure. Yeah,
Like
Yeah.
that's that whole idea.
I feel like. Hold on, let me formulate this thought, because I admittedly am going off of vibes, but now I have to fucking, I have to like congeal my fucking opinion into like something I can actually like articulate and defend. That doesn't mean that I think there's a possibility of me being wrong, because I am never wrong, unlike you people.
It's
But
true.
I do need to I need to think about this for a minute. So to me, like. Okay, fuck this. From the very first miniseries, whatever it was, it would not old
Ultimate Invasion.
not Ultimate Invasion,
Oh,
but the first Ultimates miniseries that came after it, or I think it might have even been a one shot. The one where the space laser goes off and they blame Tony Stark for it.
oh,
Like the
yeah.
yeah, there was like an Ultimates
Yeah.
one shot or a miniseries. You know what? I think it was just called Ultimate Universe.
I think so.
Yeah, it was called
Yeah.
Ultimate
Yeah, that's
Universe,
right,
and
yeah.
then we had an
Yeah.
issue 2 years
Yeah,
later.
yeah. I want to remind you guys, before anything begins with this universe, we're dealing with the Maker jumping between dimensions. We're dealing with hidden cities. We're dealing with Kang and shit. We're dealing with space lasers. From the jump, we're unambiguously dealing with gods and goddesses. And then from the
That's true.
first issue of the Ultimates, there's fucking actually no, fuck that. The first issue to come out of the mainline books was Ultimate Spider-Man #1, and from that, Spider-Man's origin starts with a fucking like a box coming through time, and
That's
Tony
true.
Stark being like, "Yo, what's up? You're a walking allegory for millennial angst. Would you like to get roided up and get
Of
superpowers?
course, yeah.
How about it? How about it? Like,
Not to mention, there is the most unrealistic part of Ultimates, which is a Frenchman pretending to be British.
oh yeah,
There's
God,
no
why
way,
would he
yeah.
suffer? Why would he suffer such an indignity upon himself?
That's pretty
Um,
rough, yeah.
You know,
That is the most unrealistic part about
Yeah.
the Ultimates universe, part 9.
yeah.
Very
Fucking,
true,
why would you?
very true.
Why would you
Ungrounded,
base
they went off the rails this time.
Yeah. So,
I was.
that was so random too. That was a wild fucking,
I-
like.
that was funny.
But I don't, to me, like, and if you compare that with the opening issues of OG Ultimate, now, like Spider-Man, X-Men, and I mean, I guess Fantastic Four, but I'll admit I haven't read that. I was gonna go back and fucking read all of Ultimate Fantastic Four,
Ooh, yeah.
prior to the new Ultimate Universe, because it's literally like
Pertinent, yeah.
arguably integral to the plot.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think
That's
I
kind of the
bought
one thing that carried over, strangely.
yeah, well, by extension, you could argue they all carried over. in a way, because it's all part of Reed's
not bad,
past.
but-
So you could like
Yeah.
objectively, like you could argue that like all of that like lives on like through Reed in the sense that like he was a part of that world. So anything that he would have had knowledge for, like
Still us, yeah.
of he would have carried with
anything
him.
that he crossed over with, which he did cross over in a lot of books, but it's like
Exactly.
I haven't seen
Exactly.
any characters that directly,
Yeah. Well, I
existed
mean,
in other people's books.
listen, it depends on who you ask about
exist.
whether or not the original Ultimate Universe exists, because there's always like multiple different plans going on at once. I think it was like Hickman
Our
was
real world has been rebooted in the Marvel multiverse multiple times.
exactly.
So.
Well, yeah. So I don't know, man. I actually feel like I think you think the new universe is more grounded. It's because you and I are, and Victor too. Like everybody who reads it now is super fucking politics brained, and it's all obvious. Very
in terms of the politics, of course.
True.
It's very heavily, it's a very heavy political allegory, and whereas the OG Ultimates, I think, was trying to be less of an overt political book.
Yeah.
And I'm not complaining about new Ultimates being more political. Obviously,
no.
Look at me.
But
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'm just saying, like, fucking, like, yeah, like the original Ultimate Universe was more about the characters, and I don't think it had, at least at first, as much like grand uber statements to make about like the state of the world and whatever. You know what I mean?
That is true.
Like,
yeah, that's a good point.
But yeah, it was a very closed off government based, teams. Basically, like
Oh,
what
and
the MCU
I'm talking
would
about
then take their basis from, but then
the universe in general. By the way, is more what I'm talking about, not just like the Ultimates. But yeah. It was a lot more like, well, it was military industrial complex coded, is what the whole thing.
Exactly.
Was.
Yeah.
You know, like. Yeah.
But then, like, the new Ultimate Universe is like the other opposite, where it's like, all our characters are like completely government resistant for superheroes now.
Yeah, which makes them. Isn't it funny how that's going on, and then meanwhile over in fucking like the new Absolute books, it's all pretty much the same thing. Like every single one of these new characters is rebelling against some sort of like overwhelming.
We're rebelling against the man.
Yeah. The only thing I don't like about the Absolute universe is sometimes I feel like it's a little how do you do, fellow kids.
It is very much so.
I like.
I'm not really into that.
I mean, Scott Snyder literally came out and was like, right, I'm going to make this for my kids because this is what they think a hero should be. So Absolute Batman is all about fighting the man. Now, I love Absolute Batman.
Oh, yes.
However,
yeah, I really don't.
I'm kind of like, Scotty, my boy, my dude, Mr. Snyder, sir. Your kids probably don't read comics.
It's true.
Your kids probably have their Batman opinions on the basis of not even your work. They've probably never read your comics. They probably are getting all their opinions on Batman for their fucking Twitter feeds, which means they have bad opinions about Batman. So please, I don't want to fucking hear
Or from the movies, but yeah, that's kind of scattered Batman worlds at that point.
It's arguable which is worse, but yeah, so it's like I don't want to hear like you saying
Twitter. It's Twitter. That's the
that's true. That's true, because at least in the Batman, when the mayor, or I forget who she was, that woman, I think she was the mayor or the mayor's aide, something next mayoral candidate.
Yeah, she was the mayoral candidate, and then got
yeah. I know how everyone knows exactly where I'm going with this. At least in that movie, when she's like, you could be doing so much more, with the implication being with your money. He just kind of gives her a look like to light her on fire. And I'm like, thank you. Treat that with the contempt it deserves. Now, ultimately, the Batman is largely about Bruce Wayne discovering that he needs to be Bruce Wayne as well as Batman. So I guess we kind of got there in the end. But at least in that moment, Bruce Wayne treated that fucking Twitter-ass statement with the disdain that is deserving.
At the end message was not that like Bruce Wayne should be able to fix everything himself because Gotham's straight up cursed and that's impossible. But more that Batman can be a symbol of hope as well as a symbol of fear.
Yeah. Well, it's also
rise people from the accident.
Yeah, like people don't understand. And listen, I'm big on fucking radical social programs, man. I do think that we should just give people money. I agree with that. But you can't. That alone does not fix anything. You should do that. You should give people money. You should give people a form of universal basic income. I will defend that position till my dying day. But that alone will not fix everything. You
No.
do need like top-down fucking like government funding on a massive scale. Like even Bruce Wayne with his gajillions of dollars could not systemically.
Like, don't get me wrong, I
Oh.
think he could probably do slightly more considering he has space satellite money,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
that's not all he can provide, for his
Mhm.
city.
Well, my issue has always been, the Batman. That whole Batman debate runs up against the necessary problem that we're dealing with fiction that's designed to run forever. If you wanted to do like a
It's
self-contained
that too.
Batman Elseworld where it has an end game, where like Bruce Wayne is like a big mastermind and he's like, I'm gonna fix crime everywhere. And then it was about him like applying his fucking money and brilliance and just being like, and here we go. And you got to read like a fucking 50 to 100 issue comic about Bruce Wayne fucking like, fixing crime everywhere and building a bat utopia,
That'd be sick.
Bruce Wayne, financial order, pick up now.
Yeah, I mean, really, it
Issue
would
1 to
probably,
4.
if you wanted to do a thing where it turns into something like a technocratic, authoritarian regime, like a la Kingdom Come, like, because they kind of touched on that in fucking Kingdom Come, where they're like, yeah, Bruce Wayne now has a bunch of bat robots.
Kinda. That's more of like a dystopian scenario than like,
Yeah,
he truly fixed Gotham.
No. I mean, yeah, that's more like fucking like, yeah, like he didn't fix everything, but I do think, I'm not naive. I do understand that maybe if Bruce Wayne was like the linchpin of like fixing everything, it might, descend into like fucking autocracy or something.
Yeah.
I understand.
It probably would, yeah.
But
especially in the DC universe where, everyone just becomes bad once they, try and regain control of some sort of society.
It's always kind of
farm boy, he'll become a dictator.
It's kind of it's kind of interesting how the story always seems to be that anytime one of our heroes dares to step up and like really try to fix things on a major level, oh man, they're evil now.
Yep, they're evil.
Right?
Shouldn't have protected society or changed things long term.
Yeah,
monster.
Funny how that. Now listen, like I hate injustice with the burning passion of 1,000 suns. I among the comic book storylines that if I had a time machine, I would go back and strangle in their crib. Injustice is one of them. However, I will say I totally believe that Superman would go a little cracked after what happens to him and his family in Injustice.
Yeah,
because he's factually done so before, but it's like even when he snapped before, he managed to come to his senses somewhat. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's like, this is the first time he ever like spaced his wife and child, okay? Like, fucking and then watched his city get nuked.
That's the one difference, but it's like
it's a pretty big fucking difference, Victor. It's like a fucking like I was tricked into murdering my wife and child, and while I'm huffed in horrifying fashion, and then and they knew it was happening the whole time, by the way, and then I come back down.
It's different from Kingdom Come. It is different from Kingdom Come.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
But it's like it's an entirely different method to then go, oh yeah, I've been studying upon, my Dictators 101 in Smallville and apparently knew the exact strategy to initiate world takeover in a year after this.
The true villain of Injustice is Wonder Woman, and we could have done something really interesting with that, but we got too distracted being like, look at all your favorite heroes. We're going to find all the fun ways we can have them die.
Which, at least for her, they explained the difference, that there was an entirely different backstory for her beforehand, where it's like Steve Trevor was apparently a Nazi, and
oh wait, okay, that must have been some year 2 stuff because I didn't read year 2.
Yeah, it was in the comics in year 2. That's when they explained it.
Okay, yeah,
that Steve Trevor came to the island was not an American fighter pilot, but instead a Nazi undercover agent that ended up crashing on Themyscira. And then, they still had the same dynamic together. They fell in love. But then, he was revealed to be a Nazi, and then she killed him. So.
I mean, good on her, but here's my thing. I guarantee you, they didn't have that plan originally. They were like,
they definitely did not.
Wait, what if he's a Nazi?
Diana.
We don't even mention Steve Trevor in the main game.
They're just like, Diana. It was like, fuck yes, Lois is dead. I've been waiting for this moment. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Time for myself to get a little fucking pet superhero. Let's go, I'm gonna wind him up and make him a dictator. Cal, you should run the world. By which I mean, I should run the world. Anyway, fucking no, it's fucking crazy. Because clearly they had years of criticism in between, and they were like, all right, maybe we
gotta explain this, but let's not explain Superman. For Superman, who knows what happened with him?
Well, I think the explanation for Superman is he's never encountered a tragedy like that, and then Wonder Woman was there to wind him up.
Yeah.
That's the explanation.
That's
yes, the one difference, like in the game itself, but they don't actually go over too much in the comic, was that it was basically an alternate version of the events of the Smallville TV show, where Clark and Lex were friends for years, but in this case, they didn't betray each other or gaslight each other or anything like that. They were just friends for life. So maybe that played a part in this. But it's they never actually go into it fully. So.
I got about halfway through my big rewatch of Smallville. I have to fucking finish it at some point. I love that show, and I do love. Keep in mind with what I'm about to say. I love Clark in that show. I think Tom Welling does a great job. I think there's tons of great moments in that show. I think it's a surprisingly good show. It is not like what CW later became. On my rewatch, there was so much where I was like, oh god, this is really good. Clark is a terrible person.
Yes. This is a mischaracterized version of him. That's why, for me, it's actually the opposite. I prefer what the CW did later with the Superman stuff than what they did before.
No, Tyler, no, Superman and Lois is a great show. It's just not as good TV. It's not as good as Smallville. I feel overall, I think Smallville at its best is better than Superman and Lois. I think as a pure Superman show, I think Superman and Lois gets it right way more often. I think that's how I would put it. And when I say Clark is a terrible person, I don't think it's mischaracterization. I think it's more down to it's contemporary Superman as a teenager.
I don't feel that's really the correct reasoning there. Yes, it's been an excuse plenty of times, but it's that I've seen, but then people, bring the same stuff in regards to Gotham, and then I'm well, fuck you then.
Gotham is a worse show than Smallville, but Gotham is still infinitely watchable. I love Gotham. I'm not saying it's great. Gotham is so fun, and Gotham does have some badass moments.
Yeah.
And David Mazouz as Batman Jr. is pretty cool. It sucks that he is a Zionist. That's really unfortunate, but but no, I just think Clark is Clark in Smallville. I think he does some really fucked up shit to his friends, but it's usually
a gaslighter.
Yeah, but my counter argument to that is somebody who's currently writing a superhero show where the main reason he won't get with his not even his love interest, but the main reason why he won't pursue any romantic inclinations with his counterpart is partly his own trauma, but also he's like, that'd be really fucked up. I can't do that. Clark Kent, however, is a teenager, and it's a soap opera written for fucking teenagers and middle-aged women. So they're gonna fuck.
There's a lot of factors there. It was towards
can't get around that.
More than other shows.
Superman at 16, when he's got fucking Allison Mack and Kristen Krieg in front of him, is not going to be like, my powers are a great responsibility, and I can't lie to these young maidens. I must be a paragon of virtue and truth. Hello.
I'm not saying paragon virtuousness, but it's
no, he's gonna be like, I'm gonna smash, but I'm gonna do so respectfully, shit. That's but of course he's gonna gaslight. That's what keeping a secret identity is. It's gaslighting. If you're gonna fucking criticize Superman for gaslighting, you kind of have to just excoriate. Am I using that word correctly? You basically have to criticize the whole of superhero fiction.
That's true.
No, I'm not saying the very concept of a secret identity. I'm more talking the general gaslighting of like him going like far further than most, superhero shows of like questioning your very reality level gaslighting.
See, my favorite thing about the CW version of The Flash is that they get around that by having Barry be a complete moron and just have his identity be revealed to basically everybody on.
I hate that show. Oh, I hate that show.
I like the clip where the actor is rotating his arms really fast and he's like, "Oh, this isn't gonna work."
I like the clip where they say, "Run, Barry, run." Which one, you ask? Good question.
Hey, everyone's joining Star.
I just prefer
Star.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey,
Hello.
everybody.
Sorry, I'm late.
Oh, you should be.
Just on time.
Terrible. Don't listen to him. He's wrong. You should feel
I was
terrible.
watching Gravity Falls.
We adhere to a strict schedule, lady.
That's a good reason.
No,
to go
don't
back
yell
to
at me.
watching
I'll
that.
cry.
Watching Gravity Falls is more important than being here.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. I'll be right back. I got some.
I figured that I should be because it's like I've been away for a while.
Fucking no. The season 1 of The Flash was great. Had its moments of badness, but by and large, I thought season 1 of The Flash was pretty fucking good.
Oh yeah, it got me into comic books. Like it got me into like DC Comics and like wider comic stuff when I was a kid.
The
So,
I
like-
genuinely thought you said whiter comics, and I was like,
the whiter
yeah.
comics, the ones from the 40s.
Whiter
I just need to get into those later comics.
What you mean, like Ninja Turtles, right? Back when it was black and white. That's what you mean by whiter.
Yeah.
No. I mean Mark Millar comics.
What did Chris and I on our
Oh,
podcast
boy.
about like a month ago, I think I said what did I say, Chris? That like Mark Millar is like Garth Ennis for fucking edgy 15-year-olds or something? Like
Something like that.
Garth Ennis is Garth Ennis for edgy 15-year-olds.
No, but Garth Ennis
It's
has something to
true.
say. Listen, I get tired of Garth Ennis.
Yeah, the message can be very simple though, which most of the time it is.
No. Okay, listen. Garth Ennis annoys the shit out of me with his super fucking smug, pretentious. Yo, but superheroes are a bit fucking gay, ain't they? I fucking hate that shit. Okay, but Garth Ennis has like, I mean, a lot to say with his books. I don't know his
Doesn't make it intelligent.
I think he's an intelligent writer, dude. I'm being serious. I think sometimes his hatred of superheroes kneecaps his message quite a bit. I'm not saying he's not.
That's why it's anti-art, because it's not made out of like love for anything.
Yeah, sure, but if you look at the stuff that he can't get, so if you look at his Punisher Max, which is technically a superhero character, but it's removed from the larger universe, and he doesn't have to diverge every fucking 20 minutes to be like, have his dick in one hand and then a megaphone in the other and be like, superheroes are a big shit, ain't they? You don't have to fucking listen to that. He's like fucking. I hate those people. I hate those people so much. I do.
I need to go through this stream after it's over and like record the clip of you going, superheroes are gay, ain't they? And I get my text notification.
Your ringtone.
I give it a try.
That'll be the second person who has your voice as a text alert sound.
Oh no, I forgot. You do have me as I thought got really creepy for a second, and then I remembered what you were
There's another one out there.
Bring me more Twinkies.
Listen, it's not the first time that a strange woman has grabbed my voice and then told me, like, yeah, I have you like on my phone. And I'm like,
I didn't grab your voice.
But not in a stalker way.
I know. I'm just teasing you. I remember I recorded that. Yeah.
Iconic.
I still listen to it to crack up whenever I feel
I require more Twinkies immediately. Don't make me wait.
Give them to me now. I need fuel.
The Twinkies are in imperative.
I just want a whole compilation of like villain voices saying I want Twinkies.
Yes. Oh, that'd be
Fucking
so
great.
Oh,
We need to go through like the whole history of the MADU like production and like get everybody who's voiced a villain to like voice that as the villain that they
Yes,
voiced.
the compilation.
How many of
We need the leader. We need like we need like the Enchantress. We need everyone.
this is a really fucked up part where they're realizing they can't remember the names of most of our villains.
My brain like died
I
because I'm
can't
gonna
even
be so
remember
real.
them.
I just got home from like an 8-hour shift.
Oh no.
No, it's fine. I'm that wasn't a dig at you. That was more just like I can't remember who most of our
No, I
villains have
can't either,
been.
man.
Oh,
I
so
don't know who these
valid.
guys are.
But
I mean,
I
it
also
would be kind of an awkward line for me, considering that I headcanon my version of the answer as gay.
Yo.
I mean, like it's a fucking well, it's the whole bit, right? Like, I'm not calling him an F slur because he's gay. I'm calling him an F slur because he's like, I don't know. I'm
Someone
trying
clip
to
that.
Do you want the pass? I can give you the pass.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to
You're
say that
fueling
word.
them
I'm
here,
not going to say that
Joe.
word on Chris's stream. On my streams, maybe. But no.
But my word is worth more people's words. I'm not just one person.
Listen.
That's
I
true.
like that word. I like that word, but it has to be used responsibly. Okay.
That's true.
fucking-
Great elsewhere comes great responsibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Our viewership is dropping.
Oh no, wait guys, come back, please.
No, listen. All the people who are already mad about swearing in Spider-Man are gone. So like,
They've
fucking,
been eliminated.
I
everyone
was
has
about to say, so like, are you
Spider
waiting
swears,
for like,
spider
the
swears.
exact
What are
right
you doing
time
after
during the
spider swears?
symbiote arc, or like if you end up doing a symbiote thing to have Peter drop the F slur? Like,
probably not gonna have Peter
Jameson.
start dropping slurs.
That's for the black suit arc. He's saving that.
He's definitely when the symbiote arc happens, he's definitely going to be a little bit edgier though. I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah.
He's gonna be
Question:
yeah.
Is Miguel O'Hara going to be swearing a lot more when running into the Shocker?
Ooh.
Probably a fair, not like to a gratuitous degree, but like he's. I'm definitely keeping it in mind. How many of you have read the OG 2099 run?
Of course.
I have not.
Yeah, all the time.
Miguel is a grown ass man who has lived his
Man,
life.
I more joke because 2099, one of their future swear words is shock.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that.
So
Yeah.
like,
Oh yeah.
he literally would be swearing.
That was a really
Saying his name.
dad joke, so I didn't catch it. I'm sorry. You should be embarrassed, but I will take the L for you.
I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. Secondhand.
But
I'm just embarrassed in general.
I'm
that's your name, sister. Shit. But yeah, no,
I
it's
tried.
really interesting reading those OG 2099 comics because
Ooh.
Miguel is very different from Peter.
Mhm.
Because he was like got to be at least in his like mid to late 20s by the time he gets spider powers. He also gets them in a far more traumatic fashion, and goes through a whole Fly-esque body horror arc.
Oh,
And he also lives in a fucking dystopian nightmare. That he is a beneficiary of as well as being a victim. So it's
I've read
he's
them both.
yeah, he's fucking he's pretty fucked up. He's great. I love him.
We haven't even reached 2099, and we already have people in those kind of suffering conditions.
Yeah, exactly. We're building up to 2099.
Oh, yeah,
well, at
you're
some
already good.
point, I have to acknowledge, like, how is it that because 2099 was created, the book line was created in the 90s, right?
Mhm.
So it made way more sense to be like, oh, the crazy future of 2099. Now it's like,
That
eh?
crazy future.
Yeah, in fucking
Well,
60 years. Like, how the
yeah,
fuck? But,
right?
you know,
Like, how did,
We
But then
invented those flying cars, it's just like with Back to the Future. And
yeah, but
we
the great thing is I can literally just hand wave it when we do go to 2099. I can just be like, yeah, because the Age of Heroes had like a bunch of people with like fucking bizarre genius level intellects like Mr. Fantastic and shit.
It's true.
So like, yeah, by 2099, in 70 years, technology jumped forward by orders of magnitude. What are
Yeah.
you talking about? Of course it
That
did.
makes sense.
Yeah. So I think it still works.
And
I think people.
I'm already kind of going into that zone since we're going into the future for my stuff as well. So
What were you saying? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I was just saying, I think people will suspend their disbelief.
Yeah, that's okay.
That too.
And if they don't,
always.
fuck
We'll
you.
kill 'em.
If they don't, we'll hear about it in the comment section, and I'll get to make fun of them.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, Star, you might want to turn yourself up a little bit, love. You're pretty quiet.
Oh, I was holding my mic a little farther away from my face.
No, people need to hear your dulcet tones.
Oh, so sweet. You flatter me. You make me. I think that you might actually like me.
You're pretty all right. Fucking like you
Yeah,
doing
all
okay.
right, Mr. Russo. You're all right.
Keep it up.
You're doing all right there.
No, dude, like that whole thing from my wife was so funny earlier. Like she really had me fucking dying with her. Oh, those of you who are in my cast server, you wouldn't know, but like in my show, I was talking about a potential plot line with a future romantic interest, and my wife ships the hell out of my character on my show and Star's character, but for like plot reasons, I'm like it doesn't really work. I'm not saying there's not like feelings there, but like it doesn't
That's
work.
the problem when you invited the shippers into the inner circle, Joe.
You can't do that. And then my wife is always like, I don't care. They should fuck. I
You don't
like
let them
every
in.
every time. And so I was telling her about this like future plotline for season 2, and she's like, I can't say too much because I don't want to spoil it, and we're live. But she's like, oh, so he can get with this bitch over here, but he can't get with Kate. Okay, all right. Why do you hate
That's
fun?
why you invite her to a private shipping club
Yeah,
and
right.
then finds out that she's the only one in there, and then lock the doors.
Jesus Christ, that's the way to get divorced.
Yes.
Hold on a minute.
It's not a super small club, unfortunately. Like a lot of people that like know of the show
Well,
are like.
Well, in that case,
true.
then yeah, there's a few members already.
Yeah, a lot of show watchers are. What do we call them? What do we call
Yeah,
them?
what was it again?
What do we call
yeah,
show
QnA?
watchers?
Like what's yeah, right, I was trying to,
Jade.
and I'm always like, no, it's a super problematic relationship that like fucking well.
Well, you can always
Jack
call the Bruce
Jack
Timm
morally
reasoning.
wouldn't
Oh,
pursue
no.
it, and Kate would be really upset if she knew the full context. So
Hmm.
it's like that's like it literally can't happen. It would make no sense for the characters in the narrative.
Well, remember the Bruce Timm reasoning always, Joe.
I
which
don't.
is,
I love
all
Bruce Timm,
relationships
but I don't want to hear his
are
opinions on
could be problematic.
relationships or
I don't want to
women.
hear Bruce Timm's opinions on fucking anything.
I mean, he brought us.
I know, I'm sure.
He was instrumental in bringing us the arguably the best iteration of the DC universe in at least outside of comic books.
Oh,
Yeah.
totally.
Oh,
I mean, he created my favorite iteration of Batman.
Hell
And then he ruined it.
And then he wrote
Yeah,
it.
by having him fuck like his best friend's daughter on a
I
rooftop.
hate that.
Yeah.
I hate
Hey,
that.
it's-
God, I hate
Oh.
that.
Son's girlfriend.
Hey,
We can all agree on that we hate that.
Yeah,
oh
it's-
god, yeah, no, I don't
God,
think there's
yeah.
a single person online that likes that except for Bruce.
He's only him. He's
I
just
don't
a
even
freaking-
understand what the need for that was, because the rest of the movie is like 1-to-1 with the comics, and then there's just 30 minutes
Yeah.
of just
I
weird.
thought I
creepy
read
They don't
somewhere
ever
he
mention.
wanted more for Barbara to do. He was like, we wanted
Yeah,
to make
it
her
was,
more of a
like,
character,
Yeah.
which is like
Even
yikes
though-
Yeah,
on Mike's
to have her
post.
motivations rely on men and barely pass the Bechtel test. A great
Yeah.
plan, Bruce.
Now,
Yeah.
to be fair,
Which is
the Bechtel test ain't worth shit to begin with. To be
It's
fair,
true.
it's a terrible fucking literary.
It
literary
isn't
tool.
always a measure. I'd argue that there's one that's worse though, which is the recent measure of like how many times like women like speak in a given production, because
Oh,
like,
yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
a visual medium. Like you can have characters that express things beyond just speech
Oh yeah,
and
no,
like still be amazingly badass and cool.
I remember
if,
when Max
you know,
Landis was trying to virtue
yeah.
signal by being like, it's X amount of minutes before a female character says anything in John Wick 2, you know,
Yeah.
and it's like now I have very complicated feelings about Max Landis. I'm not trying to get into a
Yeah,
whole thing,
yeah.
but like but it's a little sussy baka when Max Landis of all people is trying to fucking
Yeah.
lecture you about,
Whatever.
you know.
It's kind of conflicting because like I love Dirk Gently and I also like love his work on Superman American Alien, but it's like
Yeah.
he really went off
Excuse
some
me, sorry.
random deep end.
My thing with Max Landis is I like his thoughts on writing a lot. I hate his thoughts on Batman. I literally told him once in his comment section, and he like reacted to it. He responded to it. I told him once that one of my goals in life was to gain enough internet notoriety to be able to get into a room with him and explain to him why he's fucking wrong about Batman. But
It's coming next year.
I mean, the only opinion I
That is
know
the
of his
best goal
on,
I've ever heard.
that
Yeah, right.
was that like DC will make him unnecessarily OP for a given situation, which he is right about.
Yeah.
But like I'm not really familiar with his other opinions on Batman, but I know that one is
He's
just
got a whole
straight
thing. You
up
should
right.
look up his giant fan fiction. So for anyone who's read Superman American Alien, there was that was meant to be a launch pad for a larger
Yeah,
universe.
there's like other Batman stuff that's set up for it. Yeah, I'm aware of that one.
Well, no, and his Batman stuff is insane and awful. Like, yeah, so Max Landis has a whole series of videos that are worth watching if you like watching car crashes. But you you can watch his Kryptonian epic. That's what it's called, and he's got like mixed media videos covering his entire universe that he didn't get to make because he got understandably canceled.
Yeah, there's that.
There's the whole thing about like it came out. He's like really horrible to his female partners. It's like, yeah, after a while, people don't really want to work with you, Max. But he's got this whole like series of videos all about his expanded universe that he wanted to make, and some of it is like, oh, that's cool. But then by the end of it, it's about how Bruce Wayne doesn't need Batman. Also, Bane is an alter of Batman's. Because
what?
Yes.
Hello?
Max Landis's entire fucking thing. Yeah, Max. Look up the Kryptonian epic. You can't read it. It only exists as a giant multi-video project of vlogs that gradually become more well-produced over time on Max Landis's channel, which is called Up to My Knees. It's fun to watch. But as an ardent Batman fan and defender, his opinions on Batman make me want to hit him like he supposedly hit his girlfriends.
That just seems really odd because like Superman American Alien like went into a lot of different like DC supervillains from different angles, all from the perspective of Clark Kent, and it's like you think they just keep on going with that with characters like Bane, but it's like
he's empathetic of Batman, but he thinks of Batman as a how can I put this? Because like Batman is a mentally unwell character, but Max Landis's perspective of Batman seems to be that Batman is so unwell that he shouldn't be Batman. And he's also one of those Batman does more harm than good because he beats up the criminals he fights and American healthcare, which fair on that last point. I'm not disputing that. But like I always say to people, if someone's trying to mug me for my money, and like, or like, God forbid, like, SA, like my partner in an alley, I'm okay if Batman puts them in the hospital.
Yeah,
for 6
right.
months. Like, I don't
know. Just a normal guy. Yeah.
Like, it's not like he pummels everyone half to death. That's Arkham games exaggeration.
That deserve it.
My favorite explanation,
or a Frank Miller one, because
my favorite explanation for why like he actively fights people like Two-Face who are like clearly not in their right mind anymore is because it's like Harvey. I know that I'm trying to help you, but you are not accepting my help, and you are shooting at me and innocent people. I'm going to have to punch you, Harvey.
You Bruce Wayne fund city programs so that people don't turn to crime, but when they inevitably turn to crime, and the police force is the most corrupt version of the police to ever exist, which is saying something. Sometimes you gotta put on a bat costume and punch a bitch. I'm sorry.
Like, I'm in a gas station that's getting shot up by like a dude who's like mentally ill and not in control of his actions anymore. I'm not just gonna sit there and be like, "Well, you need help."
It's alright, man.
I'm worried, Mr. Batman. Mr. Batman, have you considered the material conditions that may have led this? I'm sorry.
Which, like, the DCAU had like, far more of a balance to it, as well as like the modern age of comics. But it's like, like these kind of takes are more going into an opposite direction, where it's like Batman is completely unaware of like the factors where you do have to get physical and when you have to actually negotiate these things.
Which is really annoying because if you actually read most Batman comics ever written, this is very much not the case.
Also, as somebody who is uniquely equipped to talk about the idea of Bane and Batman being a system, no.
It's a deeply horrible idea.
Very dumb.
It's the most cheap and ignorant, fan theory of all time. Like, oh, what if these characters were both the same person?
Yeah. No, I mean, like, I
the whole
have
time they just hid it from each other.
Right
Yeah.
up there. It was a dream the whole time.
yeah. Well, it's one of the reasons I fucking hate. One of the many reasons I find Disney Plus Moon Knight to be virtually irredeemable. Is they made such a big deal out of treating DID with this like really super compassionate perspective and stuff. And then they were like, and here's an evil alter, even though those rarely if ever exist. Yeah, like it's really
for Jake was a little
See, let me,
disrespectful, at least in the way they left it open for that, like, perspective.
if I can give my perspective on the whole evil alter thing, the thing about that is that like evil alters don't necessarily exist in the sense that there's one evil alter who's at fault for everything, because as a system you are responsible for everything the other people in your system do. So like if, say, like there's a system where somebody in the system kills a person, everybody else in that system is just as responsible for that, because like they exist to stop that from happening. Like, so like, no, what the hell?
And even in the comics, well, Jake does some fucked up shit from time to time. The book never really paints Jake as the evil alter. They do paint Jake as sometimes having diametrically
mostly because the other ones also kill people like a ton.
Well, he's vicious.
Yeah.
Well, and he also is the one most likely to go. I mean, he went off and had a fucking affair with Marlene. So like, and like had a whole secret child. So it's like, okay, definitely like his goals are diametrically opposed to Mark's.
There's a lot of differences there.
It's so funny, by the way, because at no point does anyone ever look at Marlene and go, "Hey, Marlene, you also suck. What the fuck was that? How could you do that?"
Indeed, they of course explain the guy who's seen as crazy by everyone, and that's sort of it there.
Yeah, no, it's really horrible. It's one of the things I really like in Jed McKay's run is that when Marlene shows up with Diatrace in the Midnight mission, Tigra kind of like looks her up and down, and they don't really get into it, but she kind of is like
you
hey, what the fuck? Like, there is that moment. There is that moment, and I really appreciate that.
Which Tigra's been great. Like,
God, I love that.
So good.
One of the main reasons I never want the book taken away from Jed McKay, which I know is not possible.
Yeah,
is I know
indeed, because he does books,
inevitably, the next fucking genius on Moon Knight is going to be like, and then they break up.
Yep.
Because I'm an idiot and I can't think of a way to put drama in a superhero book outside of breaking up the main couple.
This is the way you're reacting to this, and like I relate to it because this is a different context under which like I reacted to when Donny Cates took over Hulk after Immortal Hulk.
Oh no, I had the same reaction, and I'm not even a super huge Hulk fan. I'm
pissed.
Slightly better than a casual fan, right? Like I liked Hulk before Immortal Hulk, but he was never one of my mains. But there are runs of Hulk where I'm like, oh, I fucking really like this character. I'm down with this.
I love Hulk.
Obviously I don't suffer from DID, but I have a whole bunch of other fucking reasons why I really connect with the character. I really like Bruce Banner. Donny Cates he's a nice enough guy and he's a talented writer, but fuck you, Donny. Like what the fuck?
Like and like we got something good out of it. The current run is fucking amazing.
Yeah, it's good.
So the good thing we got out of it was what came after his shitty run. I mean, that's some fucking pie in the sky fucking monkey's paw bullshit.
Have it eventually. Some characters, you skip one run and then like
it's like, hey, here we are. Yeah.
And like, okay, so like. The reason I really, really enjoy the Hulk as a system, just because like it was brought up, you like you connect with the Hulk in a different way. Part of why I connect with it is because like ever since that element was like introduced, they the writers on Hulk have started focusing on the idea that Bruce is kind of like unreliable in his depiction of himself as the victim, because he isn't really a victim of the Hulk. The Hulk is more a victim of him. And they're both like they both have to find some sort of stable common ground to exist, or they're both going to kill each other.
Yeah, and it's
like,
it's not even my understanding from what I've read is it's not even necessarily that it's like Bruce, you actually suck chunks. It's more like Bruce, you need to get your shit straight, or you're gonna kill us all. Like,
yeah, it's like, well, like when I say that the Hulk is like more of a victim of Bruce, it's less that Bruce is being a dick, but he can be a dick. Like, I'd argue he's more of a dick at his worst than Reed Richards is sometimes.
The Reed Richards character assassination is almost as bad as the Batman character assassination, but that's a whole
almost.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan North, for being amazing and changing this perspective for a lot of people. I know you watch this podcast. But like the way that I always felt about Bruce is that it's less that Bruce is intentionally trying to do harm. It's that he's more or less like, because he views the Hulk as like an extension within his own mind of his father, that he's kind of reenacting his abuse on the Hulk to a degree. Like, he's like, you're a monster, you're evil, all you can do is evil shit. And meanwhile, the Hulk is getting shot at while he's actively destroying stuff. It's like, yeah, what the fuck did you think was going to happen when you shot at the big green angry guy who blows shit up with his fucking bare hands? What the fuck is wrong with you?
It's a very self-destructive relationship.
I mean, look at what he did to the Hulk's body in Smashtronaut. Like, Bruce, that's a separate person, my brother. Like, holy fuck. And by the way, I know that Bruce is not a mental health professional. But the man, one of his best friends
points out many times.
Yeah, the man, one of his best friends is, which I know is not the same thing, but one of his best friends is, and the man also holds multiple fucking doctorates.
Yeah,
I refuse to believe that Bruce Banner, one of the most learned men in the Marvel Universe, is incapable of wrapping his brain around some arguably pretty elementary psychology concepts of psychology.
Yeah, see, like the most I had to do to like get to understand what was up with me and the others in my system was I was just like, hey, you know that time I did that thing? They were like, yeah. I was like, that was some other bitch, actually. And then they're like, okay, cool. And then that's all they had to do. That's all I had to do. That's all I had to do. Doc Samson can give this man like a 40-page like published peer-reviewed paper, and Bruce would read it and be like,
oh, I see now, yes.
I don't see anything, actually. There are no words on it in this essay. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it.
It's frustrating, and that was before Immortal Hulk came along and kind of like really grounded Bruce's intelligence, which I have mixed feelings about. But you know, it's funny when the book like came right out and was like, yeah, all that super science shit from the 80s and 90s, I can't do that shit no more. I'm just regular genius now. Sucks. Like, I don't know. Like, we nerfed Bruce Banner, that poor bastard. He can't even have super science anymore.
Oh, man.
Like, do you think that
super science keeps on doing bad things for the world? So,
do you think that's like a negative consequence of a bunch of people like really wanting the Hulk to return back to that era where he's like roaming around the countryside, like in the Bruce Jones run?
I think unquestionably. Yeah, no, he wanted to. By the way, I love the Bruce Jones book. I'm not gonna.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
That's like when I talk about the Hulk runs that I've read, that I'm like, oh my god, that's one of the ones I was telling Chris about that months ago. I was like, read Bruce Jones Hulk. It's really fucking good. And then I looked it up afterwards, and apparently I'm alone, and a lot of people are mixed to hate that run. And I'm like,
no, see, I grew up on like that and the Paul Jenkins run, and I love both like a ton. Paul Jenkins for the win. Best run.
The other one, I've talked about it all the time. I love that moment. I don't remember who was writing the Hulk, but it was like back in the 90s when Bruce and the Hulk were supposedly, I'm going with the status quo of the time here when I talk about this. The idea was the Professor Hulk era of the 90s. Like, fucking supposedly Bruce Banner in the Hulk's body, joining the Pantheon and shit. And I will forever love that moment when I think it was Doc Samson talking to Betty, and he's like, "So you haven't been fucking Bruce Banner, Betty?" And she's like, "Whatever do you mean?" Shifty side eye, because really she already knows. She's like, What are you talking about, Leonard? Stop saying such bizarre things. Please stop." And he's like, "When have you ever known Bruce to be suave and confident and quippy and heroic? What are you talking about?"
When have you known Bruce Banner to have Riz?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly. And she's like, no, please stop, please stop, please stop. And he's like, "I'm sorry for your own good. You're
You have to stop fucking him. Stop.
Yeah. Yep. Stop committing rape, Betty. Like, it's really fucking uncomfortable.
Wait. So let me bring up something about the Professor Hulk in the comics that I love, and like because like that's an actual like that is an actual like psychological treatment. It's called final fusion, where like every alternate system is made is like merged permanently, and like there are impermanent fusions that happen, but the thing about that is that for a lot of systems that doesn't really fix the issue, because like if you are traumatized and your brain is used to that, then inevitably either that'll all split up again or new people will start to show up to fill in the void, because now you're one person and you don't have all the different people in your brain to help with all the issues anymore. And so I really fucking like the fact that it is seen as something that is not a viable solution for any of them. Like,
they weren't even trying to be cool about it at the time. That's the doubly funny thing. They had no fucking idea what they were doing.
Exactly. See, that's why I love Peter David, because Peter David fucking stumbles his way into good writing sometimes, and he's a great writer, but sometimes he stumbles his way into it.
I think a lot of this shit you can intuit it if you're a smart enough and like empathetic enough person with a basic knowledge of psychology.
Yeah, like and like it's part of why I fucking hate like and I bring this up every fucking time I'm in one of these streams. I fucking hate MCU Hulk, holy shit. Because that isn't like obviously they're not really going the route of trying to portray him as having the disorder, because like fuck every system ever, I guess, and how this character's been portrayed for like 30 years. But like at the same time, right, the idea of the Professor Hulk in this, it isn't like, oh, everybody's been merged together. It's, oh wow, Bruce just kind of stole the Hulk's body, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh shit. That's really fucked up.
Yeah.
Like it makes me uncomfortable to watch. Like I hate like
I mean, I definitely felt that way in Endgame, where it's like, yeah, it's just suddenly sprung upon us. But it's like by the time of She-Hulk, like I've kind of been curious on the idea, because it's like, there are moments where the Hulk comes out still within like sort of that show, because like you hear the Hulk's roar and it's clearly not Bruce Banner's roar from Endgame and other scenes. So it's like there are details of it, but the trouble is they could never go fully on into it. Because the Hulk is only in these brief moments because of the universal rights situation.
Oh yeah, because
but sort of like Widow and Hawkeye before they got their own solo projects. It's just like limited spurts for these characters. Like I don't hate MCU Hulk. I just feel like he's never really given his chance due to the situation he's in.
Come to the dark side and just learn to hate the MCU.
This is completely off.
I don't care what anybody says. Goodbye.
This is completely off topic, but I'm looking at the chat, and why is the last image posted here a poster of the hit Blue Sky movie Robots?
It's a very good
question. Yeah, we're talking about the next Madhu project, actually, yeah.
That's what we're doing. We're bringing up random
Finally!
And robots.
Mr. Big Wall is back.
That's a joke.
Oh, but like, anyways, so like, there is a part of me, some dumb, stupid little part of me, probably Jubilee. If you're listening to this, Jubilee, fuck you, I hate you, I love you. I hope you're doing well in our brain. Who really, really hopes that like maybe they'll do something with that. Oh, the Hulk is still in there thing, but also the part of me that thought that maybe they were going to take the opportunity of having She-Hulk exist in the MCU and have Bruce revert back to the original status quo. That part of me is like, nah, nope. like even when people are like, damn, this new MCU project is good, I'm like, fuck you. I can't believe you. I don't trust you.
I don't want to sound like I'm aligning with the chuds, because I'm not. But I would like to point out that expecting anything from the interactions between She-Hulk and Hulk is one of, especially about Bruce's psychology.
Yeah.
In a world where during the first and I think only real interaction of two that we see between these two cousins who are supposedly like very close and know each other very well.
Yeah.
Involves her like comparing, like, not that they go into it because the MCU sucks, but comparing a childhood of abuse and trauma, possibly, I don't know if it's canon in this world, but like bashing his own father's head against the tombstone and against his mother's tombstone and watching him die. You know,
Yeah,
all that.
but have you considered being a woman?
Exactly. And listen, big time feminists, real fucking the female experience sucks. In a different context, I would be like, right on, Jen. You download that fucking feminism into his fucking stupid male brain. I would be 100%. That was a terrible scene, and whoever wrote it should never be allowed to write.
It's not even like for me. It's not even like, oh hey, you shouldn't compare your like quote unquote relatively lesser experiences to his, because trauma is relative.
Sure,
but like. The issue is, it's like, why are you comparing it all, you freak? What's wrong?
Yeah. That's what I meant. I meant.
No. Yeah. I wasn't like trying to correct you. I was trying to be like, oh, I agree, but I was just like, yeah, it's just like, this is stupid.
Another problem is that she like contests it. Like, I'm better at managing. I'm better at what you do because of A, B, and C.
That's more the thing I think that I took issue with in that scene.
Yeah, it's like I'm better at this than
like
you.
I'm better. I am better.
I mean, in the show's defense, the ending is arguably proof that she's not. But I also don't know if that's what the show was trying to say.
I don't know what fucking anything the MCU is doing. Like, I don't know what the fuck any of that shit's trying to say.
I think what it's trying to say is that 18 different writers were yelling at each other during the production of like any given Marvel show.
Hold on! I actually need to talk about that for a second. Real quick, because I need to know how careful to be in the chat. Or who here has seen who hasn't seen Daredevil Born Again but wants to?
Me.
I've seen the first 3 episodes so far, but yeah, I haven't seen the fourth one.
Okay.
I'm on the fence about it. I don't know whether to start it or not.
I mean, it's good. You should watch it.
Yeah,
I have seen the original. I have seen the original 3 seasons.
Okay, but I'm saying the new show is good. Don't listen to the internet. They're wrong. I'm not saying it doesn't have problems, because it does, but you should watch it.
I think a lot of issues primarily from how they were from an original vision that they had to rewrite.
Well, so that's actually why I brought it up.
Conflicts with that one.
Oh yeah.
That's actually why I brought it up. So I'm watching this right now, and not literally right now, but I was watching episode 4. As soon as it came out, I was watching episode 4.
Something is background noise.
I was gonna go to bed, and then I'm like, oh wait, shit, it's
Daredevil, hold on.
Literally. So I'm watching the show, and apparently, other than that opening scene of episode 1, like most of these first few episodes are all the old stuff.
Yep.
And
the first few. Yeah.
And I'm like, oh no. Because I really like this stuff. Like, I don't want it to go away. What is this show going to be? Because it's not going to be this.
I more found it the opposite, though. It's like, I don't know, what their original vision for this was just, like, very odd setup that they sort of had to rewrite in very haphazard details that are very obvious in terms of how they switched it up.
Like,
and
there's
it's like a lot of like sections that are just like very flawed in terms of the like the setup for characters that have been there for years to replace them with kind of identical replacements in terms of their roles within Matt's life, and it's just like
I don't really see that
as very clumsily done there.
This is the sort of thing, though. This is why maybe another reason why I'm not as pissed at Born Again as some people are. Okay. This is going to be the thing that gets me lynched in the squad, but that's okay.
Wait.
So, Deborah and Wool and oh god, I forget Foggy's actor's name. Shit.
Alden
Eldon Henson, right?
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost
Yeah.
said Idris Elba.
Idris
without
Elba.
Man, Idris Elba is Foggy Nelson. Best fan casting of all time.
That's a race swap I would fuck with. I'd be like, yeah, let's
be
go.
pretty good, actually. I'd be down for that.
Okay. So, I'm not saying they're bad actors or bad characters. Neither is true.
Whoa.
But people that are like, they're the heart and soul of the show, just as important as Matt. I 100% do not agree. And I find them far less interesting than Matt, and I don't need 3/4 of the show devoted to them.
I mean, yeah, they obviously have less attention on a streaming series compared to
it's not even that.
streaming
Yeah,
length of
well, no,
Netflix,
it's not even that. It's not
They
even that.
still are very important.
I
Like who he is.
I think Karen serves far more purpose in the OG series, especially in season 1, than Foggy does.
Yeah.
I'd argue that outside of some emotional beats towards the ends, Foggy is not needed in that show.
But damn it doesn't mean that I don't love watching him.
Yeah, no, like, and that's
I
fine.
stand Foggy.
All the shadows at law, man.
I'm just saying, but see, that's it. They tricked you. Like, I'm just saying, like, I just don't care that much that they're gone. Especially since obviously they're not doing. I really hate what they've done to like the Matt and Karen relationship, by the way, because clearly they're almost entirely skipping that relationship, which I think is really fucking annoying. I'm not saying that Karen needed to die like she did in Guardian Devil. Okay, I'm not saying that.
Whoa, spoiler!
But that's why they were changing it in the first place, even in season 3.
But I also, not for nothing, I also wouldn't have cried about it if she had. That's a whole separate argument. But I think Gail Simone did a larger disservice to fiction as a whole by creating the concept of fridging. Because ever since she came up with the idea of fridging, now people are terrified to do anything bad to their female characters, and it is actually a detriment to fiction.
Again, it's not that everyone doesn't want to do anything bad to their female characters. It's just that they don't want to do it in a way that is disrespectful, that is fridging.
And
like
how do they do that?
They're dying off screen.
They do it almost not at all, because I'm speaking generally. There is a marked aversion to doing anything too terrible to female characters, and I do think it's a problem, and I do think
in terms of doing things like way too terrible and graphic.
No, you're halfway there. No, I think they avoid it wholesale because they're afraid that they're going to do what you're talking about.
Like, no, it was not really wholesale. Female characters do die in comics.
Sure they do. But we avoid.
They just usually have, the actual like epic deaths that the dudes do, like the whole big time sacrifice moments kind of deal.
Do they? Hold on, Thor meme. Do they?
Obviously, I get the idea that there are ways to kill off a female character or do things to female characters that are bad, but I totally agree with the idea that the idea of fridging has been blown so out of proportion that you just can't do shit, because I don't think the death of Gwen Stacy's a fridging, because that doesn't spearhead Peter's arc. It makes his life worse, arguably.
Well, for one thing, he lived through that moment. Both him and Gwen went through the sacrifice together. It was a moment, that they both had.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
This wasn't a case where Gwen was found, in her cabinet the next day or something.
Well, also,
but the thing
dead
is,
in a closet or something.
You don't really get moments like the death of Gwen Stacy anymore. But trying to avoid the Kyle Rayner thing, you don't get deaths of Gwen Stacy anymore. And even then, women are when female characters do die now, it is fridging. Like,
Well-
look at the shit that just happened to Kamala Khan.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, that was really
That's
still
also because
was
Zeb Wells is a hack. But
That's true.
well, no, and
That
here's my
also
hot
really
take.
is.
Everybody else in Spider-Man editorial.
Here's my other. Here's my
Like,
other
that's
hot
more of an
take.
example of death in general not existing in comics, more than female characters don't die. It's more everyone doesn't die.
It's okay. Listen, here's my other hot take. Going off of that, which I'm trading on some of my goodwill as the guy known for having a penis but writing female characters surprisingly well. Here we go. Fridging women is okay sometimes. I don't give a fuck. I'm not saying you shouldn't be mindful, but sometimes because you
It
should.
depends on how you do it.
No,
Like,
it's
you definitely need to
depends
do
on how
it,
you do
like-
anything. It depends on how you do anything. That's the
Yeah,
most
like-
limp-wristed, literary criticism of all time. Of course, it depends on how you do literally anything. But overall, it's okay for a woman to die because you think it's gonna really affect your male character and drive the plot and really motivate them. I'm not saying you shouldn't be mindful while you're doing it, but sometimes that's okay. That's okay. It's
On an
a
unrelated note, I'm going to have Sue Storm explode in episode 2 of Fantastic Four.
Hi, Godspeed. No, but genuinely, I've had this. It's so weird because you try to have this debate with people, and you're like, okay, so it's only a problem if it's the only thing that ever fucking happens to female characters. That's why it's a problem.
Mm.
That's the thing that gets lost in the sauce.
Like, if that's all the character does in their entire
Yeah.
existence, is
Yeah,
if they
die,
just
then
serve a
Yeah.
male
there's no
character's
real,
work.
Yeah, but
like,
we've-
reason to do it if that's their entire literary device.
And again, we haven't defeated sexism, much like we haven't defeated racism. Okay, I'm not disputing that we don't need to still, go leaps and bounds with our treatment of.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not going, with the conspiracy that female characters, are dying less. They're just dying less in this way.
I didn't see you really hung up on the dying thing. I'm talking about we're really hesitant on a broad scale. And again, I'm going off vibes. It's not like I have fucking statistics in front of me, but neither do you.
I got the numbers right here.
And it's okay to disagree, but I'm just saying, for me, for my money, and I stand very firmly in this, I think by and large, we're terrified to do harsh things to female characters. That's not to say that it doesn't happen.
I guess in terms of the most graphic content that you could do to them.
No, that's not. You're still doing the thing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, on average, we're a lot more timid in how we treat our female characters as opposed to our male characters. And I think by and large, that has to do with an overcorrection, a well-intentioned overcorrection, because we have historically treated women not much better in fiction than we treat them in real life. So I'm not
That is
saying
often
there's
the
not
case, yes.
inequities to rectify. The issue is nobody gives a fuck about doing horrible things to male characters because the power imbalance, blah 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 blah. There's not a giant fucking movement for to treat men better in fiction outside of red pill forums on Reddit.
Yeah.
So and
I don't even think they want that though. Most of those
Yeah.
cases are people wanting them to be edged up and face the
No, dude.
most pain.
Do you want
No,
them to be
no,
edged up?
Yes, they do. They do want to be edged up. No, they want to. They want moral justifications for their dark feelings about their wives. Shit.
They want that edginess. They want that grief and pain and stuff.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
want this to happen. So, if your audience wants this to happen, then that double standard is literally demanded for. Then it's not going to get fixed.
Yeah, see, yeah, it's and I'm looking at this from a trans feminine perspective as somebody who's witnessed something similar happen to trans stories. It's that when you what I think Joe is trying to say is that they're overcorrecting the issue to the point where you're not even able to really portray the gritty real reality of some things that really happen. So
Yeah.
People die all the time. There is
from
traumatic stuff that happens to them, but it's you're also existing in a narrative environment where characters do have purpose beyond their deaths too. And
Sure.
to actually be explored before you do it.
Why
You
are
have
we
time to do that.
presupposing that it's not though? Because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the
Most of the time, it
voice
ends up happening
ends
though.
the end result I'm sorry, you go ahead, but I'm just like I it's okay. I just I feel like I'm like that's not the thing.
I'm just saying that is how these types of edgy deaths usually end up working. Like, they die and that's all that they have been remembered for was that they died. And then they come back the next day.
I mean, I'm gonna be real though. Like a lot of it's funny though. Like a lot of those edgy deaths that you only remember for them dying edgy. It's funny because if we're talking about that, the death is not the issue. And the edginess of the death is not the issue with what you just said. If you really interrogate it and really think about it. If Alex from Green Lantern, the OG fridge denizen, had been more of a fleshed out character. What's up?
I said my baby boy, the original fridge.
The original fridge. if the original victim of fridging,
It's the lack of
Kyle
depth and
was just
only
a fridge.
purpose.
Exactly.
Being a fridge the whole time.
Exactly.
It's like
if she'd
you
been
can
around for
portray
30
it.
fucking
It's
issues.
an object. It's a novelty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can
I mean,
portray anything.
in her case, yeah, she
not
was a
literally
legit
anything.
character beforehand. Like that was actually a legit case, similar to Gwen
Yeah.
Stacy, where she was like a legit person and stuff.
No, I mean she's better than a lot of her contemporaries, but actually my point was the opposite. Was that part of the problem with her. So I've said this before and I stand by it. Alex from Green Lantern was better treated than a lot of female characters are treated when we're talking about the trope.
Mm-hmm.
However,
it's just a very prominent example of just where the name came from.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, even Alex,
how many
though,
characters do die in a fridge?
No. Well, yeah, I think shit. I shouldn't have used Alex as an example because she's the progenitor of the trope. So I'm trying to think of a different one. But in to just use general terms because we all know what I'm talking about. If you have a character and they're not well developed, they're not fleshed out. It's what AJ was saying. Is that if you then kill them, the only notable thing to remember about them was their death. Because otherwise, they're just like dead female number.
Because then it's like it's talking down to the reader, the audience, being like the main character cares. Now you should care. They had this predetermined experience that you never saw.
Yeah.
We have no reason to care. That's when it becomes a problem.
Yeah. But to circle back to what I was originally saying, like you don't inherently like. Sometimes it's okay to just kill a female character to get a reaction out of the audience. Because the issue is not the death itself, really. The issue is why because like the issue is like what was the context, like what was the totality of that character before, like how was she written previously.
Indeed,
the issue at the end of the day is the disproportionate. It's not how the
exactly it's the inequity
dies, it's the disproportionate treatment of like female to male characters, like how you treat exactly.
But then you get dumb fucks on the internet who don't even understand these terms to begin with, and they have high-speed internet, which was a mistake, and they get to start fucking doing fake feminism jousting, and it's
in some cases it is performative in terms of defending whether this happened unruly, and sometimes it did happen unruly, and this is just 1 in a million, and you can't really
my
change
Twitter
the fact
feed.
that it happened.
All my Twitter feed, unfortunately, is like endless examples sometimes, some days, because also the algorithm does intentionally show you things that upset you. So, I mean, this could be a component of it too.
Well, you're on Twitter, so that's kind of your bad, Joe.
Well, unfortunately, not everyone has moved over to Blue Sky, the superior platform. But
get on it.
everybody should go fucking get a Blue Sky platform right now. It's so much better. Holy shit.
I wasn't on Twitter originally, anyways.
But truly a man ahead of his time. But
on a related note, my favorite problematic trope, and one that I think needs to be in media more, because then I'd feel truly represented as the gay best friend who frequents a library trope. Because I am a gay person and I frequent a library. We need more annoying gay characters.
Yes.
True. True. Yes. More annoying gay. Gay. That's a trope.
Well, Bruce Timm has the perfect movie for you.
That's actually how he advertises it to his friends.
That's how he got people to watch it.
Frequent the library that you go to. That's
That's
literally
the only
so
reason.
specific, but it's a trope. Like,
Yeah.
Oh my god! I wish Summer were here because she'd be having a field day with this. She was saying originally that
Make
she
Barbara Gordon's gay best friend DC canon.
she already exists, and I don't remember her fucking name, but she's trans. And
Alicia,
she's
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Far better character. Like, don't get me wrong, what I was saying on that one was a joke. But
No, I know.
Alicia Yao is the better, famous friend always. It's a shame the movie never came out.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I was responding to somebody. Which movie are we talking about?
Batgirl. Yeah.
The Batgirl movie.
Yeah.
The Batgirl movie? Did you say?
The tax write-off movie.
Yeah, the Batgirl movie.
Oh yeah. I wanted to see that movie so fucking badly.
Man, Brendan Fraser, man, come on. Bring him back. Get him in
Who
here.
was
Brendan
Who was
Fraser's Firefly.
Dude,
who was the main actress again?
What was her name?
Leslie Grace.
That's it.
Thank you.
Leslie Grace.
I thought that was it, but I didn't want to say the wrong name. Dude, she looks so fucking cool in that.
Man.
I wanted to see
Yeah, she like had such
Yeah,
an epic
she
suit.
does.
She even like went in the final version of the suit to like make a wish and stuff. Like that is awesome.
I genuinely believe that even if that movie had been terrible, it would have been a very enjoyable kind of bad.
Yeah, exactly.
I 100% believe that movie would have had heart and soul, and that it would have been like fucking like, even at its worst, it would have been like, it still would have left me feeling kind of warm inside. I mean, like,
I'm sorry, but just like,
but
just like everyone's opinions that I disagree with here, like, I'm sorry, but I disagree on the whole, like, trust me, bro logic that, like, WB pulled on that one of saying, oh, yeah, that one would have been bad, but the Flash movie was great, sold that one.
God, see, Victor, you can be right sometimes if you try hard enough. You should do that more. Like, shit, you can come around. Fuck. Yeah, no. Fuck
like, it just seems like hypocrisy that I don't buy and just
like,
call out as BS.
No, I agree. No. I also like I think maybe it was down to sexism, where they were like,
yeah, definitely seems like it.
Yeah, no, like fucking like on the one hand we have Batgirl. Did you guys know that she's a girl? On the other, like,
I had no fucking idea.
Like, I mean, because like,
I thought it was Batman.
If we had the option, we'd rename it to Bat, but then people would be really confused.
Yeah, it'd be a weird French movie from the film noir era. I think, unless I misremember, I think there was a movie called The Bat, and it was about a guy that killed people with guns.
We also have a movie coming out called The Dark Knight, so yeah, I could absolutely buy that being the thing.
You are fucking joking. You are joking.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of that one.
Unrelated to Batman movie named The Dark Knight.
Doesn't it have like Armie Hammer or something?
I'm gonna
it has Armie Hammer, who was originally supposed to be Batman.
Yeah, right. It's a chance now.
Oh, shit.
Armie Hammer is a crazy name, by the way.
I'm fucking Jesus Christ! Oh my God, I hate that.
All right, there we go. I was right. I wasn't hallucinating this time. Look at the chat.
Okay. Yeah, there was a movie.
All right, movie night. Let's get it.
By the way, Star, I don't know if you're still present, but I'm so sorry that you have to listen to all those fucking nerds.
Yeah, sorry about
bombarding you.
We love you.
Nerdy nonsense.
Okay, but thank you for being the normal person in chat.
Yeah.
There have been moments that I like thought about speaking up, and then I'm like, everyone's too passionate.
I'm sorry. We just take the shit seriously because we're broken. No,
who's this we? Who's this we?
AJ? No. He's right.
AJ?
No, I'm with him there. I stand by that, actually.
AJ, look me in the eye. You can't right now. But look me in the eyes and tell me that you are an altogether healthy person. Go ahead.
That I'm an altogether healthy person? I mean, I'm fat, if that's what you mean.
No, I meant like mentally.
I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm better off.
okay. So, like,
But I
No,
can
I
stand on my
legit
own, I
know.
think.
but Star, go if you. I mean, if you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. But if you want to, like, if you want to, like, come in here, like, it's okay. Like, what do you want to? What do you want to say, sister? Speak your truth. Live your truth.
Oh, I mean, moments passed, but when you were talking
No,
about
it's not.
poetry-
We live in a
Rewind
time.
We got this.
Time isn't real.
To be fair, I don't remember what I was gonna say,
Okay.
so clearly it wasn't that important.
All right.
We're not passionate. We're broken. It's so good.
See,
That's the
I have
tagline
too many
right
memory
there for the,
issues, so when I say that
channel.
like I can't remember something, and I don't say it's not important because typically somewhere along the line, something that I probably forgot among the millions of things I did probably were, and then I'll
Oh no, that's just what
torment
my mom
myself for
says
the
if I
next hour.
forget if we forget what we were gonna
Oh,
say about a
same.
subject. It's just it must not have been that important.
Yeah. You ever
I
like?
don't know.
Am I the only one that gets like existential dread thinking of the otherwise promising ideas that have flown out of my brain?
Oh god, yeah.
Yes.
What's
Yeah,
out
Yes,
there
I
in the
do.
ether?
Mm.
That's been lost.
Always. I've forgotten so much, which is why I've had to write down things like a maniac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why
yeah.
every line I write is like, it's like borderline unreadable.
I love it though. It's so good.
Yeah.
You got
Like
yeah,
something will pop into my head, and I'm like, I need to get this down now. Only I will understand this.
Oh, I totally
Sometimes
do the same thing. Yeah.
you got to sift through the soup. Chris showed me the script for Deadpool 2 last night, and I was gonna look through it, and I had like no
It's
edit.
terrible.
Honestly,
Indeed.
I was like, "Shut the okay." I'm gonna get real with you for a second. A little bit of tough love. Stop doing that. Seriously, it hurts you. Don't do it. And I
Stop
say this
doing
as
what?
somebody who does it too. But like everybody here, I'll take the heat off Chris a little bit. I'm gonna direct this to all of you because I love you, but you're all broken.
Hey.
So you all do the same
Hey,
thing
we're
that I
all
do.
broken.
So you all, including me, stop being so self-deprecating. Nobody actually likes it. It's not cute. It doesn't make you sound humble. It just hurts you. It's far better
I'm
to
not
do.
humble at all. I'm
I'm extraordinary.
You should be a little bit more humble, but it's okay. Nobody's perfect. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. Unless everybody just like it actually damages your brain to be overly self-deprecating. It's okay to like put your work out there and be like, I don't know, it probably needs a lot of work, but I'm interested to hear what you think. Stop, all of you, because we all write here. Like, please stop giving people your stuff and being like, I know it's trash. I know it's so bad. Like,
just read a little
no.
bit of it.
No, just be like, hey, yeah, it needs a lot of work, but just tell me what you think. Like, don't shit all over yourself unless you're into that kind of thing. In which case, stay away from me because that's like the one yuck that's the one yum that I yuck. You know, like I can't
I think
stand
my
the
problem seems
gonna be
less to be
so
about
real
the
That
quality.
what,
and
you making that
Yeah.
joke like surprised whoever was fronting, and I wasn't here until 2 seconds ago.
yeah,
So
yeah.
they're gone.
Okay, well, yeah, like cowards, a lot of them.
Welcome to the party.
So you know, just,
They were just like, "Whoa, when was that? When did that get brought up?"
you know,
I
you gotta
feel
be
bad
fast.
for some of them.
Gotta-
To be
Sonic
noted.
Boom.
No, it's
Gotta be
fun. It's
fast.
funny. It's funny as hell. Like,
But like,
but
oh, I just hold on. I just want to zero in on Chris for a second, real quick, and then it's anybody's
I'm
game.
being targeted.
But Chris, I love you. Stop going down on yourself. Stop calling yourself a dummy head.
Stop
Stop
calling
talking
down on
shit about
myself.
yourself. You are like a really great writer.
Oh.
You are an amazing human. You're like super talented. You only disservice yourself by shit talking yourself so much. You are awesome.
Yeah,
and you should
Big agree.
you put yourself
Oh,
down
love
all the
hour.
time. And it,
Oh, no.
speaking as somebody in the mental health field, like it genuinely does damage your brain. It actually rewires your brain in a very negative way. So I always try to tell people I care about to avoid doing it because it's actually dangerous to your health. Positive affirmations have the opposite effect. So it is. I'm not saying that you should genuinely be like an arrogant fuckstick,
It's
but
the best
it is
thing.
far better to do what I do a lot of the time. Actually, that's part of the reason why I play around and I joke and I talk about how awesome I am. One, because it's funny and it's cope because I hate myself, but also it really is meant to be a form of like radical self-care because if I let myself, I will shit on myself endlessly. Not
That
shit
sounds
myself
painful.
at the same time, to be clear. But like
You were the one into that the whole time.
Aha!
If you're into that, stay away from me.
It was
No, I'm
me,
into
very.
I'm into women in skin tight outfits strangling me. Get it right. So
No,
I mean,
I
who
put
isn't?
laxatives in your coffee.
You know what? Hell yeah, Joe. Live your truth.
yeah, dude, like fucking, you know, when my man Spike was like, "I love a woman who can kick my ass," I had a sexual awakening. Anyway, so, fucking,
Let me
Go ahead.
let me dish out some like praise because like we're really bad about like being like open about this sort of thing because we're like, oh, are we like over like complimenting? But Chris, my guy, the whole survival of the fittest is the fucking best script I've ever recorded, dude. That's like I've been voice acting since I was 16. Like that was at the very beginning of it all, and that is still the best thing I've done.
Oh.
And your writing has improved so much since I met you, what, like 2 years ago? Like it's gotten. I was gushing to my wife. I was like, I looked at this man's script and I had nothing to add. Like I was like, no, this is good. I think for context, when I read through Chris's script, I think I edited one line for readability, and I added one joke at my own expense because I saw an opportunity. No spoilers.
So good, by the way.
You'll get it when it's. I name drop myself. You'll know it when it's there. But I love fourth wall breaking characters.
Yes.
But I put in a self-referential joke, and Chris was like, "Yeah, that's going in the script." But I had nothing to add because it was so solid. It was so funny. It made me laugh out loud multiple times.
Oh, I feel so fortunate to know all you guys. It's been such a fun ride. I couldn't have done it without all of you. You're all so super talented. I feel so lucky.
It's so wild because like it's been going on for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, right? Like,
shit.
5 years. Yep. Almost.
Oh god, no, it hasn't been half a decade. Fuck my whole life.
I told Casey, our Betty actress, and she's like, don't say that to me.
Oh man.
So wait, when was the first official Mandu project? When was that?
I wrote it in
Captain
July.
America.
America. It released April 3rd, 2020. Holy shit.
Yep.
I can't. You know, actually, wait, sorry. This is a very me centric thing to say, but that's cool because like April 3rd's the anniversary. Will be the 1 year anniversary of me finding out that I was a system. So that's cool.
Hey,
that's cool to know.
That is really cool.
But
nice.
That's a cool connection.
Oh god. Yeah, so the deadline for Moon Knight was June 1st, 2022.
Oh no.
So I've been here for almost 3 years, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Man.
Yeah.
God, I remember before everything had gotten out and everybody was being like precast, like all the leads. Like I remember when like it was just like every one of the Avengers was in the server, but we hadn't done anything yet.
Yeah, I've been bullying Chris long enough that he doesn't do that anymore.
Oh, also, just because like genuinely, because they're big fucking losers, and Lily and Jubilee will never tell you directly, Joe, because they're bad at being like telling people how much they appreciate like them, because they just suck at that. But like the way that you wrote the opening like narration of Spider-Man episode 1 like fundamentally changed how they went about writing Fantastic Four, because it made something click in their head. Like genuinely.
Oh shucks. Well, thank you. I am trying to be better about accepting compliments. See, so I'm just gonna say thank you very much. I'm happy to have touched some people that way. That's cool.
You touched people?
Usually with great satisfaction on their part. But, you know, it's a fucking. This is a family stream.
You're digging your kids.
This is not a family stream at all.
Under that logic, yeah.
I was like, Christian Minecraft server.
I missed the part.
Yeah. I feel I've taken 1 million years. I feel like less like a failure, but more like, you know, I have to take like so long to make something that I'm working on. not be a failure project and instead be on the level of the amazing stuff everyone here has worked on and really made really cool. But I think I've now picked up the pace somewhat despite my delays.
Yeah, you've been doing amazingly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like straight up, you're doing a fucking phenomenal job.
Yeah.
Like I'm always fucking impressed by like everything you do. Like holy shit.
I had a weird moment the other day because I've recently been medicated and it is helping my ADHD a lot. But it's helped like the actual like creation of content and stuff and writing, and it's just been a wonderful add value to my life, or value add is the phrase, excuse me. But the horrifying realization I've come to recently is that now that my thoughts are better organized and I'm much better able to sit down and commit for hours to working on projects, the problem is still that I'm doing too much. Like, that's my problem right now. I used to be that one of the reasons my scripts would take so long is that it fucking would take me forever to fucking like put in enough time to actually finish a thing. Now it's, I'm responsible for way too much and I can't finish it in a timely fashion, and I'm still mad. Like that's why the Spider-Man notes are still taking so long, because I realized I'm like, oh, I need more time. And like there's Moon Knight episode 4. Moon Knight's in it. Spider-Man episode 4. There's the Batman script. There's the next episode of Apex Shadow, and then the finale also, which is kind of like part of the same thing. There's Chris and I are still working on another project for my channel Chris, we really need to try to find time to Chris and I are developing an original audio drama together, so it's like a shared property, but it's on my channel. But before the year is out, Chris, I think that's a doable goal. Before the end of the year, we will be publishing an episode. Easy. But that was a horrible realization for me. Is I'm like, oh, even when I'm medicated, I'm still running into roadblocks, just different roadblocks. Like, I don't have enough time.
It's true, yeah.
Shit.
It's hard balancing all of that. So much stuff going on. So little time.
If we could all quit our jobs and live in a writer commune.
Let's do it right now.
That would be interesting.
That's why you need to set up a Patreon, Chris.
Chris, I'm being serious. Like, I really, I'm putting. You gotta do it, man. It's only a positive.
For the commune. We gotta get that going.
Yeah, we need to make like one of those like content creator like YouTuber houses like.
But it's
a big farmland out in Texas.
If I was fine before, I would definitely lose my mind there.
Yeah, I would be the asshole who would demand like detached housing. Like I'd be like on the property and I would contribute to the commune, but I'm like not living in the same house. Like I'm gonna be like, you can give me the shed out back, but like I need you people. I can't live with you. I love you all. And I'll be like over here like 5 feet away from everybody, and but if I don't have like a detached space to go to where I can fucking scream obscenities,
you people, oh my god.
Yeah.
What do you mean, you people?
The gays. What? No. So
no, you know what? I'm also sick of me. You know.
I was talking with this with some of the people in my the server for Apex Shadow a while ago, and I was talking about how I'm so grateful that I've engendered such a reputation that I can make some really we'll say spicy jokes, and people in my circle know me and they're like, oh, he's being ironic. Because Jesus Christ, if the wrong person clipped me, my life would be ended. Like I'd be Max Landis into oblivion. And the sad thing is I would go on to like fucking the live stream or whatever, and I'd be like, I was being ironic. It was a dumb moment clipped out of context where I was trying to be funny.
Make an apology.
And the thing is, people wouldn't believe me because of course they wouldn't. They shouldn't believe people when they say that. But it's like, no, but I'm telling the truth though. Fuck.
You made an apology video. You used the ukulele. It was too.
I was just gonna say it needs a ukulele backing track. Like, yeah,
exactly.
I'm gonna fucking finally come out as even less straight just to buy some points towards unlocking my F slur like a kill streak.
Like a battle pass.
I'm gonna like
kill.
oh man, I gotta like hit up a male friend and be like, hold on, I need to suck your dick on camera. To save my career. Like I just need to fucking like I need to leak this.
He's giving them all free clips, Joe.
See, I'm kind of obsessed with the idea of playing Halo and then you unlock like a voice line where Master Chief says the F slur now. Like, I'm
That's worth the extra money.
hell yeah. And microtransactions never been more worth it.
You gotta. What's the name of is it the Reach is the name of the bad guys in Halo? I'm not a big Halo guy.
I don't know.
The Covenant,
The
or
Elites,
Flood?
I think.
The Covenant. Okay.
Covenant,
Oh no,
yeah.
the
Covenant,
Yeah.
The Covenant. Okay, you gotta raise
Reach, I
funds.
think it's some other thing.
Okay, you gotta raise funds for fighting the Covenant somehow. Like it's important, man. Like wars are expensive.
It's true.
You know. Like sometimes you just gotta get on Only Chiefs and make some money. Okay?
Only
Like,
Chiefs.
you know.
That's
We got-
EA's excuse here.
You know, like,
Armies need the money, people.
it was either that or Cortana starts selling feet pics, and that's a hologram, so it's just not hitting the same. Okay,
Oh,
like people
man.
are not paying money for that. You know what do you?
People are not
You
into what they can
underestimate how
face
many
or-
people would pay money for some 3D artist on like Twitter or something to make feet pics of Cortana.
Oh
man.
no! I'm talking about like in the real like
In
like
universe.
yeah in
God.
universe like.
I think people would be desperate.
I know how much money people pay for Cortana's feet because I see commission sheets sometimes on DeviantArt. I'm like, oh my god, okay. And no hate to NSFW artists, but it's more like the fact that people will pay money for those, and it's like
It's not the NSFW artists, it's the people who pay them.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You better not.
Gotta get back to the guys
Themselves
supplying the appetite.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly,
It's like, you know, it's like, guys, you could just like fucking like I know the program. I'll send you a link. Like just like fucking get the programs, get the assets, and just fucking make your own wank material like a true Renaissance man. Like what the fuck are you doing? Like
And people literally requested it of me once.
oh
Look,
shit.
some
Oh,
people
Yeah.
can't jerk with what they work with. Okay.
Do you think it would? Do you think
That
it
is
would
true.
ruin
No,
it
that
for
is
those
true.
people though if they knew how it was made? Like if they knew the behind the scenes of the image that they made, that would just ruin it.
no, it is true. Like I've because I
Yeah.
used to be big into photography, and I've taken some very provocative pictures. And I've never been able to like I've never looked at my own work and gone like.
Mm-hmm.
I've looked at my own work and gone like, yeah, so and so is a really beautiful woman. That was a fun shoot. I have never looked at my own work. And, oh man, fuck, like you know.
I was thinking maybe it was like when somebody becomes vegan because they find out how like beef is made. Like
Hold on, Sonic was posting in the chat.
Oh.
You guys ever sit there writing a script and suddenly it hits you that the scene doesn't move forward with the plot at all? Yeah,
that was the
sure.
entirety of the first draft of Fantastic Four. No shit, like.
Boy, it took 6 years. No, I say that with love. I'm guilty of it too.
No, you were no. See, you were completely right because it in fact did take almost an entire half decade for episode 1 to come out.
And it's going to take an entire half decade exactly for.
Do you
the Beast
outline?
to come out as well?
Me,
Yes.
I do, but it's too. I've come to the realization within the past like year that it's too overcomplicated and over detailed, and I used a certain outline I made for a certain project that is gonna hopefully get greenlit eventually.
Sorry, before I forget, I should have asked you this like forever ago, but it just never came up, and I always struggle with this if I mention you when I'm talking with Chris. So I'm gonna get this out of the way right now. Pronoun wise and such, like, what is the best way to address you? Because I never want to fuck it up and be an asshole.
No, you were completely okay. If you're referring to like all
The
of us, I just say they. Yeah.
Like, okay, so they is cool. All right, like, because I'm always like I'm always trying to be respectful, but it's just like I don't want to. I just don't want. Hey, you, like, I don't want to be caught like in that situation either. Like shit. Okay, cool. So Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just had a moment where it's like, fuck, I gotta get this out of my brain space before I forget again.
No,
Okay,
I
cool.
appreciate it genuinely because like I know it's like a complicated thing. Like and I appreciate it because like yeah, a lot of people kind of just keep like refer to us like we're one person. I'm just like, no, don't do that, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Indeed.
But I do outline. It's just overly detailed when I do, and I've been trying to cut down on that. Because like I've been trying to like get outlines down to like 4 paragraphs at most, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It really
Sonic,
doesn't.
you were muted. You could have just eaten your dinner on stream like a boss. You could have been making the most annoying lip smacking sounds of all
We
time.
never would have known.
No one ever
Guess
would have
what?
known.
I ate a Kit Kat 10 minutes ago, and no one was able to tell.
Yeah, shit.
The
I mean, I don't
power.
know. Maybe he's like going to eat with family or something. I
Bring the
understand.
family on.
Yeah,
Jokes on
for
everybody
fuck's
here. I've
sake.
been playing Dragon Ball Sparking Zero the whole time, and nobody noticed when I threw my controller across the fucking room.
So my wife and I
Trying not
are.
to fall asleep. So
Oh, are we boring you? No, it's okay.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this
I'm on
boring to
medication.
you?
Oh, are you okay?
yeah, no, I got whiplash recently.
Oh no, that's right.
So I'm
you were
on
saying.
muscle relaxant,
Oh no!
Oof.
Okay.
and I'm on it 3
Yeah.
times a day. So I took my second dose, and now my brain's just like, you should go back to sleep again.
Oh, I mean, you can do whatever you gotta do. You can
Yeah.
even get off if you want.
Yeah, please take care of
At
yourself.
least one of us here can sing relatively well. I'm sure we could crop up a lullaby. You know, we could
Yeah.
fucking.
Yeah.
I think that would be kind of weird, but
soundscape
yeah.
and stuff. I get that. We get this.
For yourself.
Yeah.
I'm the singer.
Star and I have a bond built through many years now of shared trauma in the VA space. Okay, like you know, fucking. It's weird if you do it because you know why, Victor? Because you're fucking Canadian. But other than that,
Wow.
yes,
Wow.
yes.
You
Throw
as
out
a
the C
president.
word like that.
Yep.
Whoa.
Holy shit!
Well, I haven't sucked enough dicks to unlock my F-slur pass. You see, so like I can't.
So you're trying to take other passes.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I gotta.
Yeah, neither fuck. I can't even say it. Damn it.
Collecting them
You
like
think
Infinity
ours
Stones.
is weaker, eh?
Oh God.
Oh man.
No, but sorry, if you have to go, it's okay. But you can. But also, nobody's looking to kick you out. Like, you know, it's good having you here.
Yeah.
I just feel bad that you don't feel like
We
you
know
can.
that.
Yeah.
I can't speak for
There's
anybody
not
else.
much for me to contribute. I don't know enough about comics.
Well, clearly the answer is you got to read some more comics.
Neither do I. It's a cool little secret. I don't know
Whatever
shit
you
about
do,
comics.
though, do not ask anyone in this server for recommendations because there'll be like lists and lists and lists. Like,
I mean, well,
That's
yeah,
true.
it's more like it should be the appropriate question is like, what kind of stories do you like, Star?
mhm.
Yeah.
I like fantasy.
It's kind of just like with any sort.
Oh, hold on. She was actually giving an answer. What did you say, hon?
I like fantasy.
You like
I'm a
fantasy?
fantasy
Okay.
girl.
Do you?
Have you read the Adventure Zone?
No.
That's
Oh, that-
good.
yeah.
If you like Critical Role and stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I actually
yeah.
haven't read a
There's
lot
also
of
Critical
comics
Role
in
comics,
general,
so
just because it
definitely.
tends to be really overstimulating for me.
Okay.
I
Valid.
did read a graphic novel recently, which I think I talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Which one was that?
It's called Magical Boy.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'm not familiar with
Oh.
that one.
I've heard of that one.
It was really cute. I need to read the second
Are-
volume.
Are black and white comics easier for you to read?
I don't know. I haven't tried.
Okay, that's an interesting
Yeah,
idea.
that could possibly be something.
Yeah, there's some good fantasy black and white stories. For sure.
Yeah.
Mhm. Like, I know a lot of cool fantasy stuff, but I also I know you're also like really sensitive to like certain like extreme like themes and stuff. Is that easier for you in comic form, or is it still like pretty traumatic to read?
I mean, I'm getting better.
Okay.
Like, I'm getting to the point that I can write dark stuff now.
Okay.
That's
No,
good.
I'm trying to like
Yeah.
calibrate my I've read comics constantly for 36 years, so I'm just trying to like fucking like filter my library in my brain.
Okay,
you know,
old
like,
man.
I am. I'm getting.
I thought you were about to recommend like Berserk or something.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
I would not like Berserk. I don't. Think.
Yeah.
I really don't.
No.
Yeah.
Like even like
Whatever.
even some people made us some stern stuff have a lot of issues with like some of the depictions of women in Berserk.
Oh yeah, I've been putting off reading Berserk for that reason.
I do think I will say I do think that anybody who's not especially I hate saying sensitive. Anybody who's not especially vulnerable, I think should read Berserk in spite of what you've heard. I think you should be forewarned that there's some dark stuff in there. There's some SA. There's a lot of blood and gore. And
Every sin you can imagine is in it.
yeah, no, that's true. I do think Miura has the best of intentions a lot of the time, unlike some like manga creators, where like I think they really do have a lot of sexism and other like fucking like really gross stuff going on.
Yeah.
I think Miura genuinely tries.
With him, it comes from an authentic place.
Yeah,
which is why I admire it. I'm on the big volumes. I don't know. My roommate has some. I'm on the third one right now. I just started it. I just started reading like the Golden Age stuff, and it's like, man, like some of the panels, the artistry is incredible. Like
just to
some
think
of the
about like the hours it must have taken him to draw like a single panel.
Like, oh my god, and this was like back in like the 80s and stuff. Like to think of like, because I'm an aspiring comic artist, and like I can't even begin to imagine some of the stuff he would have had to have gone through. As far as like, or I'm sorry, as soon as like the first volume too, there's one sequence where it's like I don't know if you've seen that. I can't remember the painter, but it's like a I don't want to say liminal, but like an impossible space of a series of staircases. And it's going every direction. It's like, vertically, horizontally, upright, upside down. And there's a sequence like that in Berserk, but it's for like multiple panels. It's more than one drawing. It's like, how the fuck? How?
Yeah, like how do we do this?
Insane.
Yeah. No, I'm looking for a panel that doesn't have any fucking like fucking because Star, you're also an artist.
Sort of.
I you are a fucking really talented artist. You're a great fucking artist.
Thank
Remember what we said about not
You
letting
fit
people
the
be self-deprecating?
requirements of industry.
I must defend my friends from themselves. Fucking no. So like this, I'm gonna drop a panel in chat. It has like nothing objectionable. It's just the main character sitting in a window, but just you would be able to appreciate the artistry of this because it's so fucking good. I know AJ knows the panel I'm talking about. Here we go. This is like so cool. Like just the detailing on this is fucking ridiculous. Yep, and that's on pen and ink.
Oh, holy shit!
The city, establishing shots as well, like of the kingdoms and stuff, is incredible.
Oh god, no arm.
Like there's not just he lost it in a completely good fun way.
He was so happy that it just exploded right off of him.
I didn't need that anyways.
Yeah. No, but like some pretty cool fucking disabled amputee rep, but no.
God damn, I don't want to be Berserk now.
Saga has some really sad stuff. But do you guys think Saga's? I mean, Saga's more sci-fi though.
Yeah, that's
like
definitely more.
I know I'm a really hard person to recommend stuff for because I have a lot of sensitivities.
I hate that phrase so much. But yeah,
kind of boring.
What phrase? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
She said sensitivities. I hate people calling sensitive.
Okay.
I hate that word because it's been abused so much.
And it's just like, what phrase is that? Like,
no, but it's okay. That just means that if I personally can like finally find something that like you're able to read and then that you like really like, that's like fuck yeah, let's go. Like,
and to say my own thing too. Like I won't claim that it's the same with me, but I'm very similar in the sense that like it's difficult for people to recommend stuff to me because there are just some themes that really fuck me up when I read it. Yeah. And it's the reason why I'm personally avoiding Berserk. Like like that sort of thing. So like,
Sure, yeah. No,
Like,
I do. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Oh, I can handle like some gore. Like I enjoyed Legend of Vox Machina. I loved Violet Evergarden, which had
Oh, yeah.
some gore. But
Definitely
wasn't
should recommend you
overly
those comics. Critical Role did like extended stories on some of their NPCs and main characters from
Yeah.
their stories, so definitely should check those out.
I'm trying to think
And I
this
and
is
also
good
want to
comics.
again recommend Adventure Zone because it's very much
Mm.
Vox Machina esque. It's similar where it's a D&D campaign that they just sort of made into a comic. I think it's based on a podcast, a D&D podcast. Similar,
Yeah.
very similar to Critical Role and Vox Machina. So
You know what? Oh,
yeah.
sorry. You were trailing.
No,
off.
I'm done.
I was jumping in too early. I'm sorry. Actually, it's funny. I think American comics are probably. I'm singling out Star because, of course, our dear system over here is very familiar with American comics, obviously. But Star, you're the normie in our midst. I think American comics might be uniquely well suited for you in a way because people can recommend stuff to you on, like, for example, like an arc by arc basis. Like I could theoretically go like, oh, read this Batman story. It has it because it's like a usually arcs come from like in anywhere from like sometimes they can be 2 parts, so 2 issues. Sometimes it's 3, 4, 6. You don't normally see something longer than 6, especially in the last 20 years, because 6 issues is what goes into a conventional trade paperback. So I'm speaking generally, okay? We all know there's outliers, but like normally, like things nowadays over the last 20 years are written in 6-issue bursts. So you could theoretically go like it's a little hard to be like, read Spider-Man. There's nothing in Spider-Man that could ever possibly be triggering to you, but it's a lot easier to like fucking know a storyline well and go like, nah, yeah, read this 6-issue superhero book. It's got cool shit in it and nothing too yikesy happens. So now I'm trying to just
I'll say
Spider-Man did the thing.
Yeah.
I'll say it's a double-edged sword. Because I feel like with American comics, you can only find the good stuff through recommendations because of how much history there is behind like all these characters. The most popular stuff has been around since I want to start reading Batman. You're not going to start with the 1930s, you know. Like,
well, some people say that I've met many people that won't read American comics because they refuse to accept the idea that you're not meant to read everything.
I feel like a lot of people don't understand that if you pick up like any random issue of like,
you can just start there.
Like literally what will happen is, especially like in the 20th century, you pick up like a random Iron Man issue and there will be like a 3-page like bit of exposition where you learn everything that's happened that is relevant to this story.
And sometimes they'll explain their origin
too, but it works. Like, that's like
it's case by case though.
They do that a lot less though too in the modern age, I've found. Because I think because it got memed on so long. It used to be, you're absolutely right, that like up until like the 80s, even the 90s, like like every 5th Iron Man arc would have like Tony Stark be like fucking
Tony Stark.
I used to be the biggest rich douchebag alive, and then when I made things to blow up brown people, and then some of my own brown people killing machines got into my heart, and I met oh wait, no, Yinsen wasn't in the original story. No, he was. He was. I've read the first Iron Man issue. I forgot. Okay, so I met a problematic Asian stereotype, and he was murdered by my captor, who was also a very problematic Asian stereotype.
Slightly more problematic than the stereotype that I saved.
To the point where his actual name was a slur. I was about to say it on stream, and then I genuinely wasn't sure if it would be safe for YouTube to say. I didn't know.
I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it's 2 words that in isolation are not a problem, but anyway. But yeah, and then I built a piece of armor to keep the shrapnel from entering my heart. And originally, the conceit of Iron Man was that he would never be able to take the armor off. And then a few issues later, Stan Lee and was it Don Heck? We're like,
I think so.
we're like, that's kind of dumb. We're not doing that. And he was at least able to strip down to just the breastplate. Anyway, I'm going off the rails. But like, fucking, if you read that, it has like nothing to do with anything that's happened in the last like 50 fucking years.
It's not
Very
related
true.
to who Batman is over time.
And that's why I think
characters evolve.
that's why I think manga appears to such a broader market, and why it's like kind of kicking Western comics' asses a lot is because they're sold on premises, not by names in history. There are exceptions, like like Dragon Ball or some of like the like there are classics, or One Piece is another good one. And like the most popular stuff isn't like almost 100 years old. It's like past decade, like One Punch Man, My Hero, like that stuff that's come out recently.
The earliest of the really, really popular manga is like the 60s, or like and like the godfather of shonen was like Devilman by Go Nagai, and that was the 70s. Like,
oh my god, I feel like an asshole. By the way, I've been neglecting our stream chat. Has anyone been looking at the stream chat?
I've glanced at it here and there,
and not like a video. I'm gonna be so real.
Okay, it's just one guy mostly. And Eve says hey.
Yep.
By the way,
I've looked at channel on occasion multiple times.
Yeah. Okay, cool. People are like actually listening to us like fucking blathering on. Okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I just had that horrifying realization. I'm like, oh my god, are we being terrible?
You're okay. I get it. But like, I think
can't
another issue that could present itself with being like, oh hey, like you should read this American comic is like unless obviously like you do the whole like here's like this 2-issue arc or this 6-issue arc, like if you go with the modern stuff, like especially if somebody isn't really into going back and reading stuff from before the year like 2010 or like before the year 2000, like nowadays, right? You have to tell them, okay, find the beginning of this run by this writer. Like find.
Oh god, yeah, because you can't. Everything has to be renumbered every 6 years now.
Even and not only is that confusing on its own, because like not everybody understands like that. Like there's a difference between like volume whatever of like a trade paperback and volume. Whatever.
I had to explain this to my wife once. I still remembered the brain damage it gave me.
Like it's really fucking complicated. Well, on top of that, right? Like if you get somebody into like say like I'm gonna use the Hulk as an example again. Like say you get somebody started with Immortal Hulk. Like it's not the most like beginner friendly, but I
would argue it's a terrible onboarding place. I feel like Immortal Hulk is made for Hulk fans.
Yeah, no.
It is for sure, but it's like I wouldn't really preclude someone from starting from that point. Everyone.
No, I would argue you can enjoy Immortal Hulk as a Hulk virgin. Everyone have their
quick thing. Is Immortal Hulk, is that the one that's illustrated by Ryan Otley?
No, that's the
that's the really terrible run that Donny Cates did.
Right after.
Ryan Otley.
Yeah, that's too bad because I think Ryan Otley's a perfect match for Hulk.
Yeah, right.
No, the art's good, but no, like Immortal Hulk is something you can read on its own. I think the reason I say it's a terrible onboard is because none of the emotional beats hit nearly as hard as somebody who's invested in the Hulk.
Indeed.
When shit happened with a certain Joe Fixit, I was just like, fuck yeah, dude. Oh my god. He's my baby. I love him. He's so evil.
For context though, just the reason I was recommending American comics is because of, to use Star's phrase, like because of her sensitivities. Because American superhero comics are, and I'm not downplaying them. I'm the last person on earth to say that American superhero comics are just for kids because I fight those people. by which I mean I fight children. No, I mean I fight those people that make that argument. But like I do agree that most mainstream comics operate within a certain rubber band, where there are occasionally really dark stories, and they've gotten darker overall over time. But I'd feel a lot more comfortable making a broader recommendation of an American superhero comic that is still otherwise like really good.
You're most likely gonna have one that's more innocent for kids.
Yeah, where it's like
it's because it appeals to everyone.
A broad audience, exactly. It's family content. Yeah. That's why, by the way, I get mad when people try to downplay. I get mad when people downplay criticisms of comics as literature because they go, "It's for kids." It's like, no, it's made with kids in mind. You stupid fuck. It's not the same thing as children's entertainment. Like
I would love to continue this discussion, but I have to go.
No, you
thank
don't.
you for joining us, AJ.
I do have to go. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was
But,
actually
I do love this discussion, though.
What's happening?
We'll miss you. AJ's leaving us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Not forever. Just leaving the live stream. He's not quitting.
I'm going to a farm out in Oklahoma, and I'll be with you in your hearts.
It's gonna be a little hard to voice Doom from Oklahoma.
It's gonna be what?
You're gonna have to yo.
It's okay. If you quit, that means I have another chance. So it's okay. You can quit.
That's true.
Oh wait, that reminds me. Can you announce that like?
Oh no, not yet. No, wait.
No. Let's delete this conversation from our minds.
The entire stream has been deleted. It's over.
Well, I mean, the name was never mentioned. The name.
I don't think about it because those casting pages are technically like public to anybody who can find
it.
it. That's why I didn't think about it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I meant that. No, I wasn't. I was just like, look, it's Doctor Doom. I was just like, yeah, you know what? You're right. I completely forgot that those are public.
Yeah, that's just why I was thinking about it. But okay, sorry. But anyway,
you don't have to apologize. I just completely forgot, genuinely.
I rely on people to forget that sometimes because I not like my show's big, but I'm always telling people like, hey, don't spread spoilers. Not that anybody cares.
Yeah.
Because I remember, because I only remember because like a few streams, not a few streams ago, like I want to say like a year ago, I did a goblin voice on stream, and I wanted to do the same for this particular character, and leave you with that. But I wanted to get the green light first, and if not, it's fine.
Yeah, do the Doom voice. You can do it. I believe in you.
Okay.
I've come to make an announcement. Reed Richards is a bitch-ass motherfucker. He has pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his stretchy fucking rubber dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife. He said his dick was this big. And I said, that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Reed Richards, you've got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. 12 points, no rubber, no pillows. Look at that. It looks.
Victor,
I can't read the entire thing.
Victor, I need to remind you, Victor. Richards can just make his Richards bigger.
Doom does not need such modifications.
My statue stands tall and proud.
This could be a fucking out like
over
content
my
short.
domain.
The first thing people are gonna hear from this version of Doom, y'all. This is the best. This is why I'm still alive. I love this.
This is why I say all the time the best thing about these live streams is nobody watches them. Nobody watches them as content.
Everyone have to worry about it.
I mean, I still like I lost a game I was playing. I was playing Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, and I lost because I was listening to the auditions, deciding who was going to get the role. And I hear, "Who leaked my nudes on Twitter?"
Anyway, that was fun. I'm gonna go drink a shit ton of water now.
Yes, enjoy that water.
Well, yeah.
Be good to yourself. Remember, AJ, no self-deprecating. None of it.
I know. I'm learning.
Doom does not self-deprecate.
It's true.
Yeah, he does the complete
Yeah,
opposite.
actually,
A lot of the times to a fault.
Just
Yeah.
affirm yourself in Doom's voice.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the key. It's a good
Just start
Scream
reminding
at the-
yourself in the
scream at
third
the
person,
mirror.
too.
That's actually a good
Yeah.
tip for myself. On that.
Get
All
that
right,
Doom
see y'all.
voice
Take
out.
care.
Oh, you too,
Peace
AJ.
out.
Farewell.
Oh yes.
Man, I'm so happy for AJ because
yes.
it is true. I'm not gonna lie. There's a tiny part of me that's like really sad because Doctor Doom is on my villain bucket list. Genuinely,
Oh, yeah.
I don't even like
Same here.
I don't even like the Fantastic Four that much, but I've always loved Doctor Doom, and it's
Hey.
on my bucket list. But if anybody had to beat me, I'm glad it's AJ because he's fucking awesome. I love that dude.
Yes.
dude, your auditions were great too, though. Like,
No,
straight
I'm
up,
not
they
looking
were
for accolades. I'm just saying, like, I really love AJ, and I love what he does. So I'm so happy.
Yeah, he did.
I'm like,
He
all
did
right.
get some good work. So yeah,
Yeah,
I
he's
know that he at least got it.
the only thing I'm worried about from a selfish perspective is if we ever go big, because I would love to one day do like some Dark Reign type shit, and I want to have at least one fucking scene somewhere where Doom just calls Norman a bitch, and I'm just kind of sad because we can't. I'm and this is not a slight against AJ because he has a very chameleon-esque voice, but I still worry that there's not enough distinction between his different voices to pull that off. So it does make me a little sad.
And then Thor shows up to beat them both. Huh.
Yeah, but that's my only regret, really. I don't know if you're planning on filtering his voice though at all for Doom because of the mask. I don't know if we're putting any
there
effects
probably
on it.
will be a little bit of a filter, like that sort of like
Mm.
Earth's Mightiest Heroes thing that they
Ooh.
do in that show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's an easy effect to do too.
Yeah,
They did
oh,
a few
yeah,
shows
yeah.
actually with Doom in the modern age.
I feel like it's actually pretty essential. I do. I feel like like because
Yeah, I
it's
mean, it makes sense. You know, it's very
Yeah.
Vader-esque, and
Yeah,
Vader
and it
also
puts-
filter out there.
it further like separates him from humanity in a way, which I also think is like
Ooh.
if it just sounds like a
Classic
guy's
Doom.
voice. The only time, funnily enough, where I haven't missed the inclusion of something like that is with Cy Templeton's interpretation, which is more what I go for. That's my favorite depiction of Doom in media, which doesn't have that. So it's just really funny. But outside of that, I'm like, no, Doom needs a little echo, a little fucking, maybe a little, filter kind of thing going on for me personally.
I definitely kept
I
in mind of the filter
cannot-
idea.
I want to
Which
go.
ones to be applied.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Like, yeah. Anyway, continue. Sorry about that. That was just
No.
a brief
You're
tangent.
completely okay. I interrupted you. But God, I need to go into like the director's chat or like something and gush about this moment that I cannot wait to hear AJ do when we get to it. If Fantastic Four actually gets to that point, like if the MADU doesn't just explode at one point, like
We all
I
get
cannot
canceled.
wait for this because it's like the thing where that like determined that I was going to go with the big major change I'm making to the mythos later on.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. 1 second, Enterprise. Star, we love you. It's okay. Get your sleep.
Oh, sorry.
Please,
Please
absolutely.
please come
Yeah,
again.
no, please.
Seriously.
Thank you for being here.
The last thing I'll say, seriously, Star, I know you probably feel a little maybe insecure about not having much to say. It doesn't matter. We still love having you at these.
Exactly,
It's really
yeah.
cool having you here.
Yeah.
Even if you don't have a lot to say, it's fun to have a normie here, and genuinely, I'm sure everyone here would also love to turn you on to some really cool comics if the opportunity arises. So,
Hey.
that's it. That's the speech. Go get your sleep.
Yes.
I
yes.
will.
Yeah, please sleep.
Thanks for
Bye-bye.
being here.
We love you.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
But yeah, no, like oh my God, I need to like I'm not gonna spoil it because it's like one of Doom's big moments in like a later season is I just need it. I need to like talk about this because he's gonna fucking kill it. He's gonna fucking kill it.
There's a few cool scenes I'd love to see this crew do. Or at least the ones that have already been cast and stuff that I'm doing in the future. But yeah.
Oh, you know what? I want to like bring this up, like when obviously like we're all writers. Like writing a thing I'm writing for a character that I voice without saying really what it is because I want to keep that under wraps for now. Sometimes I'll write a bit for the character in the script and I'm just like, oh fuck yes, I'm gonna do so fucking good at this. Oh my god, I'm gonna do so good.
Oh, that's such a good feeling.
Yeah. I have to go back and edit the so I wrote like literally over 2 years ago, I wrote a short for Moon Knight. Which originally was going to be like an in-between quote, and now I think Chris and I decided it's now the first sequel technically to Moon Knight Long Nights.
Yeah.
It's the draft is done. It's just I didn't have the plot fully solidified, so it needs some cleanup to make some things work. And it's just been sitting forever. And I keep telling Chris for like years now, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go back and finish that. I need to fucking finish it, but it's so wild writing for myself.
Oh my god.
It's the same way I feel writing for Batman because I'm fake. I'm feeling much more confident, by the way, about the Batman script and performing it because I have been doing nothing but practicing my Batman voice for the last like 6 months. Last 6 months, like constantly.
Hell yeah! I was hoping that you would be the one to voice Batman.
You were one of the people that actually convinced me to do it because originally I was really apprehensive about it, but it was you and I think Hatter and I think Chris were all like, "No, fuck it, you should just be Batman."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, I mean, if people are really jazzed about me doing it, I might as well just say fuck it because how often am I gonna get this chance?"
Hell yeah!
That's true. It's not a usually offered position.
Yeah. So it's but it's also it's such a huge responsibility.
With great power comes great responsibility.
That's true, yeah.
but yes, there are moments in Batman where I'm like fucking writing it. I'm like, I can't fucking wait to do that shit because it's so cool.
Yeah. Hell yeah! I'm glad it's not just me.
No, it's funny. So I won't spoil what it is, but I will say the opening scene of my Batman script, funnily enough, that has it's technically not the opening scene because the opening scene is the origin, but the origin feeds into the first time we see Batman in a way that I think is like really thematically appropriate, and I think is also going to be very emotionally effective. Which is why I don't want to spoil it because it's kind of a different take on Batman and not in like a Rian Johnson kind of way, just in like a fucking you're not. It's a new take on the murder of the Waynes and a new take on you'll see what I'm doing with Batman immediately. I don't want to spoil it. But in the first scene with Batman, he literally just says like fucking like hold on. 5 or 6 words at the end of the scene. And but it's also kind of like my mission statement on Batman in this new universe. And I really hope I can make it land because it's so important to be emotionally and it's like my fucking, declaration of intent with this Batman interpretation. But I get so
get the intent out there,
Well, it's because I'm so fucking rabid about those Batman Twitter takes. So it's kind of like fucking like this is like shut up. This is a very multifaceted, very but
you can't beat Twitter. I'm sorry, they'll just ignore you.
I don't expect. Okay, I'm writing it for me as an antidote to the poison that Twitter has put into my brain.
Oh yeah, true.
You know what I mean? It's like I know that I can't.
Sorry about
Yeah.
that.
I mean, I'm broken forever. I'm closer to 40 than not. There ain't no fixing me, bro. But I'm just saying, like, fucking, like, this makes me feel good. I got to the end of that scene and I was like, yep, nailed it. Batman is funny, man. Writing this though is such a. Spider-Man's my favorite fictional character, but then Batman's like number 2, and like I never had any trepidation about writing Spider-Man, but I think Batman for me is, much like Grant Morrison would say, to me, Batman's like a mythological character. Yeah. So it's like fucking like daunting. Writing Batman, a new interpretation of Batman is like, oh God, I'm not worthy. I can't do this. But sorry, I got way off because I'm rambling about the intensity of writing Batman. But all to say that yes, Enterprise, I understand what you're saying. I totally do. Yeah, like I write stuff for myself. Whether it's Moon Knight or Batman, and even writing the Mephisto scene for Ghost Rider, I was like, which I just told Chris, I'm like, hey, I'm writing Mephisto. I'm Mephisto now. I'm the fucking devil. Shut up. And Chris was like, okay. And even writing that scene, I was like, I can't wait to do this shit. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait.
That really comes through in the performance you give too, because I could tell that you were fucking reveling in that, dude. That was awesome.
I
you know
hate
what? Guess what, Joe? Guess what?
What?
You're not done.
Oh no, I know you're doing like some Inferno shit. I'm excited, man. I love fucking. It's funny because I bitch all the time about being kind of typecast as villains, and I still
I'm dragging you back to hell.
I still hate that I play really good villains apparently, but I couldn't. I was like, oh, we need a devil. Obviously, it's me. And by the way, I know Mephisto is not the devil. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Don't ruin it for me, okay? Like for all intents and purposes.
One of many, but you know that's semantics. You know?
Yeah, like exactly. He's like it's like he's the one that we care about. Shut up. You know what I mean?
Literally.
It's like yeah, like it's a distinction without a difference almost.
There's maybe 2 other ones on the listings of them that matter, but most of them don't. Like,
that actually brings up an interesting question because Enterprise is here. Did that that's another question I should have asked forever ago. Is that how you want to be addressed, like by name, because I don't know, because obviously I can't know who's fronting at a given point in time. So, like, what's the?
We're not sure. I'd say so because like we have a different sort of cringe ass little system name now, but we still go by.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that was sorry. No. I literally forgot.
No, genuinely. Dude, don't worry about it. We do not care. Like, it's completely okay. You were completely fine. Like,
I'm just trying to be chill. I don't want to be a dick, so I'm like fucking. Like, I'm just kind of rolling with it.
I get it, and I really appreciate it. I just keep doing what you're doing. I'd say just like because like. We've kind of gotten to a point where we don't really care how people refer to us, so long as they refer to us as they, if they don't know who's around.
All right, so as soon as I unlock that F slur kill streak, I'm coming after you. Okay.
Fuck yeah. As soon as I've done the like dick sucking multi kill,
And speaking of Enterprise, I know you've asked for it, and the auditions will be up soon for some of my fellow mutants. So
let's fucking go.
Yes.
Oh, but
they'll be able to apply for some of them. Anyway.
Oh, awesome! But let me ask this question before it leaves my brain. So are you still gonna do your Johnny Blaze project?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did I fuck you over, or did because we never really talked about it. Did I fuck you over, or does it still work?
No, you didn't. You didn't. And if anything, because it's a shorter project anyways, and like we're still kind of developing it, and by that I mean the person who is specifically in the system writing it is still developing it. If anything, like your story like helped a lot.
Hey.
Yeah.
Looking forward to some Johnny Blaze content.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's just difficult to get some things done because like Fantastic Four and the other thing we're working on is that more people work on those, but with Ghost Rider only one of us does, and she only fronts every once in a while.
Yeah. Okay.
Like with Fantastic Four, we have 2 writers kind of like fucking up that script. Goddamn.
Absolutely.
Jubilee is going so goddamn fast. I don't know how the fuck she does it.
Okay.
She's too excited about portraying her favorite little Jewish rock man.
Okay, I just wanted to double check because I know, like, for example, like I really gotta prioritization is a huge thing. We don't talk enough about that when you're writing multiple projects. I do need to. I think for Madhu, honestly, I might have to push Spider-Man episode 4 back even more, just knowing that I'm turning some future episodes over to other people, so that even if there's a longer wait for episode 4, again, things will come out faster overall still, because more people will be writing the scripts.
Yeah, exactly, it'll all work out.
Because I think...
I definitely am putting a starting plan together in terms of delegation and stuff, in terms of my schedule and speed. It's just I'm not doing that right away. I'm doing it in a more co-writing fashion. because of like the plans that I've already put together.
I think for me the only roadblock I'm having right now, and if he's listening to this, like it's okay, I still love you. The only thing I've noticed is like once I put like the outline together for like the fifth episode of Spider-Man, because I'm still writing the fourth. Like Hatter wanted to write for Craven, and he's like the one I haven't heard anything from about the episode. So Hatter, if you're listening, I need you to fucking be part of the process, buddy. Pretend that if you finish the script, you get to shit in Kathleen Kennedy's coffee. Okay, you'll feel
he's on it. He's writing it right now.
sufficiently motivated. No, but like, so I've actually been feeling a little pressure, and not in a negative way. Not in a negative way. Nobody did anything wrong. But I know a couple of weeks ago, Layla was asking me about gang war. And I realized something, honestly, that Chris and I discussed way back, where it's like, shit, this is relying on so many heroes, and it takes place in a very specific point in the timeline. So I know that I had talked about just writing a script and then like fucking like having everybody involved signing off on it. But I think it's just going to be a movie length project.
Yeah.
Instead of a series. I think it's just going to be a big script, and it's just going to fucking be like, here we go, duh. But I might have to make that the new priority, because I'm realizing like, I think it's the last episode of Jessica Jones leads into gang war. Like I need to get this done, and I'm realizing that. I'm like, shit. So, logistically, it was just kind of like a fucking terrifying realization. I'm like, shit, I think I need to prioritize gang war. Fuck. Like,
oh fuck no, I'm having that realization about the crossover I was planning.
Yeah, that's the only problem with the crossover is just like having like lives. Yeah, like it's
like nailing it down. And stuff.
Yeah.
I've
definitely gained there eventually. I guess it kind of helps the pressure and the fact that everything is a prequel. Spoilers on X-Men, but everything is before most of the projects everyone seems to be working on in the sort of 2020s era, while stuff I'm doing is more like early 2000s, pre-2000s and 90s and such.
Joke's on you. Fantastic Four takes place as the latest thing in the
timeline. Sneaky.
Yeah, that's sort of a different thing where it's like far future, sort of opposite sector, but it's like, and paradoxically, because you had things set in the 60s, initially, you're one of the few characters that I can mention. Is Fantastic Four missing, 20 years ago kind of references,
Yeah.
We'll have to see. I know too, like the Enterprise wanted to do like a Spider-Man Fantastic Four like crossover thing. Like I almost feel like it'd be fun to do that as its own standalone production. Yeah. Like in universe, like in the Madoo, but maybe if we did something like that, it could be like a fucking like instead of an episode of one or another show, maybe it could be like its own feature. Like, hey, here's the Spider-Man and Fantastic Four team up kind of thing.
See, I definitely think that's
Spider-Man and his amazing friend.
I definitely think that's how we should do it if we end up doing that, like in like a big way, because like I feel like the thing about when you write a series for the Madoo, you kind of like it's kind of almost half disconnected from everything else, but also it is connected. So like you don't want too explicit of like, hey, look, the Hulk is here now in your story.
Yeah, well, I get that. I remember the first time I ever went on Hatter's podcast, I remember actually getting into a friendly argument with him. I guess I should call it a debate. A friendly debate with him about, I think you were there, but I was talking about how he was like, I want to see these characters like crossover because they all exist in the same universe. So like it should feel like they all interact and they all cross over and they all exist in the same space. I'm like, I'm perfectly fine with like Spider-Man's story just purely being a Spider-Man story.
Yeah. Oh yeah, see that one of the things that I really liked, which in like Daredevil, was like the little brief cameo.
No, I like those things. I'm saying I also don't need them. Yeah. That's all. Like they're not essential for me.
I'm agreeing because I think like that's how you really do the like this in the shared universe without it being like hey, look, this guy's derailing the plot. It's like, look, Spider-Man's swinging around anyway.
All right.
Yeah. For every minute every MCU film felt like an Avengers Light film. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for a certain point when like there's a lot of different characters that have been introduced and like they're all therefore meeting with each other because you have a whole bunch of projects within a year.
Yeah,
to
And
show off that nature.
and this is why Coulson is a big part of Fantastic Four, because I was like I kind of want that connection to the wider MADU, but I don't want it to be like, here's this other superhero who derails the plot. Like here's the like I was just like, oh, okay, well, who would best fit this and like be like less of like it's not like I'm having like fucking it's not like I'm having fucking like I don't know, like Jessica Jones just show up for no reason. like just to be like, hey, look, there's Jessica Jones. Like it's just like, oh well, like Coulson's here and he's the one who's like bridging the gap for the whole MADU thing, and then that's his role. And like yeah, I'm like spoiler alert, Bruce Banner and Tony Stark are gonna be in episode 2. They're gonna appear at the end, and then they're gonna have like supporting roles in episode 3. But like
very cool.
But
very
like that's about it for like the connections to the wider MADU in that sort of season 1 sort of thing. Like the rest of it, this is the Fantastic Four story. Like, and I really like that we can just do that, because it kind of like reminds me of how I would feel when I was like a kid, like watching like behind the scenes shit about the DCAU, like how they kind of treated them all like they were like kind of in their own little world, but also like each series was kind of in its own little world, especially like the solo ones, but they did connect. Like that's cool. Like I love shit like that. That's better. I like that a lot.
Yeah. No, that's those minor bits of connective tissue.
Because like logically, these people aren't going to really meet. Like I know the joke is that there are like 2,000 superheroes in New York, but New York City's kind of big.
New York City is larger than some smaller countries. Like what the fuck? Like come on.
That's why so many superheroes live there in the first place.
And that's not even to mention some superheroes who live in New York do not live in New York City, like the X-Men don't. Like the X-Men do not live in New York City.
They do not. No. I do initially feature them in New York, and that'll be one thing for their debut. But it's like, no, they're going all over the place. Time,
I mean, of course,
space,
New York is the center
reality.
of the world, right?
It's especially offensive saying that to a Canadian. Like, also, you got to remember, like our people are at war with his people. Don't forget.
Yep, I know. That's why I'm like, fuck you guys. New York's getting nuked in the first 6 months.
Dude, my people are at war with me. The fuck are you talking about?
No, that's fair. No, it's. I'll tell you, man. It's weird to be like, I hope my country loses this fucking war. Like, let's go. Shit. Like,
first.
Like straight up though, I think like genuinely, I know like we've been kind of like all of us have been kind of sappy over the course of this.
It's okay. You can glaze a little bit more. I like.
Yeah, I'm going to.
What? I'm sorry. That was weird.
Oh god. No, for the joke.
It's funny. But like, I genuinely like being part of this is like one of the greatest honors of my life, because like this is cool as fuck. Like I know like it's cool in like right. I get to write all this shit. Like, you know what I mean? This is awesome. I get to voice my favorite fucking character in all of fiction, dude. And like that's fucking cool. Like 3-year-old me would be like, would have a heart attack or some shit if she found out what the fuck was going on.
Oh yeah.
And if she found out, sorry.
EID jokes.
But like, it's also just like, dude, I get to get like the behind the scenes scoop on this shit. I get to see all this shit in development and be like, yes, I can't wait to hear how they put this together. Like, But I think another thing about this group that's just great, and this is more of a personal thing, is that like this group has really helped me like start looking at my work as like being valid and real, because like when I wrote thank you, when I wrote the final draft of Fantastic Four episode 1, I remember reading through it and I was like, this fucking sucks, but like this is the best it's gonna be. And then like my boy Brian got the edit together and I listened to it and I was like, oh my god, wait a minute.
Right?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, no, fucking yeah. It's this group has genuinely it's funny too because I know I'm kind of like the Prince Zuko of a fucking audio anomaly, right? Where I'm kind of a firebrand, and I also don't partake in like all the social activities. Sometimes I'm kind of like off, like being like a sixth ranger, if you will. Too cool for everybody else, but I do genuinely love being part of this group, and it genuinely has been like life changing, not in like some monumental like fucking like foundational shift. I'm not gonna glaze that hard, but definitely like just being a part of this collective has like genuinely improved my life and much the same. Like I've gotten to make some fucking awesome projects
Yes.
that I don't think there's no way it ever would have and I feel so lucky. I genuinely I think Chris made a terrible decision casting me for Moon Knight, but it's kind of like a task failed successfully kind of thing. Because this day there's still like one motherfucker that if it were me, I would have cast that guy. Mostly because his Irish accent was way stronger than mine. I don't know what the fuck that thing is. That's me every time I try to be Jake Lockley, but people seem to like it well enough. Nobody's been like, get that fucking fake Irishman off screen. Even though sometimes I can hear myself struggling to hold the accent and nobody has shot me for it. So like, cool. Anyway, off topic, but I feel that because I really do like this group has genuinely been like such a wonderful opportunity. And I the only thing I hate about Audio Anomaly is nothing to do with Audio Anomaly. It's more I try so hard to write these really fucking emotionally affecting scenes, and I'm so proud of them, and I'm so proud of our actors. And nobody ever fucking like comes on and like when they're commenting on Ghost Rider, nobody talks about like for example like the fucking wonderful heartfelt scene between Danny and his mother, for example. And I'm always like, oh, fuck you guys then. Jesus. It's just like, I can't wait till you write an audio drama about this person. And I'm like, and then like fucking I get in one of these calls and I get to hang with my people and I'm like, oh, it's all work. It's all okay. All right, the anger sharks are subsiding.
Yeah, it's just YouTube for you.
That's
anger is subsiding.
It's just people who it's not even a YouTube thing. It's people who consume media, and I have to make peace with that. But
yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
You're also gonna have people say first, you know.
We haven't had that. Yeah,
like anytime I look at like other people's responses to shit like that I write, like especially with like Fantastic for episode 1, I'm like, is nobody gonna comment on like this really specific bit that like I put my fucking heart and soul into? No. And then like, you know, I'm here in like with everybody else, and everybody else will be like, yeah, that was really fucking good actually. I'm like, yeah,
it's the collective that like it's the other people on the team that will praise you for the actual autism bits. The audience is this is a live stream. I have to be careful what I say.
Remember, the audience is here.
We love you. Stop being angry that the Spider-Man character's curse, please.
Yeah, no, that I'll just curse at them all day long. I mean, I've told people in the YouTube comments I don't care if they're mad. The only reason there's a warning at the start of episode 3 is just because I'm tired of listening to those people. Like, because I do read the comments. Like, I check everything I've made for this channel. I go back to like pretty frequently just to make sure I haven't missed any comments. Because I like responding to them.
That one's gonna be evident.
Well, no, but it's more because I like responding to people. Like if people are gushing, I like to thank them. That's why. Because like it's not even about like jerking myself off.
I'm conflicted about that, considering that like the very first time I checked comments on YouTube, I was literally like, you know, blackmailed, and I was like a little kid. And I legit believed that this person had.
Wait, what?
Like they legit like said that they were gonna like dislike all my videos if I didn't like subscribe to their channel.
Well, then what you should have done is just like I don't know.
Like I was like 10 years old then, like you know, just
I'm sure. So that would have. No, yeah, that would have hit. Well, that would have hit differently too. Listen, even as a grown man, I had people harassing me at one point when I was trying to make a certain channel go. And they were harassing me, like, because anytime I would fucking upload a video, they would like it immediately. And I think I was like 22 or 23 at the time. And it got to me. It got to me. It didn't like ruin my life, but there was a thing of like, you know, I would like put effort, what I thought was effort at the time, really low effort content, but I was trying in my own way. As much as you can try with undiagnosed, unmedicated ADHD. Okay, this is the thing. Like, effort is a dicey prospect in that context. But you know, it's like I put effort, quote unquote, into this thing, and I put it out there for the world, and just like immediately, some disingenuous fucking dickbag with mommy issues, most likely, fucking just is like, I'm gonna dislike this fucking video. Fuck you, dislike. You know, that shit hurts, dude. Like that shit sucks. Like.
Yeah,
I know it's cool to say on the internet, like, oh, it doesn't get to me, but no, it does. It does. Like shit, you know?
Yeah, if it's something you make, especially, it's just like
Yeah.
man, that comes from my soul. That sucks.
Exactly.
Like,
Indeed. And
Yeah.
like no matter what you're making, and like that's sort of that point, like do that sort of, I guess, conflict, I guess, you know, I'm probably gonna end up like only checking things like once in a while, I guess, for my videos that I'm gonna be the one contributing for.
Yeah.
Stuff of like looking at them comments, seeing what people say about the X-Men.
You're gonna get garbage in the X-Men comments. I'm not gonna lie. And it's
that's just because a lot of X-Men fans are garbage.
Well, it's not even that.
Where's Wolverine?
That'll come up. It'll also I have a feeling you're gonna run into the same problem that we have with Spider-Man, wherein, and I find it so funny that it took me so long to figure this out, but like people aren't gonna realize.
I'm so glad you didn't make Beast into a cannibal.
No. But people are not gonna realize this is its own separate original continuity. And that's going to lead to a lot of comments like, why isn't this like the Thing? Or like, what comics is this based on? There was that one guy. I'm sorry if you're listening. I'm not trying to do the mocking voice. I apologize. You don't deserve that. We just get a lot of inane comments sometimes, and you have to roll with the punches. So I'm sorry. Guns on safety. You're fine. Random listener. But yeah, I think you're gonna run into that with X-Men, especially with the somewhat resurgence in popularity.
Yeah,
like,
indeed, they've been rising up recently, and like, yeah, there is like a whole vibe of what they like expect from this team.
Yeah, and the bigots are gonna come out in force too.
Yes,
genuinely,
the bigots who strangely have been into the X-Men and not getting what it even is about.
Yeah, those of us with mod powers are gonna actually need to fucking be mods, I imagine, because I think we're gonna see some fucking shit.
My X-Men.
The Stan Lee thing is fucking funny, by the way, because they always jump on the quote where he was like, yeah, I didn't really originally intend this to be a giant allegory for civil rights. And then it's like they stop reading. Because, like, usually when he's quoted on that, like in the same paragraph or whatever, he's like, but then I saw the way that readers were responding to it. And I was like, oh, fuck yeah. And so then we would later lean into the civil rights allegory a lot more. It's like you literally are picking and choosing.
Yeah.
You know,
that's the big part
there. Far more engaging character.
See, that's also one of my favorite things ever too, because like I like when people take what some people said like a couple of decades ago, or like something like with George Romero, when George Romero was like, "Oh, Night of the Living Dead isn't an allegory for the civil rights movement," and then like a couple of decades later, he was like, "Oh yeah, no, it totally was." Like,
yeah, like it's a lot of retroactive stuff, and like they only count it when it's from the OG, and even then cut bits of what he says. So.
Yeah.
Well, I think
it's like, dude, so sometimes they're just gonna lie about it because like it'll bring flack. Like it's probably you're probably like wrong. They're probably lying to you. Like it totally is the allegory. It is an allegory. Yeah. They're just lying about it.
Well, I think Stan Lee was being genuine when he said that bit about. Like,
I know.
Like, he is upfront with his stuff. Like that's
and I think that's kind of unique in that instance. Like, you know, I think Stan Lee really his ego, I think, shrunk. He got his ego, I think, better under control as he got older, like towards like the later aspect of his life. I'm not trying to whitewash Stan Lee. I know there was definitely some problematic elements to his character, but the more I look into him, I'm like, I think he tried. I think he did. I think he, you know, he definitely made some mistakes, but I don't think he's like fucking Satan like some people try to make him out to be.
The X-Men are probably the biggest case of this, of him attributing to other writers for there are better elements in
Yep.
addition to his stuff
Yep.
when it comes to the X-Men.
Yeah. Well, I've
But
talked
yeah,
about it.
a lot.
I've talked about it before. It's really funny when people try to say like, "Oh, Stan Lee just wrote a bunch of fucking dialogue over Jack Kirby's art," and I'm like, using Spider-Man as an example. I'm like, "Oh, dialogue? You mean the thing that Spider-Man's like really fucking well known for? You mean like all those quips and shit that kind of really
The story.
you just
No,
fucking
it's
like
all just
wrote
the
it.
art. What are you talking about?
Well, you know,
Yeah.
like, well, yeah, well,
It's
because
just ad libs, you know.
Yeah.
Spider-Man has to say a verb and a
Yeah.
subject.
Yeah.
See, I
Oh, he
remember-
didn't do anything. He was
Whatever
just
he's doing.
writing out Jack Kirby's script, and I'm like, first of all, okay, I'm not gonna get on the whole fucking like Stan Lee standing thing, but I just because I do know he had some flaws.
There's some
definitely.
problems
But-
there in terms of how it works.
But I still love the guy. I still am like really grateful to his contributions, and I just I do find it the X-Men thing is really fucking funny to me because every fucking bigot alive tries to latch onto that one quote, and it's like if you just read 2 paragraphs down, like I swear to fucking God, like
Wait, I want to bring this up about like YouTube comments. There are 2 things I want to bring up. One,
Yeah.
One of my favorite types of comments is like when people just do not understand how writing works. Where I think I got at least 1 or 2 comments on Fantastic Four episode 1 where like somebody was like, "Well, like what did this mean?" And I'm like, "You're not supposed to know yet." Like I don't know what to tell you, dude. It says episode 1 in the title. Like you gotta be patient. Holy shit. My other favorite thing is when people just misunderstand like something super confidently and like they mean well and like I have to hold myself back from being like, well, actually, because I don't want to be a dick because they mean well. But like
Yeah, you gotta
Nah, fuck it, be a dick.
There was a comment in like the last couple months on Hulk Survival of the Fittest that like
Ooh.
I looked at it and like the dude said, "Man, the actor who voiced Bruce did a really good job differentiating their voice as Bruce and the Hulk." And I'm like, I didn't voice the Hulk.
Oh no!
I
Like
missed
read
that.
the.
I think that generally
You're
has
like, oh
happened
shit!
before.
I gotta let this guy like think
Yeah.
this. I really don't want to be like the asshole who's like, no, actually, I don't want to make somebody feel stupid. I'm just like.
No,
Like,
I
no,
think it's
dude, I
fine.
can't do that.
This
I was
is,
15 years
Fred
old. That was
Tassiori's
the deepest
life.
voice I could do. I'm
Nah.
sorry. I was
Yeah.
like, that was the deepest voice I could do before my voice would like voice crack and shit, like real bad, because I was like forcing a voice that wasn't mine.
Yeah, no, I get that. Funnily enough, that kind of brings it. That makes me think of Batman because I think one of the things that really helped me lock in the Batman performance for real. And again, it'll be a while before anybody hears it, but I remember because I have so many preconceived notions about like what Batman sounds like because there's of course Kevin Conroy's the GOAT and then there's like so many other like fun interpretations, but so it's like I was really insecure about like, oh, I can't hit this preconceived notion of how deep and manly Batman's voice sounds, and I think ironically the thing that helped me get to a much better place being Batman was like stop trying so hard to fucking attain this fucking weird like masculine ideal of what the character should sound like and just be Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Absolutely.
be Batman. And it just started coming way more naturally and felt more real and cool and awesome. So hopefully
I think I was like obsessed with trying to sound like Neil McDonough because that was the Hulk I grew up with. I grew up with that version of Bruce Banner. And like and so like I was just like I need to be
Classic
Neil McDonough. But I can't be. Like oh, I actually want to ask you about this, like in regards to like how you go about like doing the voice. But like, do you have like dialogue from like Batman media that like you like recite to like try to get the voice right? Because
yeah, I'm Batman. I do that all the time.
Yes.
That is a classic line.
I am
Number
vengeance.
one.
I am the night. Obviously, that's it. That's one. Funnily enough, there's this really oddly specific bit that I do to try to work on my differentiating between Bruce and Batman. There's this moment in the animated series from his no, not his Silicon Soul, Hardek. There's this moment from Hardek where
yeah, that's
Bruce
good.
where Bruce is locked in the robot or whatever is like breaking into Wayne Enterprises, and the security guard is like, "Sounds like trouble. You better stay put, Mr. Wayne," and like locks him in an office. And I'm gonna be very careful not to do my Batman voice because nobody's gonna hear me as Batman until the fucking audio drama comes out. But so Bruce is like, just as Bruce, he's like, "Stay put." And then in just the same frame, like just completely switches over and he's like, "I don't think so." And it's so it goes
God.
so hard. I don't know
Hell
why.
yeah.
Conroy
He
so
just-
much, man.
Yeah.
He
Kevin
just
Conroy is
seeing him shift out of costume like that was so cool. It just stuck
my
with me for
God.
like 30 fucking years. So funnily enough, I randomly just kind of try to do that kind of switch up
I
sometimes.
love that.
You know, that was
Something
another
I
thing
did-
too. The Bruce Wayne voice, which is more of a voice because Bruce Wayne can't sound like a fucking New Yorker. But you know, he's got a rich upbringing and and stuff, and also he's just a little bit more refined. He can't sound like me. So I don't go too crazy with it, but I am doing a voice when I do Bruce. But that was another case of like, stop trying so hard. Stop thinking about it so much. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just be Bruce Wayne. And it just happened.
indeed. Yeah, I think the ones that like I fumbled on the most are definitely the voices that like I thought too much on. Like
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You got to
and
feel
the
it.
ones
Mm.
that I put the most metal into are the ones that I did not care. And
Yeah.
that like like I just
Or
went
that you didn't
into it,
overthink.
did the
Yeah,
thing.
you didn't overthink.
Yeah,
I don't think it's.
that would probably be the better word for it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I did not
yeah.
overthink the lines that I work here. It's like I just went for it. The best gut feeling for what that voice would be, and then hope that would be enough.
Oh yeah, like Jake Lockley is hard for me because I have to think about it the whole time. That accent's really, I can do that accent well enough, obviously, but it is difficult because it's like I have to think about it constantly. Like it's not a performance I'm super proud of. I'm proud of the other two, but I'm not really proud of that one. Although I feel like I feel like I've gotten a lot better, of course, because it's been like 3 fucking years and I played the character now a couple of times. But go ahead.
Oh, sorry. But the reason I asked is because I'm just curious because I know like part of what finally got me comfortable to like do a bit more of a natural sort of deeper voice for Bruce instead of like forcing it like I did when I first voiced the character when I was in fucking high school was like when I started doing warm-ups where I would quote like the opening monologue that Bruce has from the Incredible Hulk animated series, the like lab journal of Dr. Robert Bruce Banner continued thing. That's like I do that, or like sometimes I'll do like something a bit more simple where like I really like the bit from the very beginning of the Paul Jenkins run where he's giving his little monologue about how life sucks and he's developed Lou Gehrig's disease, and he says like it's nothing, a cold, just a touch of the flu, and I'll repeat that, but like I don't know, I was just curious because like I that's one of my favorite parts of like voicing the character, that like getting into character I can just recite lines that have stuck with me since I was a kid, because that opening monologue for that Hulk show is god tier. Oh my god.
I feel compelled after you shared, like you just said that, I feel compelled to share a little bit of a personal story about Bruce Banner, because even though the Hulk is not like a top tier character for me, I definitely like the character and I've read more Hulk comics than most. It's actually funny. Astronaut can go suck a dick. However, it has one bit that I cannot deny hit me like a freight train at a really poignant time in my life, and it actually really helped me. My wife and I had just gone through a miscarriage. We were doing IVF at the time, and I think this was our second miscarriage. And by IVF, even with good insurance, is expensive as fuck, because fuck American healthcare. and it was rough because sorry, I probably should have warned anybody. I apologize if you're like listening to this and that came out of nowhere. I know miscarriages are kind of sensitive subjects. I wasn't thinking. I apologize, but I'm going to talk a little bit about emotional experience for a second. So if that is too much for you in context, like wait 5 minutes and then come back. But we had just gone through, I think, like our second miscarriage, so we spent a lot of money, and we were really doing great because our numbers were looking great. And then they fell off a cliff, and I really did. I used to, when I was younger, I used to be a lot more physically fit and healthier. I used to be a sword fighting instructor, so I used to be like really pretty together physically. I used to be pretty spry, even for a guy with a disability. I used to be like super active and pretty lean and agile. And the first time we ever had a miscarriage, it kind of broke me, and I fucking packed on tons of pounds, like over 100 pounds in weight. I became super agoraphobic. It was just a bad time. And years later, it's like, oh, we're trying again. We were doing IVF, and so this was like now the second time IVF had failed. This is like $5,000 fucking dollars later, and all kinds of shit. And it had failed, and I was feeling horrible. And there's that mimetic phrase that Bruce keeps saying in Smashtronaut, to kind of like maintain control. Where I think it's like, I do not what is it? I do not smash, or no, I do not break against these rocks. They break on, or no, he's like comparing himself to a wave or something, and it's like, I do not break against these rocks, they break on me, or something. And he keeps saying that like this story would be more emotionally effective if I could remember the damn quote now, because it's been a couple years, but he keeps saying it, and it's just like this really powerful mimetic phrase, and he just keeps saying it, and I don't know, that just got really stuck in my fucking brain.
Yeah.
And
I think he actually repeated it in like a Hulk run that I read. Like,
yeah, because I mean, it's when you got a banger,
Yeah, you gotta keep the banger.
By the way, like fucking like big ups to like, for example, like when whoever it was that immediately took over Batman from Tom King, I appreciate that they kept a little Bat Cat in there. Not just as a fucking a big
Alfred
fan,
the cat.
not just as a big defender of Tom King's Batman, but also just as like general principle.
Yeah.
Like good on whichever writer it was, James Tynion, I think, for maintaining some measure of continuity there. But but yeah, no,
Batman's
like
been kept on a few runs, so yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, I mean, to the chagrin of the internet, that's like a really fucking cool, I think, aspect of the relationship. But but that like Bruce Banner bit like has stuck with me forever. Even if I couldn't quite remember the quote when I started telling the story, but like fucking, it's just a cool moment. I love that bit in Smash Bros. Because he's sitting there on Starship Hulk, and he's like, everything's going to shit, and he's just like, nope. He's like, I am not going to lose my shit, even though I'm Bruce Banner, and that is what I'm known for. Like I have got this on lock. I am in control. I am powerful. Fuck you. And it was just really cool. I like that aspect of Bruce Banner. I like when Bruce Banner he's holding shit down, in spite of his own best efforts not to. Bruce Banner as a character is fun. Just like how X-Men, to various degrees of success, I think, can be effective for anybody who feels persecuted, right?
Yeah.
Any marginalized class can get something out of X-Men. There's been some discourse about it not being a perfect one-to-one allegory for this, that, and the other thing, and I think the thing, not to talk over marginalized groups, but I think the thing that some of them miss is that it's not meant to be. Because it can't be. It can't be a perfect one-to-one thing for every oppressed class.
Oh, for one thing, they're not the only ones pointing it out. Like,
and
they're also not the only ones missing the point, which is just that like it's supposed to not be exact, so you can represent all of them.
Yeah, it can't. You just it's like it's meant to be like hopefully you can find something in this. It's not going to be one-to-one to your experience because it literally cannot be. Like.
Indeed, it needs to like affect many experiences.
Exactly,
and I hope to at least reflect that somewhat as who I am. So yeah.
But I think that's something kind of like with the Hulk, because I think it's like the Hulk can't just be. I mean, you could make a very compelling argument that the Hulk maybe first and foremost should serve as a platform to like respectfully and helpfully portray DID. But I think the Hulk,
which is a fair one. For sure.
yeah. But I think the Hulk can like serve as like a really powerful allegory for mental health struggles in general.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's a
Like,
really cool
Indeed,
component.
it's told other ones too, and
Yeah.
like,
And
Because, like,
abuse
that's what he was
survivors
for.
and like, you know, all kinds of things. Like the Hulk is such a rich character for
because of the
Because
sci-fi
that's what he was
distance
for a
of it.
while before Peter David. He was just an allegory for mental health struggles. Because before Peter David, like the explicit like this is a different guy thing, like it was more like, oh well, this is just a facet of Bruce.
This is
Like,
Bruce's
this is
anger and alienation,
This
like
is
given
Bruce,
form.
but he
Yeah, exactly,
becomes
like-
very lonely and
I love those
solo.
portrayals just as much as the DID ones, honestly. Just
Oh,
because
yeah, I think
they're
there's-
so fucking fascinating. Like,
Yeah, I think
Indeed,
that
there's many
you
different
could.
great angles. for
They
the
could
Hulk.
have. I think, like, speaking in a vacuum, I think it could have just been that, and it still
Yeah.
would have been a great book. Like you know,
Yeah.
I'm not trying
I
to take
think it
away
would.
from the strides it's made for DID representation. I'm just saying, like, I think, like, you know, if it had just been that, it still would have been a great book. I think it's
Yeah.
cool that they found a more nuanced take on the character over the decades, but you
I
know.
think and yeah, I definitely agree. As somebody who's like the primary era I got into the Hulk comics with wasn't like any modern stuff or like late
Mhm.
80s 90s stuff. It was like before Peter David, like the like weird era of time for like 15 years where he was like a B movie character essentially. Like where he
Yeah,
just
and
fought
that
like
kind of
really
monster-
weird like, sci-fi characters for some reason that had
movie
nothing to
energy.
do with it. That was
Yeah.
cool as shit. And like the way that they dealt with the Hulk during that era is just awesome. But like, please let me know if I'm talking over you, Joe. Like, because like
No,
I know you
no,
also
no.
just like
No.
shared like a really personal story.
No,
in
no,
your
no, no,
life
no.
like
It's
that.
okay. I'm not like no. I was trying to add. That's all. I wasn't
Yeah.
trying to like take over the conversation. I was just like, you know, the way when you brought that up, I was like, oh yeah, like even me is like not like a super Hulk fan. I'm like, yeah, I can really appreciate this character and stuff. So you know, that's all I was trying to do. But you know, please go on. Like you know, I love hearing about. I love hearing the perspective of somebody who is like a ginormous Hulk fan. You know what I mean? 'Cause like me, I'm just a few steps above casual. Basically, it's like fucking like you know. Hulk is maybe like in my top 10 maybe if I had to pick a bunch of characters, you know, but
I'd say around top 5 probably.
Number one, baby, number one.
Hey.
But
As my top guy, it's still Tony Stark, Iron Man. You know.
if I can bring up actually my own personal thing with the Hulk, like
no,
obviously,
only my
like,
trauma on the stream. Get the fuck out of here. No, go ahead.
fuck, I did.
As I reach into the gun case for my F-slur. Go ahead.
Like,
And then I pull out the various clips just from the stream alone.
hell yeah, it's like I can only use this once and get away with it. And general, like anybody who's watching, anybody who's here, general trigger warning for like child abuse and shit. But like when I was a kid, I didn't really know why I liked the Hulk so much. Like I knew as a kid, obviously, it was like big green guy emits radiation and fucking punches people into the ground and shit. Like as much as I love the Hulk for being like a mental health like DID thing, obviously, like there is nothing fucking cooler than him fucking bashing Omega Red into the ground in Hulk versus Wolverine, dude. Holy fuck. Like, oh my god. I just rewatched that with my fiance the other day. Good movie. But
Awesome stuff.
as I grew up, like I started kind of realizing that the reason that the Hulk resonates with me a lot, and especially now that like I literally relate to him in the core way that he exists in. Don't know how I didn't figure that out earlier, but I was abused as a child, like physical, verbal, all that shit. And so like I also went through like a parental death a couple years ago, and he was one of the primary people in my life who did that shit to me. And so like my stepfather. And so like when I found out like the extent of that that aspect of Bruce Banner, that he is a survivor of child abuse. That was when I was like little, and that was my first real experience with like something similar to my whole deal, to my way of life. And it was in Hulk 2003, and that's part of why I'm so defensive of that film, because I think that is like the best way that aspect of the character's ever been portrayed outside of the comics.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And like, voicing Bruce here is like an outlet for me, because like it's like I get to kind of reprocess all of it in a way that's a bit healthier, because like I've already processed it in the worst ways I can. In this way, voicing Bruce here and like getting to do that in like reading the comics with obviously this new, like, I know what that abuse caused, and that like I'm not even the only person in my own body, that like that has helped me, like being part of this group and voicing this character has really helped me kind of get through a lot of that, because like I genuinely don't think I would have found out I had DID if like I didn't get so involved with this group, because I was kind of falling off of comics at the time. And
you
like,
should. Have you read those things? Holy fuck, who needs
yeah, they kind of fucking suck.
I'm actually not memeing right now. Like, honestly, like some days I'm like, I wish I could quit this shit. But then something good will come out and fucking be like, oh, okay.
But like, there's a specific thing with the Hulk and Bruce that like really, and it's why y'all probably see Jubilee talk about it the most, is because like within our system we kind of considered her that sort of person, that she was the one that we kind of didn't like when we first showed up, when we first figured this out. It was just her and Liliana, which is funny because now they're both co-writing Fantastic Four. But when that first happened, we thought that Liliana was the only one. She was like our Bruce. We thought that we were all her, and she kind of reacted really negatively when she found out that Jubilee existed, and she repressed that shit hard. At least she tried to, and it took, it was like a day, but like that was still like, I don't know, the character being there the way that he is and the way that the Hulk is really, really, really important to us, because like straight up that's just our life, dude. Like that's just that's just us. Except like I'm not like a crazy sociopath.
Something joke about show Jake Lockley. Who the fuck?
But like, yeah, like I don't know, like that's part of why it's so easy, I guess, for me to kind of like delve into that character, because like I'm not really writing somebody who is different to me. Like it's difficult as shit for me to write Reed Richards. Reed is like a totally different dude. Yeah. That's like a type of autism I can only aspire to have, dog. Like,
when you're done, I have a point on that too. Yeah, that's interesting you brought up. But go on. I just don't want to forget.
Yeah, and like, but like with Bruce, voicing him and like writing him is really easy, because that's just like writing a slightly different timeline version of me. Like if I got nuked and then became like Godzilla or something, like that's what that I would be like, probably.
Oh
yeah,
that is really powerful.
Yeah. Laugh emoji.
Dude. Oh yeah, you gotta add like LOL at the end so people know that it's all okay. Yeah, no, I yeah. Jeez, I'm gonna go leave the stream and fucking kill myself. LOL!
and then all of a sudden, it's like the scene from Smiling Friends where like the writer's room just bursts out laughing for no fucking reason. That's what that's like.
Becomes increasingly more uncomfortable. No, it's funny. Because I've never been diagnosed as ASD, but at the same time, if you did give me an ASD diagnosis, most people would be like, "Yeah, that checks out."
I do officially have it.
Yeah. writing Spider-Man has been an interesting experience because obviously Peter Parker is like way fucking smarter than me, but I can kind of draw a lot of like some of my own experiences, like my own neuroses,
That is,
you know, and like
that is definitely some of the trick for characters
and, like,
that are smarter than you.
yeah, and then like writing a so like it's interesting because also Enterprise was talking about the difficulties of writing a character like Reed Richards, and actually a trick that helped me. And I know you weren't talking about it because like Reed Richards is like super intelligent, but this is still like just kind of like a really interesting thing to, if you guys haven't heard of this, I thought this was like, when I heard this, it stuck with me and I'm like, oh yeah, this is dope. Brandon Sanderson has, now if anyone doesn't know who Brandon Sanderson is, and maybe you wouldn't if you're not a big fantasy guy, he's like kind of like the premier fantasy author of the day. He's like worth like $1 gajillion. He wrote like Mistborn and the fucking I'm blanking on the name of his, the Cosmere is the name of his overall collection of books in this massive universe he's built over the last like decade and a half or whatever. But he's like a big fantasy author, and he also does a lot of writing content, and he also like guest lectures at like some university and stuff, and uploads his writing lectures online. So like he's a great resource. Actually, I might drop his lectures into the Madoo server as like a writing aid if anybody needs them, because I think they're a really great resource. But he talks about how he writes characters smarter than him. And he said one of the big things that helps him is like, remember, like you're writing them, so you have all the time in the world. Like a lot of what makes the character smart is their ability to draw on knowledge
like rapidly, yeah,
in real time.
Yeah.
Well, you can't do that, but you have the value of existing outside of the timeline of the story. Like you can
That's
time
true.
only moves when you do, so you can take all the time in the world to think of a character's response to a problem, you know, or a
yeah. That's a good point.
you know,
That's
or
true.
or their dialogue and like how they respond to other people or whatever. It's like just don't like rush it. Like take your time to think through, and you will have the benefit of a well thought out, well constructed response that the character is meant to have like conjured up in real time. He explained it better than I'm explaining it, but I think you guys get what I mean.
Yeah.
And I just like,
Indeed.
when I it's so
Essentially
simple, but
what's
when I heard
going
that, I
on.
was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
That-
in terms of technobabble stuff and different elements that like I've had to put together for things.
Yeah, but I mean, like even
Um,
just for fucking like snappy rejoinders, like in real life, like just normal conversation. Somebody who's meant to be quick witted. Well, like
Yeah.
Spider-Man's quips. You know, like sometimes when Spider-Man makes a joke, I'm not a funny guy, dude. I have to work at that. I have to like
I don't know
fucking
about
walk
that.
away.
Yeah,
I have to work.
that is a whole other matter. Yeah.
No,
Oh, yeah,
Put
Chris,
together.
Chris, my sense of humor is being fearless in like telling Victor how fucking wrong he is, or like being like fucking like just like coming in like a wrecking ball and just like fucking saying the thing that everyone is thinking but doesn't have the courage to say. Like when I'm like, you know, like Dan Sloss should be tried at The Hague, and everybody fucking laughs because it's like, wow, that's so fucking unhinged. Like it's like, yeah, but I just said it, haha, isn't that amusing? That's
It's
a very
like,
different kind of-
don't you say that wrong?
yeah, that's like a very different kind of sense of humor from like a Spider-Man sense of humor. You know, like Spider-Man is like a naturally funny character who's like very quip based. I'm not quippy, you know. So like I have to like really like put thought into it, and it's still something I'm working on. I don't think like all my jokes are very good in that series, but it's more
I
like
don't
with
know,
time
man.
I'm getting better, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because sometimes I'll be sitting there and I have to think about it because I have to like start like fucking like, okay, all right, so it's a rhino, he's fighting a rhino guy. What's fucking funny about rhinos? Can I make jokes about him being horny? No, that's not really appropriate for the Madoo. God only knows. If I start making sex jokes, like the comments are going to explode. They're still like, you said the
Spider-Man
fuck
making
word.
sex jokes.
Yeah, right. Fuck.
Yeah. Spider-Man is ruined.
He's a menace and profanity.
Yeah, right.
Little do they know, nor have they read the Ultimate Spider-Man.
Yeah, where he called mutants a bunch of slurs in canon. Like
Yep. Goddamn, Spider-Man. You got
That's right.
canceled this.
Oh,
in
Peter.
that specific instance, he earned that right. Like he unlocked a timed M-word pass. Okay, like fucking.
Just because 3 mutants had some weird ideas of
how to
like,
teach
spicing up their sex
Wolverine a
life.
lesson. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I actually
exactly.
had to do this the other day. I was in the middle of like a Johnny Storm scene, and I was like, okay, how the fuck do I write like a popular kid from the '60s? How the fuck do I do that, like, without it being like kind of contrived and fucking annoying? Like, and I walked away for a couple of hours, and I came back, and I was like, okay, I know how to write this jackass.
I mean, you could just read like fucking like classic Fantastic Four comics, I guess, right? No,
That's true, but like at the
'Cause
same
they were literally
time, I
written
don't
in
wanna
the
have
60s.
Johnny call
No,
people
yeah.
chum because that's lame.
oh yeah, no,
Like-
sure. That
Yeah,
very
they've
specific.
had some that just don't really make intriguing,
Sure.
dynamics.
Because
I guess,
I mean, like I know we were just talking about like Stan Lee, like okay, guy, like he got better as time went on,
Yeah.
and but like oh my god, dude, like when he started, like all of his characters just had the same voice.
Oh,
except for
absolutely. You can tell
Yeah.
when Stan
Oh, yeah.
was writing the dialogue because
Yeah.
it's Stan's dialogue. It's all the same.
Yup.
It's all the
like
same.
I love the Lee Ditko, Lee Kirby run of Fantastic Four, like god tier shit. But like at the same time, like Johnny is written like he has the mind of like a 40-year-old man.
Yeah, which is really funny because I think Stan was still like 25 at the time.
he
I
was-
could be wrong, but
Old
yeah,
spirit.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's fucking wild. I remember like old issues of Spider-Man that I read from like the first 50 issues of the run. There was that specific era where people of the era were calling one another dad. The way that we would say like man
Yeah,
today or
that's true.
dude.
Daddy-o, yeah.
Like, fucking like
He had some weird ones back then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I'm definitely not having. Everyone pull out some '90s slang.
Man.
Yeah, but
But,
how many disabled professors are going to lust after their underage redhead students though? That's the question.
I hope zero actually.
They,
Yeah, no, I'm not actually going into that. For sure.
Stan, come back, Stan. Where are you going, Stan? It's just a question, Stan. What's up, Stan? Hey, Stan.
Yeah. Yeah. For one thing,
See,
spoilers.
for me, my
Gene is
version of
not
that
coming
is
up right
Brugburn.
away, but
My version of that is like writing Fantastic Four. I'm just like, dude. I'm never like, no matter how bad I am at this, like if I ever think I'm bad at it, if I ever get down on myself or like feel shitty about my writing, at the very least, I didn't come up with the idea to have like Sue fall in love with Reed when she was like 6 and he was like 20.
yeah.
Like,
Thank you, John, you
and,
piece of shit. I fucking hate you.
The one thing I will give Stan though is like the way people hate on him online, like to a fucking insane degree, like well past the point where it's deserved. I think we can all agree that's kind of the cool thing to do now. If the man had like fucking like actually like done some freaky shit, we would have heard about it. Because people wouldn't shut up about it if it had happened.
Oh yeah,
That's
especially
true.
because he's dead. Especially now that he's dead. Like,
Yeah, it's easier to do that for a dead person, obviously.
I think it's a lot more likely. I know that this is kind of eye rolling when this comes up, but I think a lot of it is more about like sensibilities of the time, where it's like people weren't thinking about this stuff in the same way. It doesn't make it right. I'm just saying I don't think some of this stuff was probably as eye raising in the same way when they were writing it in the 60s. The way that we look at it now,
True.
the 6-year-old like fucking. So okay, children can have crushes on adults. It happens all the time. That's not the adult reciprocating the feelings of a 6-year-old.
Yeah,
I think we
and it
can
happens
understand.
in comics all the time. The only exception is Green Lantern because it eventually goes up.
She woke up of age.
Hal's my favorite character. I don't even want to think about that. Holy shit, it's so bad.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, but yeah.
No, yeah, like, and it's really funny because
because
I had the comic growing up where Arissa first appeared, and right, that's her name. I'm not misremembering, right?
I think it's Origia, but yeah,
Origia, my bad.
I think it's close enough. But yeah.
Okay, Origia. I don't think I've ever heard it spoken aloud. I did watch the one animated anthology film, but I haven't seen that since like 20 years. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think she's also appeared that much in it anyway. So yeah.
So I well, it's literally her and Hal like standing in a line and her going like, wow, it's so awesome being a Green Lantern. And then Hal's like, yeah, do you know about the history of the Green Lanterns? And then like Hal tells her a fucking 10-minute story about a Green Lantern. And we cut back to them literally standing in line at the Chow Hall. And she's like, wow. And he's like, yeah, let me tell you another story. And she goes, okay. And then he tells her another fucking 10-minute vignette. Like,
yeah, I don't think they ever introduced their names there.
Really? I gotta be fucking. I'm biased because, of course, I knew who she was, so maybe I fucking just was projecting that. But
Sure,
also,
yeah.
by the way, the fact that we're getting a fucking animated series about Jessica Cruz makes me so fucking happy.
Yes.
I know.
It's even set in the
looks
same
like-
world as My Adventures with Superman.
Yeah,
so
I am so.
that's
I-
peak.
I love that show.
Oh my
I will
God.
say though, like I know that they're like, oh, we're not doing Batman. I really hope they do Batman.
Oh,
I really-
my
Batman's
Adventures
got to
with
be the next
Batman.
one.
I want to
Please.
say one thing about the Jessica Cruz series that I'm
Hmm.
always worried about anytime like a character other than Hal Jordan, like who's a Green Lantern, gets spotlight, and it's I hope that Hal isn't the villain of the series because I'm so sick.
Oh, you mean
of,
like that one fucking movie? Yeah. Oh,
Boy.
Yeah,
That
pretty
pissed
bad,
me
bro.
off so bad. I'm just like, dude, I don't care, and I like the idea of Parallax Hal.
Parallax is dope. I'm mad they walked it back.
Yeah,
I
as
like
much-
Hal.
As much as I think that Jeff Johns, fuck that man, but good ideas. He like, you know, made a very good like change to the Green Lantern mythos by being like, it isn't just yellow and green actually,
Mhm.
and like
Yeah.
also the pink ones are still around.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
but
Those are
at
cool.
the same time, like
Socks
the
afterwards.
idea of Hal having actually turned evil of his own free will is like that's
It's
so,
so bold.
goddamn rare.
And it was earned.
Yeah,
The worst part
I
about
like Emerald Twilight. Like I know
the
that's
problem with Emerald Twilight is clearly that wasn't the idea until like 5 minutes before it happens, because Hal seems
and I
perfectly
still
well
think it's
adjusted.
executed well. Like I think it's a good story. Like it's just
Yeah.
not the best thing ever. But God, I love Parallax, and it
Yeah,
fucking sucks.
I do too. No, and he was so sympathetic even after he becomes Parallax.
Yeah,
Like he wasn't a bad guy. He was doing horrible things for morally understandable reasons. Like
see. Mhm.
and I've rarely seen that done so well in mainstream comics. He was still Hal Jordan. Like half the
Yeah.
time he would fight Kyle, you could tell he's like, "Kid, I don't want to kill the shit out of you. Jesus Christ, you were so fucking annoying. Get out of my way. I want to go rewrite history. Get out of my face." Like Kyle, please stop making me throw missiles at you. Leave, kid. Holy shit, get out of my face.
And-
Like it's so They're
And like the weird thing too is that like they also had like another really good change for him, in my opinion, that like the next step for him after he sacrificed himself
Spectre?
is turning into the Spectre. That's cool.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I don't
Yep.
it's like
that's cool.
I like it because it's like that's like I do think that's the logical next step. It's like
Yeah.
you were enacting your wrath on everything willingly. Now you're part of
And now
the
he's like,
spirit of
I'm going to be the
vengeance.
spirit of redemption. And the fact
Yeah.
that Hal's willpower was so great that he took a primal force of the fucking DC universe and basically subjugated it and was like, I'm going to be a force for good. You cannot make me be an instrument of God's wrath. I'm going to be
Oh,
an
yeah,
instrument
see.
of redemption. Like,
If I got what I wanted, he would still be the Spectre. Honestly,
yeah.
like
Ooh.
Well, because mainstream comics are afraid to make like permanent fucking changes. Like,
Mhm.
it's funny. I think I've said this before on the channel. As much as I don't like Miles Morales,
Mhm.
mostly to do with corporate reasons, and like my love for Peter Parker, like my 95% of my problems with Miles have nothing to do with Miles. It's the context in which Miles exists.
Mhm.
It's not really his fault.
Yeah.
To that end, I've said before, I'd rather they not get rid of Peter, but there are many times where I just wish Marvel would do what they so clearly, if you ask me, really want to do,
Mhm.
and just get rid of Peter and just put Miles in there so I can move on. Like, just
See,
fucking do it.
I
Just
I don't think
just-
Miles should exist at the same time as like
No.
another major Spider-Man.
I also agree with that, but I'm just saying, obviously
Yeah.
I'm not going to live in that world. They've had many opportunities to put Miles over there. And by the way, my biggest gripe with that is like my biggest gripe with One More Day. Just much like I say that One More Day has never justified its existence. Making Miles a 616 character has not done anything for his character. I don't feel.
Mhm.
I don't
Yeah.
feel like there's any story you've told with Miles that really necessitated like some big. Oh my god! The only like fucking notable stories that have to do with Miles that necessitate him being a 616 character is when he fights Peter's villains.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, well, now you're just like. And again, like so many of my Miles problems, 95% of them, it has nothing to do with the character. It's not his fault. And he means a lot to a lot of people, which is why, even though I'm not a big fan of the character, he's eventually going to be in the audio drama in some capacity. Not like a regular character, but there's definitely a loose plan I have for an episode that really is for Miles fans. And I'm kind of excited about that. But comics have no balls. Like,
Yeah,
if they came
very
out
true.
tomorrow, mainstream comics have no balls. If they came out tomorrow and they said Norman killed the shit out of Peter, and there's one Spider-Man now. Now I would be mad. All the usual suspects on Twitter would be calling me a racist, obviously, and I would be like, okay, I'm still mad. But whatever. I don't value your opinion. It's fine. I know my heart. I know what I'm trying to say. I'd be like, I'm just mad. I'm mad over here. Okay, like I'm mad. Let me be mad. But I would respect it more. And it's not like they're treating Peter well right now and haven't in decades anyway. Just fucking do it. Just do it. Just kill my boy. Just do it. Just old Yeller him and this is not to say this is what I want. I would rather Peter get his spotlight and be treated well and marry Mary Jane and have a child, and I want a comic about Spider Dad in the main 616 universe, although
please.
obviously Ultimate is a nice consolation prize.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jonathan Hickman.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan
Oh,
Hickman.
boy.
My own personal Jesus Christ. But
Basically.
yeah, but I
That's true.
Leaving the epicness of the X-Men for it, but
no, I know. I know there was that one gentleman in chat who was like saying the Krakoa era wasn't great. I beg to differ. The Krakoa era is the first time I'd been invested in X-Men.
Exactly. Like that was awesome.
I'm not familiar with it, but like the run that I got introduced to like Fantastic Four comics through was his Fantastic Four.
Yeah,
His Fantastic
yeah.
Four is the best thing he's ever fucking written.
When they did the reunion for
Secret Wars
yeah.
2015 is my favorite comic book event. Nothing trumps it. Like it's
That's a good one.
such a fucking amazing distillation and culmination of everything Reed and Doom have been through together. Like it's so good. Anyways, continue. Sorry.
No. I was ranting way too much. I'm sorry. I was getting on my. I think I was even springboarding off like 3 different points. This is my. Wait, hold on. Okay, so I'm never quite sure how to use this phrase. I'm getting old, guys. You'll have to forgive me. I'm like I said, I'm like about to be 36. When people say such and such is my Roman Empire, what does that mean? Because I want to make sure I use the phrase right.
I have. Can I be so real with you? I have no fucking idea.
Okay,
I think it's like some sort of obsession. That's my best guess.
Because all the right-wing douche fucks are obsessed with the Roman Empire. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
That's sort of why it trended.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Wait. Okay. So I guess you could say the terrible status quo of Spider-Man post OMD is my Roman Empire. Okay. So, okay. So it could be a good or a bad thing. It just means something that you're like fucking like really obsessed with. Okay. I think I understand.
My comic book Roman Empire is that they can't even stick to like Otto being like the superior Spider-Man. Like just Jesus, dude. Like let that end. He died. He's dead. He's gone.
Oh, okay. You scared me for a second. I was like, I thought we were in agreement on like the people saying that Otto should just be Spider-Man forever or dumb and we should put them on an island. Okay, I misunderstood you. Like, right? No, okay. You mean like
I do not want Otto to be Spider-Man. And
you want him to keep them? You want keep the character development and like stay dead or like go over there and live his life,
like
basically.
And like I do prefer what they're doing to just resurrecting Otto because this like it's not like with a lot of other characters where it's more up to interpretation. Like this is not the original Otto Octavius. That Otto Octavius is dead. He's dead as shit. He's been dead for a long time. But
it's a morally bankrupt idea, though. Like they literally just fucking were like,
it's preferred to just resurrecting him, but at the same time, it's just like, dude, like, what are you gonna do with him anymore? Just like he's gone. Like he reached his apex and he died. He let Peter come back and was like, you're the superior Spider-Man. And I have issues with that series. I love Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah. No, sorry. I'll let you finish. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have issues with it, and I have a ton of issues with fucking Dan Slott. Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
But like, I like that
Yeah.
original series a lot, and like I think that series, though it goes a bit overboard at times, the big message being, yeah, of course Peter's the superior Spider-Man. Are you fucking kidding? Like,
My biggest
Otto's
issue
just
with
big.
yeah, Superior Spider-Man fans suck though, because
Yeah.
they don't get the message of the book. They think the message of the book is, man, Otto was so cool and he was so effective until he wasn't, to the point where the city literally caught on fire. It's almost like,
And also, he's a fascist. He's just a fascist.
there's that too. But like, yeah, it's almost like if you try to
There's the
delegate,
fastest Spider-Man.
if you try to delegate everything, if you try to abdicate responsibility, if you start trying to decide that doing good in some contexts is beneath your notice, it's almost like down that way lies ruin. And there's a lot of messages against Otto's way that the book is supposed to be about, and people just completely miss it. Like Spider-Man is the superior Spider-Man. That's the point of the book. Peter Parker is the superior Spider-Man. That is the point of the book. To the point where at the end of the story, Green Goblin is gloating like a motherfucker because he literally is like, I can never beat Parker, Otto, but I can beat the shit out of you. And then, Peter's like, I'm back, bitch. Something man purse. People on Twitter were mad about that too, by the way, and that was so irritating. Like fucking, I'm back. And then Osborn is terrified because he knows he's about to get folded the fucking half.
Yeah, see, like, as I know a lot of people look at that scene, and this is just a little side tangent, and they're like, it's so funny and goofy, but it's like, no, that moment's actually like pretty fucking...
It goes hard as fuck.
I don't know. Yeah, it's like...
It's the one good thing that Dan Slott's ever written with Spider-Man.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, that is the best he has ever written Peter Parker fucking ever. Like,
yeah. Norman's going on this big fucking megalomaniacal rant about how useless and inept Otto is, and he's finally gonna win, and he's gonna burn everything to the ground, and blah, 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 blah. Wow, God, what's the exact quote? Osborn's like fucking like, you will have nothing. You will have nothing, and I'll leave you with nothing, Otto, nothing. And then Peter's like, except for the indignity of knowing that I never wore a man purse.
It's you.
And Osborn knows that he is about to get folded the fuck in half.
Can I also say something that I really like?
No, go ahead.
Oh, damn it. Okay.
Don't ask permission to say things. Just say
I'll
things.
let somebody else run. But like,
that's how you get around Joe.
One of my favorite, one of my favorite aspects of that series is Anna Maria Marconi. Like, I don't know why, I really enjoy her character, and like, I wish she was.
She's great.
I like her in Superior. Huh?
I was being funny. I was like, the lady likes short stacks, I see. Okay.
Damn it. I've been found out. But like, I wish she had been utilized better afterwards. Like, and like, I fucking hate the Parker Industries stuff, but like, I like she could have been used really well there. But like, I do really like her as a character in general in Superior Spider-Man, and I really like that she is at the end of the day, the reason that Otto is like, can't fucking do this anymore, dude. She's gonna die. Like I need Peter to do this. He's the only one. Yeah. Like, that's great. I love her.
And
she's awesome.
The fact that Otto in that moment like has the realization like what his character flaw is, where he's like, oh, I'm not selfless enough. That moment of hesitation would have gotten the woman I love killed, and Peter is the one who saved her life. I literally could not have done that because of who I am as a person.
And it's like, it's also the one time I would argue that Dan Slott actually wrote a Spider-Man love interest who was a character and a person.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, and the problem is, and I'm not taking away from your love for Anna Maria Marconi. I do get it. I do get it. She's clearly a self-insert for whatever Dan Slott's got going on, and I think that's what I don't like about her. It's like, that's like Dan Slott's like waifu. And I can't unsee it. It's so obvious to me, and it bugs the fuck out of me. Like, Superior Spider-Man to me is clearly a self-insert for Dan Slott's issues, and Anna Maria Marconi is him, like, and I get it. my fucking preferences do come into play when I'm writing women. Like even when I'm trying to be all woke about it, like I can't help it. It's a pretty natural thing, right? Like I'm like in a vacuum. It's okay to write, women that you find compelling, but it's so clearly that at the very least, like this is his like fucking his OC. You know what I mean? Like this is his like fucking baby girl over here. It's just a little cringe. I can't unsee it, but I mean,
it is cringe. Yeah. I definitely agree.
It is, but it is the cringe that is a given, with a lot of characters that people will write. Like, I am probably going to inevitably run into this cringe eventually with the female characters that I'll write. That is probably going to be a given. I don't know.
See, joke's on you guys. I am a woman, so I just write like every female character like a slightly more anxious version of me.
Yeah.
Exactly. There's a different self insert there.
Sorry, go ahead, Victor.
Like that is going to be like a different energy for all, And so far I haven't, so maybe it won't. I don't know. I might be one of the few dudes who does not write his female characters that way. Who knows? But
Ricardo,
I have some influence there from my life. Yeah.
Ricardo, I also miss the Parker Bros. I'm a big Clone Saga defender. And I love Ben.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No,
yeah,
I'm a big Clone Saga defender. I'm not saying it's perfect. It definitely went on for way too long. But no, the Clone Saga was dope. The Clone Saga. I'm not even being ironic. The Clone Saga is great. Shut the fuck up. Like I'll fight a bitch. I'm not saying it didn't go on for too long, and I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's great. I love that era of Spider-Man. And the chasm, the whole chasm thing can die in a fire. I'm not saying that I want Ben to take over as the main Spider-Man. But I will say that I'm about to be 36 in April. I have been reading comic books since I was 5. When I started reading comics, Ben was Spider-Man. I got into comics by watching the 90s show, the 90s cartoon. And then when my dad started to bring me home comics that were the main 616 stuff, not the stuff made to follow the show, like Spider-Man Adventures or whatever the kids' book at the time was, Ben was Spider-Man.
There's Marvel Adventures in the webcomic age.
Yeah, and I read it. Well, this is back in like the 90s. This is back in like the 90s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, but
so I was talking about like which one of those kinds of time existed in my day.
So when I read comics for the first time, when I was looking for Spider-Man comics of the time, Ben was Spider-Man. And my 5-year-old brain just kind of accepted it. Like I fucking was like, I picked up what was going on. I was like, oh, Peter was Spider-Man. And then there was a clone. And they switch places. It's a lot more complicated than that, but like they switch places, so now the clone is living his own. No. They thought at the time the clone was not the clone. The clone. Peter Parker calls himself Ben Reilly now, and he's just a new guy, and he's living this life. Whatever. It's a totally different status quo, and he's got a dope new costume. And I was like, okay, things change, I guess, because I was young and stupid and thought the comics changed with time. And then I was just like,
this will just be Spider-Man to life now. Sorry, potential family life. I live in a coffee shop now.
Yeah. Well, no, he worked in the coffee shop. He didn't live in the coffee shop. He worked in the coffee shop. I remember when he first got a TV in his apartment. I remember that.
I feel so fucking educated because my favorite non-Peter Parker fucking like spider character in the main universe is Ben. I fucking love Ben Reilly.
Ben goes hard. Fuck it, dude.
His suit as the main Spider-Man, like the sensational Spider-Man suit, is probably my favorite Spider-Man suit. Honestly, I love it. Like,
and the Beyond suit goes hard too. I'm sorry, I love the Beyond suit.
I don't know why people don't like it. I don't know why people don't like it. I enjoy the fuck out of it. I think it's a really good evolution of that suit, actually.
I also think I don't know how much of this is me like fucking like reinserting like knowledge that we gain later, obviously, but I really do feel like it has just enough of an air of a corporate designed Spider-Man suit that it's like, oh, okay. It's like a corporation took the sensational suit and like, let's give him something he'll like, but let's clean it up a little bit. This is brand tested. It's brand tested, you see. But then it also kind of has that air of like being wrong. Not in a glaring way, but in a way where people are like, the spider is off center and it's making me uncomfortable. And I'm like, I think it's fucking supposed to.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
I don't think you get it. Like, I think you're supposed to feel like something's not right here. Like,
and part of why I like stuff like the Clone Saga too, and like, I know it's like an unpopular opinion to like 90s Marvel. I like 90s Marvel. I know too. It's like my thing with Dragon Ball, where like people like look down on like you like the era of things, or like you like aspects of things that are like super edgy, or like just there to be like cool, or like badass like explosions and shit. And I'm like, yeah, I like the story, of course I do, and I love Clone Saga's story, like unironically, and I love a lot of like the 90s Marvel shit. But there is a small part of me that loves Ben Reilly so goddamn much because he's such an edgy motherfucker. I love him.
Yeah.
It's okay to like Edge, and I wish more people would stand up and fucking like say like accept that. It's okay to like Edge. I don't take people seriously when they use edgy as a criticism anymore. It's lost all value for me. I don't care. When people say something is edgy, I start from, oh, it's probably just emotionally intense and they can't handle it because we're all irony poisoned. Okay. And then I read it, and I'm like, oh, this is just sad and intense and angry, and you're a bitch.
Yeah.
Okay. Like,
I mean, I mostly use it as a criticism if it's like that's all it provided. Like,
yeah,
if that is the most surface level element.
Even sometimes I like that stuff though, because
no,
like,
that's okay too. It's junk
food. It can sometimes be campy and fun if it's done out of
something
irony, but it's like.
But I also
sometimes
think
I need to shut my brain off and watch somebody blow somebody else up in like a game or like a show.
If it's well
cool
done,
sometimes.
you know, you got something that looks cool out of it. Like even if it is mindless, like it can still be fun.
But some
it's
people
just like when it's trying to
confused.
pretend to be deep, while you know just being a little surface. Garbage stuff.
But pretending to be deep is not edgy. It's pretentious. Then the problem is that it's edgy. It's like it's that's pretentiousness. Pretentiousness is like affecting an air of being about something deeper than it is. So fucking like but a lot of times people call something edgy, and it's like no, but there is more here. You just don't get it, and they're like you're confusing a problem with you with a problem with the work. Because I actually think that. I agree, I think, with your definition of edgy, Victor. I just think that actually most stories that people call edgy, if that's what we say edgy is, they're not edgy. That doesn't mean they're not flawed. It doesn't mean they're not problematic. It doesn't mean that they're not fucking, like, often poorly written. It's just like, when people, it's edgy. Like, I think I don't care what you say. I think I'm going to read it for myself. And 9 times out of 10,
no. But yeah, but that's generally for any story, whether it's, edgy or campy or any sort of criticism. Don't listen to what people say. Judge for yourself,
See, that's why I can't take people seriously when they criticize Parallax a lot of the time. Because they're just like,
because they haven't even read it.
That's so edgy. It's like, dude, like, I'm 90% sure if you were, like, a space cop who like answered to like this higher power of people who kept telling you what not to do, and then your fucking hometown got blown up and you tried to resurrect it and then they arrested you for it, you would probably go fucking insane.
Absolutely.
And then it's like it's so funny too, because if you've ever like been like in a really fucking like an anger spiral, it's so funny, not funny, haha, but it's so like I shouldn't even say funny then. It's so real reading Emerald Twilight, because if you know like about de-escalation and psychology, it's so fucking wild because you're watching the Guardians endlessly do exactly the wrong thing. And it's like, because they're dumb and they don't care about their Green Lanterns and they have no concept of like fucking like, how to engage with human beings. So they're just like, our greatest Green Lantern is not doing what he's fucking told. Better just start sending his friends to fight him when he's clearly having a horrible crisis. I'm sure this won't go horribly wrong. And then
they're generally terrible with any beings, much less humans.
No, I hate the Guardians. Really, the Guardians are the worst people in the DC universe, practically.
Yeah, it's like the big thing about Hal is Parallax. It's literally like you said, it's that anger spiral. It's like, and when you spiral that hard, it's so fucking easy to do something you just cannot take back, and now that's just part of you now. That is forever a part of who you are, and you cannot change that. And for some people, it is easier to just double down, because at that point it's like you've done too much. Like, what else are you gonna fucking do?
Well, they're
like,
literally cutting off his avenue. They're literally like, there's no in their eyes, there's no redeeming, like from the jump almost. So, and then when it turns violent and he starts like fucking like killing his friends, like arguably in self-defense, to a point. I'm not saying he doesn't go full murderer after a point, but I'm just saying like there is a tipping point where you're like, he's at fault here, but this is still arguably self-defense, kind of. You guys aren't making an effort to de-escalate. You're fucking really pushing this. This is and then he does become a murderer, unquestionably. I'm not whitewashing.
Yeah, 100%.
You get what I mean? Yeah. So it's like fucking like, dude, just Jesus Christ. Like, how do you expect him to react? There's literally no path for him besides just giving up, and then all this was for nothing. Or forward.
The many times Sinestro is right about the Guardians from
Ricardo. No, fucking well, and how? Here's the thing too. It makes me think of Future Diary. Funnily enough, if any of you've seen that anime, it's bad anime in a way, but I like it. It's kind of a thing where I'm sure I don't think they really go into this in the comic, but originally when we saw how like he wanted to get more power to resurrect Coast City, there might have been a part of his brain that was fucking rationalizing it, especially for fucking going with the parallax bullshit, the bug parallax thing, which I hate, but it's canon now, even though I hate it. So like, there's probably a part of him.
Some of this was from Parallax, the literal embodiment of fear, and he was afraid for. His
no. What I was saying is, given that he was originally trying to resurrect fucking Coast City, he probably on some level, even though I don't think they do this in the book, he's like, okay, if I kill them, I can just bring them back, right? Yeah. Like they'll just be projections, but it's like the same thing. I'll just bring them back, Yeah. Which would be really tragic and fucked up. But
I don't really think Parallax really undid everything he did, but I think it's more like, it stoked his fears kind of deal.
Yeah.
Because of being like this embodiment of fear.
Or we could just pretend the bug doesn't fucking exist, which is what I do.
It still isn't really like...
Parallax is too ingrained in the lore at this point.
Shut up. No, it doesn't exist. It's not real. It can't hurt me.
And like, but like, I think like, it's like, this is an issue I have with like a ton of comic book fans in general. It's like, I feel like sometimes people will be like, yes, I want like permanent changes, but when that permanent change like results from like a decision somebody makes in the heat of the moment, where like it's kind of understandable in a way.
There's always gonna
but like
be
it's
a
fucked
decision
up that
that
they
people
reacted that way though. Like, Hal killed a person, like multiple people actually, including several of his friends, and like tried to fucking restart the universe and erase continuity and autonomy and shit. But like, I feel like sometimes like a comic book fan will be like, oh, like I really want the status quo to change, but when the status quo changes, they're like, why can't we just go back to the 60s when nothing changed?
Well, I do get that frustration, but I'm also gonna like fucking like defend them a little bit and say like, the problem is that I do think everybody does want change, because even if they realize it or not, that's kind of essential for a story. If you're going to continue the story, there should be meaningful change. That's why a lot of modern comics don't feel nearly as good as stuff in the 70s and 80s or even the 90s, because it felt like nothing changes anymore. Yeah. And there were resets to the status quo back during those decades.
Yeah,
but
especially in Silver Age.
But it still felt better than it does now, and I can't really explain it. But I think we would all agree. Yeah. Like when a reset happens,
it's more on a sitcom level, where it's like everything goes back to normal, happy moments.
Yeah, it wasn't like every meaningful consequence was always undone, which is more what happens now. Yeah. It was more like fucking like, we'll go back to status quo, but you're still gonna carry the weight of decisions you made. And even when we say things, we're gonna go back to status quo. Often not everything will go back to status quo, especially if it's things that fans really responded to. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like back in those eras, it was a lot more what it probably should be. And so I feel like there's that. And also, the problem is all fans more or less, whether they realize it or not, want comics to change over time. The issue is we're talking about a collective of at least a few million people who read mainstream comics seriously.
Yeah, not everyone has an exact opinion of like that.
What's the better change? Yeah, exactly.
Like no one has an exact opinion on which character they want to change, which direction do they want that character to change in.
Exactly.
It's gonna all be different.
And then you factor in things like fucking Tom Brevoort, who I never thought I could hate somebody more than I hate Dan Slott. But then Tom Brevoort came along and... Hi, Tom. Come here, Tom. I just want to talk. Sorry. I'm trying to be funny. I'm not actually
Holy shit, Moon Knight? Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. That would be... That's more like... Where the fuck is Tom Brevoort? I just want to talk. Like... I heard you were posting some dumb stuff on Twitter, Tom. Let's talk about it. What the hell did you mean? What the hell did you mean when you said that Spider-Man and Mary Jane can't be together? What are you on? Doesn't even make sense.
I really like the idea that
Mark is so invested in their
people in the mainstream Marvel universe, like in universe, are like, why the fuck did they stop? Like who did that to them?
Yeah, right. Oh no. Well, that's the thing is, like, that's the thing I have actually a big problem that doesn't get brought up enough. I think with One More Day, is I'm like, yo. I mean, I know that people don't remember One More Day happened. But at the same time, it still somehow feels wrong that, like, the fact that Doctor Strange doesn't know One More Day happened pisses me the fuck off. To know what, you know what? If you ever wanted to undo One More Day,
Doctor Strange,
have Doctor Strange be like, I knew the whole time,
hey, Peter,
and I'm very sorry, Peter, but I was afraid to interfere because it was bizarre, like really heavy duty magic that if it was fucked with could cause serious damage. And I didn't.
Which they were kind of doing in the end.
They were trying to, and then they fucked Nick Spencer. Yeah. But that's it. That's the reason I would say for Strange,
Mephisto in a room together for years.
Yeah. And then they tried to gaslight us and be like, "No, it was all about sins past." No, it wasn't. We know what you were doing. Thanks for trying, Nick. You're a real one.
Yeah, for real. I like the Nick Spencer run by. Oh yeah.
The problems with it have nothing to do with Nick Spencer. He gets a lot of shit.
No, literally, he's such a big and I know a lot of people are like shit on the guy for being the guy who wrote the Hydra Cap thing, but I don't think
they never read that story. They don't understand that story. They should shut up.
Literally, he's done nothing wrong. He's a great writer, dude.
There's some good stuff with it. Well,
no, but it wasn't what they thought it was. That's the thing about the Hydra Cap thing.
Yeah, they just took the one panel.
I don't want to get into it, but
yeah, it's mainly just on the context of one panel, and that's all they took it from. When you actually go into the full thing, it's a great story for Sam and Steve, and
I think. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. No, you go.
You go.
All I was saying was that's how I would do it. I would be like, oh, fuck, actually, Peter, I'm sorry. Something happens. Spider-Man's about to fucking kill himself because he's so sad about bullshit with Mary Jane and nothing is going right in his life. And he fucking, I don't know, he's about to give up. We probably can't have Peter literally be suicidal. But something's Peter's really... I was being semi-facetious, but Peter is at the end of his rope. And Doc Strange appears before him and goes, okay, Peter, I have a massive confession to make. I know why you feel this way. It's not your fault. I mean, it kind of is. You really shouldn't have made a fucking deal with the devil, but I get it. It's not really your fault. Shit's fucked. And your shit has been fucked for 30 fucking years. By which I mean 5 weeks in real time because the sliding time scale is weird. Okay, listen. You're about to flip the fuck out.
I love the idea that the entirety of the last several years of Spider-Man have just been 2 weeks, Superior Spider-Man with a K.
Yep. The only way you could survive comics is to not think about the timeline. But somebody just shows up and he's just like, okay, so I didn't tell you this because I was understandably, if I told you this, you would try to fix it, and anybody trying to touch this fucking train wreck could explode the universe or whatever. But I feel like it's worth the risk because you're a good man. You're actually one of the greatest heroes who ever lived, and more people in this universe should treat you as such. It's really funny how they stopped doing that. It's almost like a bunch of people who didn't understand Spider-Man have been writing Spider-Man for the last several decades. But anyway, Peter, like, your life has been fucked, and it's not entirely your fault. Let me explain. And then Spider-Man's like, what the fuck? And so then it's we get like I don't know, Spider-Man Goes to Hell, and it's Spider-Man, Ghost Rider, Dan Ketch, because Johnny Blaze is not my Ghost Rider. I'm sorry, and Danny needs more love. They dump on him worse than they dump on Peter, by the way.
Right.
That's true.
Fucking holy shit, poor Dan, but that's a different conversation. Dan, Spider-Man, and Doctor Strange, and maybe some other like fucking like occult heroes who could handle like going to hell and would feel like they owe Spider-Man a fucking. Throw fucking Spider-Man's secret #1 booster in there. Fucking Emma fucking Frost. Okay? Just throw her in there. Because she actually I love the retcon that she's like Spider-Man's #1 fan. Like, have her be like, oh yeah, I got you. Oh yeah, I'll go fight Mephisto. Easy. Why not? Whatever.
Yeah.
Get a team together and they're like just like
He's
as
an
an
asshole. They've dealt with some limbo stuff recently.
Yeah, right.
Like,
They're
in
going to hell.
Japan.
That's like normal. It's practically a mutant rite of passage. Like, you know, like fucking, so they're just like, fuck it. They're like, yo, Spider-Man's our friend. And it's funny how we haven't been acting like that for decades. Spider-Man's our boy. Let's go kick the devil in the nuts and get his fucking life back. And they just do it. And then you relaunch the book.
Easy.
Dude, I need you to write like Spider-Man officially so goddamn
Right?
bad.
Oh no,
Right
I had this dream, and I knew it would never happen, but I had this dream that Spider-Man the audio drama would catch enough this is so stupid. I didn't really believe this. This is more like a pipe dream of mine. That Spider-Man the audio drama would gain enough notoriety that it would get like gajillions of views, blow up Chris's channel, and would become enough of an internet sensation that people would start going like, "Hey, let Joe Boslinski write Spider-Man."
We can
and
still make this happen, don't worry.
I've talked way too much shit about Marvel editorial and Dan Slott online.
We can go
allowed
on
to
this
write
one.
Marvel. I don't know. Maybe if I fucking did well enough, they'd be like, "We don't care. It's fine. Just don't do that anymore." But
Yeah,
but you know,
definitely be the requirement there.
they get, which I'm fine with. I actually don't have a problem with that. I understand professional decorum. It's just right now I'm just a fan.
Exactly.
So it's like, and it's not like I've ever like made death threats at anybody. All I've ever said is like, I think these people are bad at what they do, and if you can't handle that, you shouldn't be a professional writer, I guess, or at least don't have social media. But yeah,
Yeah,
they
I
go
think
and they
there's more of that category than, you know.
yeah. I mean, you should
because you'll receive criticism from people
Yeah.
who just like no, that's not really a lesson.
No, but yeah, so they fight Mephisto, and then like they just fucking get Peter's marriage back. It doesn't matter. Let it be weird. Fuck it. And then we don't explain it. We don't have to backfill every detail. It's a magical cosmic shift in the universe for one fucking guy. Is that a bit of an extreme? Sure, maybe, but it's because Spider-Man is a great fucking hero who's more than earned it. This man has been dumped on for fucking decades. And the heroes are like, yeah, fuck it. He's earned this. Let's go. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's go. And
in terms of his dunking, like that's where the big cosmology ended up happening in the first place. Like,
yeah,
you know,
right? Yeah.
like
And
that's
it's
literally how his marriage was taken away. It was because of Mephisto
right.
stuff. So.
And it's like, it was right. So you could argue this is a morally and cosmically responsible things to do. Shit's wrong. Shit's not meant to be this way. Let's fix it.
I really do like that idea of like all like suddenly like when people are approached about helping him, they're just like, why have we been treating him like this for the past couple of years?
Yeah,
like
it's almost like some weird
Yeah.
cosmic force.
Yeah.
That's a standard for editorial has been making them do this.
And then when Mephisto shows up, he just magically looks like fucking Dan Slott or something.
Yeah, they're like
Or,
fucking
Joe Quesada.
Joe Quesada, I think would be most appropriate.
Even better,
Yeah. And just and then they just start fucking like just whooping his ass. And it's just a weird fucking story that ends with like you know, kind of like a big like fucking celebration of everything that Spider-Man has been.
Hey.
And then the book ends and there's a relaunch with a big fucking everything else in Marvel can carry on like it has been. It's just Spider-Man's life is completely different. Now he's like unambiguously like 35. I'm not just saying that because I'm 35. I'm going on 36. I'm saying that because that's about like that's the age where you're young-ish still, but you're definitely a seasoned man.
At the very least, like
it's like, yeah, I'm
31
sorry. I don't even
months,
care if it's been
you know?
15 years in universe right now since like all this Marvel shit started. No, it's been like 20. I don't even give a shit.
Yeah,
like, it's
exactly.
been 20.
Exactly. So like he's like fucking like 35, whatever, closer to 40 than not. May is already like a character.
Dead.
Like, you know? Yeah. Wait. I meant that. No. Yeah, fuck her. She's dead. She would need to be. That could be an emotional through line of the book. It should be. Like, hey, Peter, if we do this, your aunt is probably, you know, Peter goes to her.
Because that's why the deal was made.
Yeah. I'm fine. Let's write that scene. Let's have that scene. Let's have that scene where Peter goes to her, and the one thing that he's wrestling with is he's afraid to do this because one, he goes to hell. He might not fucking come back. But also, he knows that if he's successful, this is probably going to kill his fucking aunt. And then you have a scene not unlike that fucking moment at the end of the Insomniac game.
PS4 Spider-Man.
Yeah, where she's like, you know, fucking. I don't know if he would reveal himself as Spider-Man because I feel like that would be trying to pack a lot into like one moment. Like, you know, I would have trouble writing that. I'm Spider-Man. Also, I'm probably about to go get you killed. But like it's like a Batgirl at the end of Over the Edge in Batman the Animated Series. Okay, where she's like, I gotta tell my dad what's up, and then without even necessarily knowing that she's Batgirl, except maybe he does, he like tacitly gives her his approval, and everything's okay. It should be like a thing like that where he like tries to open up to his aunt.
So in this case, she already did know. So
that's the way to do it too. That is a way to do it too. Where it's
to the Insomniac one where she just found out, like in the comics, she already knew for about a few years.
Yeah, we could do that too. Yeah.
3, so.
See, if I were to write that like whole like oh, he needs to get like her permission. I need to know that you are okay with this anime, that you are probably not going to be here anymore thing. I would call back to like when he thought that she died in the Clone Saga, where he's just quoting, what is it, like Peter Pan at her while she's dying when she thinks it's her, when he thinks it's her. I would do that because one, it'd be a nice callback. It'd be like, yeah, she should have died then. She should have died in that story right there. But also like it would be like an acknowledgement almost that like, you know, it's Neverland. He's not going to grow up, and the whole point of like part of the issue that I and like everyone else has with Peter Parker post One More Day and even during One More Day is that he acts like a fucking 16-year-old idiot kid and he's 30. And like, and I think him doing that would be like a more emotionally impactful. Like, you know what? I think I'm ready to finally act my fucking age again.
And then when the book relaunches, Peter should have like a cool new suit. It shouldn't be a dramatic departure. It should still be like a Spider-Man suit, but it should be a little different. Like the way that like the Beyond suit or the Sensational suit is still very clearly Spider-Man's costume, but it's different enough.
Give those different vibes, maybe red, black, and blue. You know,
exactly. To communicate like this is an evolved Spider-Man. Like
semi OG, you know, Dicto, and somewhat, you know, MCU, like with the black lines. So
or like big, like instead of white, the lenses are yellow, like in Unlimited, which is always a look I thought was really shit like that, like a pale yellow. Like, you know, we would each have different ideas all day about like what that could look like, but you get what I mean. Like just
something cool and iconic, and
like a cool new suit that's not a dramatic thing, like something that has some staying power, and it's like just to be like, this is the grown-up Spider-Man we all wanted. And he's here to like really like take his life by the horns and be the man he was supposed to be. Like, you know, we got lost time to make up for, and have May be a character. She doesn't need to be Spider-Girl right away. Let Peter have his time, like being Spider-Dad. Like, let him enjoy it, but let May be old enough for her to be a character in the book, because family drama and responsibility, wow, it's almost like those two things like go hand in hand. Shit. I'm a licensed foster parent. You know how fucking annoying it is for me anytime like Nick Lowe and company starts talking about how, you know, Spider-Man is about being young. I'm like, you fucking idiots. There's like no greater responsibility than being a parent. What are you talking about? You know, it should just be like an evolution, and like let his family be a part of the books. Like there's a template. It's called Ultimate Spider-Man. But like let it happen over here where he can interact with all these characters he's known like his entire life.
Exactly.
And it was
there's that, and
like
a past that is just starting, because the whole deal with that one is that like we're smack dab in the middle of the story, and here like it would be the story just starting. By comparison. So it's not like we're just like running into this like marriage pre-established. It's more like we're actually developing it. On step by step, which I feel is the flaw there in the Ultimate universe compared to 616 scenario.
Yeah, and it's like it's a reboot only for Spider-Man, and like like Peter's memories of that old life are gone. It's basically like what if everything was the way it was supposed to be the whole time, and readers would just kind of catch up on the differences over time.
Yeah.
Like, would that be a little confusing?
It's just like one more day,
Yeah, literally. It's like, would it be a little confusing? Yeah, sure. But guess what? We already did it, so it doesn't matter. You can't fucking say like, like we already did it. Shut up. Sometimes you have to break things a little more to fix it.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking of call back to like the end of One More Day in this like hypothetical comic where like everything like cuts to like him waking up at like in this new reality with like no memory of like having married MJ or anything like that. But in this case, it cuts straight to this new reality. He's awake and he's like at Aunt May's grave, and it's like, I'm visiting you on the anniversary. This happened several years ago, and this is all he remembers. Like that, and Mary Jane is there, and it's like and they had this conversation about like never forgetting what May did for them, like for both of them, and like it's that little like acknowledgement that there's some part of Peter that probably is like, yeah, she gave her life so that I could have the life that I was supposed to have this whole time, and he just doesn't remember it. That's how I would do that. And I'm kind of obsessed with this idea now. Fuck, I hate that comic books aren't written by us.
Yeah, no, like, and the thing is, like, the biggest problem we'll always run into is that it's a corporate entity. So a lot of the things that we're talking about as true creatives, like pure creatives, like to us, this is a no-brainer. I'm not running defense for Marvel editorial, like in terms of like people I hate. It's like fucking like I don't know Nazis, people who play their music too damn loud at 2 a.m. that aren't me, Jehovah's Witnesses showing up at my door when I'm naked, and then Marvel editorial. Okay,
That's the definitive
fucking yeah, right. I think it's pretty well reasoned.
Yeah.
Or a combination of that, right?
But
I hate Nazis who are in Marvel editorial who are also Jehovah's Witnesses who play their music too damn loud.
Yeah, right. But I firmly believe that like it is true to an extent.
Have you heard the good news about our good Lord Spider-Man?
Like obviously, like there's numbers and stuff. I do believe. Not when they use it as a shield, but I can believe to an extent that there's numbers that we're not privy to, right? That there's maybe some factors that we're not considering. I can believe that, but here's the thing: we live in a world where Jonathan Hickman's Ultimate Spider-Man exists.
Exactly,
and it was consistently in like the top 10 comics being sold.
More
got,
importantly,
like 6 like reprints or whatever, like even more than that. I think, yeah.
More importantly. It stomps the fuck out of Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man, every time it comes out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Every time. There's never been a fucking month where that hasn't happened.
I do think it's only a matter of time before Marvel editorial's just like, fuck, we gotta do that, don't we? But I think it'll have to wait until Nick Lowe's stubborn ass is just gone. Nick Lowe's like not working there anymore.
I think there needs more pressure. I don't think it's enough. I don't mean to like rain on the parade. I just don't know that I agree.
There's a higher editorial pressures and control even for people after him.
I think in our lifetime it'll probably revert.
I can agree with. That I can fuck with. Probably. Yeah. I don't believe it 100%, but that might just be because I've been hurt for so long. Nick Spencer's run is giving me hope, and I don't want to get burned like that again,
See, I mean, that's how I was with Hulk, because for a long time, Hulk's status quo just kept resetting. And now with the Philip Kennedy Johnson shit going on, where he's just like, I'm going to double down on the Immortal Hulk stuff, actually.
He's like, what? You're like, wow, that was weird. Anyway.
Yeah, no, literally. It's just like, what if we took advantage of the fact that Donny Cates just like fucking butchered the fuck out of the ending of the Immortal Hulk that Al Ewing like masterfully wrote and went, what if we have this new Hulk show up who fucking hates Banner and just wants him gone, like for everything? It's like, I'm gonna fuck you up, Banner. That's great. I'm so glad. I want to say the only type of movie synergy I like is when like shit like the Professor Hulk being like a character who talks and is a Hulk is like results in shit like the Immortal Hulk happening, where it's okay to have a Hulk who is intelligent now. Like that's cool. I'm glad that that's the new status quo, because there's only so much you can do with Hulk being like the way he's been for the past 60 years.
Yeah, that is my key. Like, movie synergy is good when you have like a new original story to do with it, with the concepts of the movies we're working with. If you're doing it just because and it's made out of obligation, you can really tell in terms of how it's written.
Look,
those are the forceful takes for them.
I need to catch up with this one so bad. It's so
goddamn
good.
That is why personally I think like From the Ashes is really hitting me down a lot of ways, especially after the amazing that was the Krakoa era, and then From the Ashes is a lot of the X-Men going back on a lot of their decisions that they've made in Krakoa era in terms of establishing mutants with the kind of equality that they've just deserved after so long, and then are persecuting themselves and feeling bad about any sort of terrorism that they've done to humanity.
Bathroom break, carry on. I'll be right back.
They've bombed their homes and stuff.
It's like there's I really
it's a lot of victim blaming complex.
I think part of it, is like it's definitely synergy with like X-Men '97, because like a lot them saw X-Men '97. They're like, oh yeah, it's the classic X-Men that I watched when I was a kid. I want that back, and so they were like, okay,
they want them back to being persecuted youngsters, on the streets having to deal with prejudice and all that.
And don't get me wrong, and obviously, like anybody here can like disagree with me. As much as I love like old school, like oh my Stars and Garters, Hank McCoy, I really do like the idea of Hank developing into a fucking monster. I like that idea a lot. Like
it is a good idea. I feel that they went a little too far with it.
Yeah.
So they definitely need to go back slightly, but not all the way back to how it was in like classic
because
X-Men.
It's like
the
Hank
too.
duplicate thing that's like and correct again, correct me if I'm wrong. I am not super familiar with the X-Men. I'm like my knowledge of the
X-Men went so far forward that like he was worse than the evil counterpart to Beast known as Dark Beast. In like the 2000s era, and it's like, okay, by then you're going like a little too far here. It's like his evil counterpart is who the X-Men trust more.
And isn't like the weird duplicate of him, like isn't his memories only like back it up to like the 80s, like the 80s era of X-Men publication when like he was
they transparently said that like that this is the classic one, like that was who they were cloning. Just to get a version of him that wasn't evil.
I really don't like that.
Which it's like, it feels like character regression really when it's like, you should still develop the crazy beast in some way.
Like, don't get me wrong, I love X-Men '97. It is not X-Men '97's fault, but like goddamn, people really need to fucking like understand that like we can't always have the shit that we had when we were kids, because like I don't know, like when I was
like that era happened, but it's like you don't really need to go back there in terms of every single piece of material.
It's like when I was a kid,
their own thing.
It's like when I was a kid, right? Like I used to like I loved like the '90s Hulk, but I don't need everything forever to be '90s Hulk for the rest.
That would be regression for the Hulk. He's gone through like a lot of modern movements from both him, Banner, and the rest.
It's like
one thing. The fact that there is any other Hulks in like his mind too is like also a big glaring detail.
Exactly. Like one thing that I really like about modern Hulk that I wouldn't want to sacrifice to go back to like the era that I'm the most familiar with is that in modern Hulk his relationship with Betty is more complicated and like nuanced and rough than and it was rough like a long time ago, but like when I was growing up, like obviously when I'd argue when all of us were we're all varying ages, but like it was about the same, other than the period where she was just straight up fucking dead, was when they were a bit more compatible, and I like that, and I like the relationship they had in the comics and shows and things that I watched and the games I played when I was little. But at the same time, I do really, really like the current portrayal where it's they are barely functioning. We don't are they even together? Do they like each other?
Are we talking about Scott and Jean, or what are we talking about?
Betty and
no,
Bruce.
Betty and
It's
Bruce,
not
but yeah.
Okay.
just generally the whole the nostalgia
Yeah, the
shows
nostalgia
about
of the
that remind people
90s.
X-Men 97 is kind of affecting the current status quo of X-Men comics. People
Yeah,
being
from-
yeah, remember when X-Men was like that?
Yeah, which I don't mind them, bombing Krakoa. That whole arc of Fall of X was still great, for the most part. Kamala being frigid kind of didn't help things, but that was more of another thing. That was more
and
other
I love
problematic.
Well, that was movie
but,
synergy at work. If has that been confirmed, or is it just we all know?
Kinda.
it
it was
totally
kind of forced because of the movies, but it's also not really related, because it's in the movies, Kamal's not really related to the X-Men either.
I need to read
they're doing
some
so in the
of her
comics,
post-restoration stuff, just because I've heard Iman did a really good job as the
yeah,
writer.
she did a great job in terms of continuing things. It's just them, setting her up horribly was sort of the problem.
Yeah.
And
it's
I feel bad for her. She's kind of
Yeah.
I mean, Marvel
Comics are
editorial
kind of
very
in a
early.
weird state right now, where I feel like they're better than they've been in a long time, but at the same time, when they're bad, they're terrible, dude. Oh my god.
But
or
it definitely has extremes in of it.
DC finally made the decision that I thought that they needed to for so goddamn long. It's just what if everything was fucking canon? Who fucking cares anymore, dude? Nobody cares. And that's
a good idea for them, at least, somewhat at least. But
yeah.
help them
And
out
I feel like DC has a ton of good shit coming out, and it's not like the 2010s where there were a couple of flagship books for each, and at least one of them was just garbage. It's yeah, of course, Amazing Spider-Man fucking sucks right now, but at least I have 10 other comics I can read and be fuck yeah. 6 years ago, if I had picked up any comic other than maybe one or two series from the big two, I probably would have fucking hated it or been bored by it. And once again, my Hulk fan is showing. Oh my god. Oh my god, what were they doing with the Hulk in the 2010s, y'all? Oh,
oh yeah, because wasn't that the era where he was wasn't that the era of Amadeus Cho being the Hulk or whatever and stuff?
Yeah.
Not great.
It was all new, all different Hulk.
It was definitely all new and all different.
He was good
and
Champions, but yeah, that's his own series.
I hated it.
That was a cool concept for a limited series.
Yeah,
what am I turning into?
Yeah.
What if the Hulk was a fun-loving dude and didn't have all of Bruce Banner's traumatic baggage? Wouldn't that be interesting? Yeah, for 4 issues.
Yeah.
What if the Hulk was a fun-loving character who didn't have all of Bruce Banner's issues? Yeah, she was created in the 80s, you fuckwit.
Well, that also, but She-Hulk is... What's your opinion as... well, geez, I mean, you fit all the markers. I'm not gonna fucking start naming all the fucking ways that you are a marginalized person. But what's your opinion of the I don't know what to call it, but let's say the less sexualized, more brutish She-Hulk era. What are your thoughts on that era? Because
I enjoy it a lot, especially because I'm not super familiar with a lot of She-Hulk stuff, but I know enough about it to have an opinion. But I like that because I don't know, I think it's interesting. But I think part of her character is that she's like I don't know, she's sexy. That's the whole point. Like she feels more confident when she's the Hulk because that's her
there's a
coming out of
different
her shell.
dynamic of like female strength there, in terms of her already having control. It's just the social pressures on the outside of the woman without much power and strength.
Like, don't get me wrong. I think that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Don't get me wrong.
Hold on, Victor. I'm just wondering, are you on a bit of a delay? Because you don't normally talk over people. You should do it more, but you don't normally talk over people. And I was wondering if maybe like you're on a delay. Or if you're just
it
trying
might
to...
be.
Okay.
I'm not really sure. It doesn't seem to be.
I also have shit Wi-Fi.
No, I'm just. I'm wondering.
It's more my computer that's a problem than shit Wi-Fi. It hasn't shut down yet by force like it has.
No, I was just wondering. Because I'm also all for people being more assertive, so I mean it's all good. It's not like you're being rude. I'm just noticing a difference, and I was wondering if like, oh, maybe there's a lag. Because I know like Summer, who for those of you who don't know her really well, Summer plays MJ in Spider-Man. I had invited her to come on, and she was interested in coming on, but she had a really rough day and she was like really tired. So for Spider-Man fans in the chat, I was trying to get a celebrity to come on. But like it would have been cool because I know people really responded to her last episode. I was so happy that she was getting flowers for that episode, but I was trying to get her to come on, but she just really wasn't feeling up to it today. But
every 2 and 1 are great episodes for her there.
Oh yeah, no man, I fucking love it. I feel so bad for Sez because nobody talks about poor Gwen. We gotta get Gwen some love.
I've loved them both, honestly. Like, both of them and Felicia have been my favorites of the series.
The trick is do a really good job writing women, so when you say stuff that's kind of close to the third rail, people don't want to kill you. Like sometimes it's okay to fridge a woman. Anyway,
I forgot that conversation happened.
Well, we've been going for a while.
Sure.
I stand by what I said, but I understand how it sounds. Anyway,
Jarvis, clip that.
You can clip it. I'll defend myself. I don't give a fuck. Bring it on, bitches. I was trying to get her to come on, but she has super lag. Anytime we have big chats in my voice acting server, it's really fucking funny because we Marco Polo'd her one time, and Chris was like a 5-second delay. It was really bad. Oh, so bad. But anyway, I was just looking out. I wanted to make sure that like you were getting through and stuff. I was just wondering, but go ahead, you're fine. But I was just checking.
I think.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, She-Hulk stuff. Yeah, right. I completely forgot. Holy crap! Oh my god, my brain. But when I think there was definitely room to make her bulkier and like more muscular back in the day, and I do think they overcorrected it a bit. But like, I think what they've been doing with the idea is good. But at the same time, I think like
is she still more brawny? Or did they bring her back to more traditional She-Hulk? I thought they brought her back to more.
I think it's like a little bit more of a balance. But
it's a little more of a balance.
Yeah.
Because as far as I remember from her latest, she now is like in a friendship with Titania, and are now just sort of friendly, fighting each other in a park some days.
Which, by the way, I think that's cute as fuck. Because their entire rivalry was stupid to begin with. It's literally just like. Yeah, she beat your ass on Battle World that one time. We know. You can let it go. It was the 80s.
Yeah.
That's sort of a playful thing of just like, they're in for the thrill of punching each other. That's about it.
Yep.
Like my opinion on it is like I think like both portrayals of the character are great, and I like something a bit more in the middle because I like because like I don't know, I feel like.
You were about to say it's because you like stacked women. It's okay, me too.
Real.
Yeah.
I mean, I also think both are good. Mainly because I started on the She-Hulk journey from Heroes, actually, an Elseworld book about the underrated female superheroes of the Marvel Universe, where they are the only heroes of the Marvel Universe.
So like all of them got it. Okay.
Yeah, but like these ones in particular, it was like it was Princess Power, Wasp,
She-Ra?
and She-Hulk. And Miss America is sort of the like Shield liaison for this bunch of heroes. Or like in Elseworld, where it's like it's just the women as the heroes. And like it was a pretty good setup. And like in terms of She-Hulk, though, she was noticeably more in the bulkier side and ragey side of things than most other versions. But like she also transforms into like a shy librarian sort in the end. So, yeah.
Putting aside my own like sexual preferences, obviously, where of course I'm not gonna front. Like, of course I like my fucking She-Hulk to look sexy, like I'm not gonna fucking make a like big secret out of it, obviously.
Yeah.
But I can understand like from a character perspective, like wanting to try something new. I think there's a component of like sex negative feminism like coming into play.
Yeah.
It's always really annoying. It's like it's okay for a female character to be sexual, even if she's written by a man. Like,
as long as she's owning it and
which to my recollection, most of what I've read of She-Hulk, it's very much her in control of her sexuality. I'm not saying problematic She-Hulk doesn't exist. I'm saying I haven't read much of it. I'm saying most of what I've read is like pretty solid. I hate Dan Slott. I will say I've read some stuff of his She-Hulk run, and against my will, I fucking liked it a lot. I hear that run is much beloved. I feel like if Dan Slott didn't have social media and he never touched Spider-Man again, I'd probably like the guy a lot more. I don't know.
Social media has corrupted us all.
I don't know what Enterprise's thoughts are on his Fantastic Four run, but that's like a whole.
It's good.
Like, is it okay? I can believe it.
Pretty good.
I can believe it. It really seems like he claims
Iron Man as well. Yeah,
he claims to be the world's biggest Spider-Man fan. That's very hard for me to see because to me, like he's a terrible Spider-Man writer and always has been. I don't agree with some people. They're like, oh, it started good and then it fucking.
I mean, people can like the stuff that they're not good at. Like that.
That's sure. Yeah. I guess let me rephrase. People say that his love for Spider-Man is obvious in his writing. And I'm like, what? Because he knows a lot of the lore? And he makes deep cuts like the Living Brain? Like that? I don't agree that makes it evident that he loves the character. That could just be he read enough fucking Wikipedia articles. Like, he claims to be a big Giga fan. But I read his stuff and I'm like, I just feel like you're a fucking Doc Ock fan. Like, I think maybe you like the idea of Spider-Man more than the character. Like, I think Dan Slott likes the idea of underpowered, underseen nerd gets powers. I think that's the part he likes about Spider-Man.
There's a lot of people who love that about Spider-Man. That's kind of like a big
but I'm saying like without understanding the core of the character. I don't think he gets it. Or if he does, I think he's bad at putting it on the page. But everything I've heard about his other stuff,
like again, there's a difference between like what he's writing and like what is his passion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See the thing about I have two things. The thing about Dan Slott's Fantastic Four is that like I feel like that's the one that a lot of people kind of ignore because I know there's like a big retcon. For the life of me, I cannot remember what the fuck the retcon is.
Oh, it's I'm not even a big fan, and it's the one about Franklin, right?
It's that he
never was a mutant, actually. Yeah. Dumb.
I don't really care for it, but like the run is really good, and like I know a lot of people kind of like don't really see it as like one of the better Fantastic Four runs because there have been better Fantastic Four ones. There's a better one going on right now, but like I feel like people don't realize that like as much as it has sucked that we've gotten a shit ton of Fantastic Four hiatuses and stuff. The Fantastic Four content in the comics for the past 10 years has been pretty fucking good. Like the past 15 years, I'd argue.
Been a good resurgence for sure.
The Millar run of Fantastic Four was pretty fucking good, and I hate that man with every fiber of my goddamn being.
Yep. No, I feel that. Well, it's kind of like what I was saying before. Where it was like, I hate Dan Slott on Spider-Man, but I can't deny he wrote one of the hardest fucking Spider-Man panels of all time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And also like to go back to the She-Hulk discussion real quick. one thing about it is that like and I might be wrong, like again I'm not super familiar with She-Hulk. I just know enough to like be like, yeah, this is my opinion on this thing of this character. And from what I can tell, the like bulkier She-Hulk, like they're kind of like afraid to be like, oh yeah, she's sexy, and like I know that like that sort of thing is relative, but like I think the idea that like only the original version of her, where she's literally just a woman but taller,
and green and muscular.
and
Hey,
green, yeah.
hey, I won't accept slander on this stream, but you know, continue.
I mean,
But like,
Enterprise, they're somewhat right on that, though. Like, you know, when it originally started, it was pretty much just grow her a few inches, like, kind of deal.
yeah, and like I think the thing about it is that like I think you can have this like way bulkier, more like Hulk, like She-Hulk, where she isn't like a mix of both, like muscular and like sexy, and still be like, yeah, like she feels sexier. That should be how that works.
I think it's from you know what, the last time I saw her in modern continuity, I think, because I was not reading her current runs, was her appearance in Saladin Ahmed's Daredevil. Is that like that's clearly like a bigger She-Hulk, but she's also like not disproportionately big, if that makes sense. So she's still like fucking gorgeous, but she's more Hulkish at the same time. Like,
yeah, and like
she's big.
And obviously there's like
big
the depiction of her in Immortal Hulk. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because they were that was when they were doing like either like I think it was either her Gray Hulk era or it was the era where she was just going by Hulk. I think it was she was just Hulk at the time because
she was.
Yeah, and I got introduced to that version of her status quo through Immortal Hulk, and I was like, this is so fucking cool, and then I never read about it.
Oh yeah, the way that like Bruce, like well, excuse me, not Bruce. I shouldn't like lend to the slander. The way that Hulk like fucking By the way, the reveal that Immortal Hulk is the Devil Hulk was so fucking cool. I don't mean to diverge. That's so cool.
I need to bring this up. Like that is awesome. That is a real fucking thing that can happen. We're like somebody who was around a long time ago just kind of goes dormant in a system, and then they come back and they're just completely unrecognizable. And the way that certain other people in the system perceive other alters in the system can be filtered through like their experiences, and like the idea that it's like, oh, we saw you as a monster because you're the father figure we never had and shit, and so you like you. Because you're a father figure, we saw you as our dad. Is like so good, and it's so accurate. And Alec Ewing's the fucking goat.
No, it's so good.
Absolutely amazing.
Oh yeah, Dad Hulk is so cool. Like I want that to be my.
One of the biggest reprieves from the Ashes.
I want my dad to tell me he loves me and also crush people who try to hurt me. By crush them, I mean literally.
Peter's dad.
Like, God. Also, just apropos of nothing, the way Devil Hulk fucks on fools, especially in those early issues.
Oh yeah, no. See, like that, the first issue of
he deliberately crushes every bone in that guy's body.
the monologue he gives to the dude who killed that little girl in the gas station is like some of my favorite writing. In the
I'm not a bad person, am I? What do you think?
Yeah. What do you think? Is he man or is he monster or is he both? Like God, and then like Bruce looking in the mirror,
and it's
like,
the Hulk, like
man, aren't I? Yeah. Fuck. It's so I reread that shit over and over and over again, and as somebody who also like one of my other favorite parts of Immortal Hulk in general, and Al Ewing, I love you so goddamn much. You are the best writer ever, LMAO. One of my other favorite things about the Immortal Hulk run is Jackie McGee, because like I don't know, as like somebody who grew up watching like the Bill Bixby show on fucking repeat forever and ever and ever.
That was a fun callback and stuff. Yeah,
I love that shit. I was just like, fuck yes, dude. Like, I feel like this hasn't been referenced in a while outside of a random like callback to like you're making me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. And I would do the voice right now, but I'm losing my voice because I've been on this call for several hours.
I liked that character so much. I felt like the racial component, and I acknowledge I'm not in the best place, obviously, to judge it, so I take this with a grain of salt. I felt like the racial component kind of fell on its face a little bit when it was delivered. But I also don't believe like some of the chuds were saying. They're like, it ruins the book. I'm like, no, I get what Al Ewing was going for. It doesn't land for me, but I'm also not black, so I can't, accurately judge how well that was written. I didn't particularly like that element in that moment, but it's such a minor part of the book, and it's also not aimed at me, really. Like, it's aimed at like people that it resonates with more.
One thing about her that I really like is, she's clearly like in her mid-20s and shit, and like maybe even like closer to 30, and like she first ran into the Hulk, and her whole motivation centers around her having been a child in a Hulk attack at one point. And I'm like, yes, look, the comics can have a timeline where you can acknowledge that some characters were children when this started and are adults now.
Yeah, but if we think about it too much, it's gonna break everything. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
like we ignore it kind of in the same way we ignore everything else.
And like
same reason I still, wonder like every day of like what age Kamal was when Moonstone was Captain Marvel. Oh, Miss Marvel.
Oh God! Wait a minute! Oh no! You shouldn't have said that. I'm gonna. Oh.
See, if you sometimes you have to just go fuck it. You have to just go fuck it, because if you try to hold all the continuity at once, it breaks.
Was she the first one to figure out who really was Captain Marvel? Oh, Miss Marvel at the time.
Yep.
Like,
nope.
Did she?
You know how fucked up? You know how fucked up it would be if there was like a definitive statement at some point in like a Kamala Khan centric comic, or like an event, or like something where she meets Spider-Man, and like again where she's like, oh, I was born the year Spider-Man first appeared. I'd be like, oh my God, I'm gonna kill myself. Holy shit! Nope. Like
the flying time scale. That
energy to me as like if like the inevitable day like happens where I realize that I'm older than Bruce Wayne is in main continuity. When that happens, I'm going to be like, I need to die. I'm done. I'm old.
I think that's already happened to me. I mean, to be clear, it hasn't been confirmed, but it's pretty obvious to me. I'm a little outside the Wayne.
And Bruce Wayne's kind of sorta in his 40s, simply because they can't deny the fact that he has 5 kids.
Sometimes they're like, oh, he's 35, and sometimes they're like, oh, he's like closer to 50 actually. But then they have to be like, oh, he's not as old as he was in fucking The Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah. Oh, it's really no. That's one of the biggest problems with Dark Knight Returns. Is Dark Knight Returns is a book about Frank Miller being afraid of getting old. Because he's writing like a 40-something, 50-something-year-old Batman. Like, that man is on his deathbed, like fucking like, oh, it's all my best years are behind me. I'm fucked. It's like, dude, you're jacked as shit. Like, you're still like a fucking awesome human specimen.
It's like, dude, you're not dying because you're old. You're dying because you have a heart problem, you freak. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, like fucking Punisher in Max. Is clearly pushing 60 because it's real time. It's a Vietnam vet going around in a skull t-shirt shooting people, like literally gunning down pedophiles with shotguns like a champ.
God, hell yeah.
And it's
yeah, read them first.
I always tell people, even if you hate the Punisher, read the Slavers. Read no other Punisher books. If you don't read anything else, go read the Slavers. And you'll close the last page and go, all right, Frank, you can have that one. That's fine.
I got into Punisher Max and just Punisher in general because I used to watch that YouTube channel, the Super Best Friends, before they all split up, and they
and the whole time he's like dropping all the Punisher lore on the other two. And somebody who's read those books, that was a fun watch, that LP, because I'm like, yep, I read that. I read that too. Yep.
I remember I used to. Oh my God, I was such a fucking cringe ass little kid. I used to fucking bring my explicit, uncensored Punisher Max book to fucking school to read it. Jesus Christ.
My God.
I mean, did you get pulled into the office for that? Because I feel like they see like the fucking guy getting like disemboweled with his innards like strung up in the trees, and they'd be like,
wait, that can't be right.
See, I brought like the first appearance of like Barracuda in, and like they were like, oh look,
No!
titties, you're not allowed to have this in school.
oh no!
Yeah,
I'm sure it's fine, but this is too much.
That's a little. Oh, that was one thing that makes you start looking at Garth like, Garth. You have some things
buddy.
to say about black people, Garth? Are you trying to? What's going on here, buddy?
Yeah.
What's going on, Garth? What's going on? What are you doing, Garth?
How do you feel about race, buddy? Do you have some like maybe I'm reading too much into it, but to me it felt like he was really leaning into some stereotypes that he had opinions about.
Of course he was. Like of course he fucking was. Like
Yep.
God damn it, Garth.
Yeah. Listen.
I can never tell if I can never tell how I like feel about that man, because sometimes I'm like, you have to have like not known, but like sometimes it's like, dude, come on, you have to know better. Like I'm not losing my mind. That's a stereotype. Or like,
also, you want to talk about somebody who
like what the
You want to talk about somebody who writes women terribly?
Mm-hmm.
That I will not defend. He writes women like shit. Garth Ennis cannot write women to save his life. They're all like misery boxes for his male characters to have sex with. And sometimes they're awesome. Like O'Brien is a cool character, but literally the first fucking time we meet her, she's like, I want to fuck the Punisher so bad. Ugh. Like it's a caricature. Literally the first thing she's if I hear his voice, oh, I get so wet. Like fucking for those of you that haven't read Punisher Max, there is a CIA team that features, or really most of them die, but there's a fucking CIA agent who appears throughout the original Punisher Max run. Her name is O'Brien. I forget her first name. And she's part of like an off-the-book CIA operation. They're trying to... actually, John, our Punisher writer, used it as this comic as like a basis for his Punishment Past Due, which is on hiatus right now.
Yeah.
But O'Brien's whole thing, this is not in the audio drama because it's not that kind of channel, but O'Brien's whole thing, it should be, John. If you're listening, John, if we pick this back up, John, bring back the horny CIA agent, okay? But she I got some ladies who will do it for you, John. I got some ladies who are willing to say some unhinged shit, okay? I got you. But Layla, by the way, the other day was nervous about some stuff coming up in Jessica Jones, and she was asking me if I knew any like fucking like NSFW voice actors.
Which did she actually say that?
Yeah, no, she reached out to me. I'm like, I could probably find you some people. Like I know a couple of literal NSFW voice actresses, but they only do paid work. And then I was like, but then I talked to her and I'm like, what is it? And then she told me, and I'm like, I can find you people. It's not her fault, but she was over worried about it so much. And I was like, I can find you people. Hold on. Like, and then she told me she had already reached out. To somebody else. Yeah.
There's actually one I know from Canada.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, if she turns it down, let me know, and I'll just find you people. It's fine. But it worked out, and that's good.
Real quick. Hi, Layla. I just saw you in the chat. Hello. How are you doing?
Yeah. Sorry, I saw a message retracted in the chat, and for a second I thought it said message restricted, and I'm like, who did we ban Hammer? Okay.
No, it wasn't me banning anything or anything. I just
again,
Jen. I just
What'd you say,
said
Victor?
Jen instead of Jess, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, is that you, bud? Okay.
Yeah, just me bring back a typo, it's the only way I can do it in a live chat. So
Okay. Got you. Okay.
It's nothing untoward that I got rid of or anything.
No. I was being funny, but
Look, all I'm saying about O'Brien is that, like, look. If I had John,
I understand. You understand? Is that what you're about to say? Yeah. No, that scene where her and Frank finally bang, and then they kill a whole bunch of dudes it's schlocky grindhouse bullshit. But also, I'm not into it. Okay, like I'm like, okay, I understand, but it is pretty like
it is turn your brain off, stuff really.
Yeah, no, and I said Mark Millar. I apologize, Garth. You don't deserve that. You do deserve criticism for the way you rate women, but
Mark, you deserve criticism for the way you write She-Hulk, especially because what the fuck is an Old Man Logan, dude?
Oh,
my God.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That book is it's called Alabama. What are you talking about?
I read
horrible
that
down
book.
here.
I read that book, and like I had already hated Civil War.
Also,
'cause
yes,
Civil
hi,
War
Layla.
was bad. Civil War, terrible comic. But like I read Old Man Logan because I had heard from so many goddamn people. They were like, "This is a great book," and I was like, "Oh well, that movie came out. Logan
It's a
came
terrible
out,
book. Who told you that?
Yeah.
Who lied to you?
I don't fucking know, dude.
I hate
Literally
Old Man
everyone,
Logan.
But,
Like,
It's the most
I feel
garbage
people
thing
were
ever.
only excited for it based on the potential of Hugh Jackman doing this because he's getting older in this role.
And I started reading it and I was like, okay, this kind of sucks, but I'm gonna keep going. And then by the end of it, I was like, oh my god, I just formed my first real literate opinion of a comic book at age 16. I went, this is fucking awful.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Because I read Civil War and I was like, this is fucking stupid. But like it's like in that vindictive like teenage way. I was just like, this is dumb. This is dumb. This is dumb. And like as an adult, I'm still like that about that book because that book was fucking stupid. But like reading Old Man Logan, it was like I had a moment of clarity where I finally woke up and I looked at that book and I went, this is fucking awful. I'm never putting this, I'm never reading this again. I'm taking this back to the library. I should burn it
yeah.
and then tell them that I stole it. So
See,
this is because like
Old Man Logan, I think is edgy. To bring it back,
Yeah.
I think that book is
yeah.
edgy,
yeah.
and I mean that as a slur. Like if fucking it's like that book is edgy.
Yeah.
Like,
It's just like I don't know. Like there's just it's so unnecessary and like.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it. There's something in Mark Millar books that like it's not even just like the ick because like I get the ick sometimes from like Garth Ennis, but like there's something about Mark Millar where it's like I fully understand what Grant Morrison meant when they said like that they want that like the only way they ever want to come into contact with Mark Millar again is if like it's their car hitting him on the freeway or something.
oh,
Like,
what? So goaded. What the fuck?
yeah. Grant Morrison said several times that they hate Mark Millar and that like hopefully if they ever meet him again, it would be like by hitting him with their car. Like
the best
straight
part
up.
is imagining him saying that shit aloud in his voice, like, you know what? I really hate Mark Millar. I really, you don't, you know, I really want to hit him with my car. It would be amazing.
Non-binary king. Non-binary king.
I'm sorry, their
For
voice.
sure.
I didn't mean to misgender.
Oh no,
Grant
you're
Morrison.
okay.
Still a new concept to me.
I forget sometimes too.
Yeah. Well, it also doesn't help that like half the internet unknowingly misgenders Grant Morrison. It's just seemingly not a widely known fact.
Yeah.
So
Grant-
it's just.
Do you know
It's
how
like-
many
relatively
series
recent.
Grant Morrison has only wrote one Fantastic Four story, y'all? Like straight up. Like they wrote the Marvel Knights book 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's good, it's great. That should have written more. I need the Grant Morrison run, dude.
I haven't read that. I've watched the Comic Pop video. I am in my defense, I normally don't support watching videos as substitutes for reading the books, but I really wasn't that interested in the Fantastic Four at the time. So I was like, I'll just watch the video. It could be interesting, you know. And sometimes when I do that, it makes me pick up books, which is ideally the intent, you know, of that kind of content. I don't want to speak ill of the dead, so I won't say anything at all about my opinion on Comicstorian. Fuck it.
It's a real tragedy for sure. There's a couple of terrible business practices that they've made. Like that does not preclude me hating them as a person, despite me disagreeing with their general thoughts on said practice.
No. I can say this in a respectful way. It sucks that he died. And I also understand that Benny got a lot of people into comics. Okay, I get that.
Yeah.
I also, this is not anything against Benny as a person. I hate what his product and his brands and his content did to comics discourse. I feel like, and this is probably the unpopular opinion, while still being disrespectful, while still being respectful. I feel like Benny was remember I was talking about a net value add before? I think Benny was ultimately a net value loss on comic book discourse because I feel like really Benny ushered in an era that is still ongoing of people producing comic book videos that people will consume in lieu, like after they'll go watch a Marvel movie and then they would consume comic story and videos.
Yep.
And never read a comic in their lives.
Yep.
It's true.
And
like, I don't know.
And now there's a million of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Indeed, it's not strictly comic story.
YouTuber
Nobody started it. He's the big one.
Rob from fucking Comics Explained. I fucking hate Comics Explained, dude. Like, I don't hate him as a person. I don't know anything he's done wrong. I just fucking hate his content. It's like, it's just power.
And so what we have here. Oh, fuck! Shut up, Rob.
Yeah, it's. I can hear his stupid fucking voice in my head, dude. It's like,
it's a curse.
No, like I used to watch his shit on repeat when I was younger, and then at one point I gained like cognizant intelligence at some point in my life, and I started going, man, he looks at shit in such a superficial way, and then I stopped watching him, and then I tried to watch him again like a year ago, and I was like, oh my god, what the fuck was I thinking? Holy shit, I'm gonna punch teenage me in the fucking face. Like,
I mean, I will say one exception with the dramatic read kind of format was Injustice. I watched his videos on those, which happened to be the ones that were super popular anyway.
I hated his voice acting too, though. That also didn't help. I hated his dramatic readings. I thought he was a terrible voice actor.
Rob?
No,
I mean,
I know Benny.
I'm just talking about Benny, but it's like at least they could make it like somewhat entertaining for a story that's just garbage. So
Yeah, it's like I think that format can work. There's a Dragon Ball YouTuber called Mondo Cool who does the same thing just with like fan manga because it's hard to find, and like he does it super well.
Also, Toei will nuke you from orbit if you use too many panels.
Yeah, and like. But like, okay, like, it's. I have mixed feelings on Comics Explained because not Comics Explained, sorry, Comic Story. Brian, I keep confusing the two. God damn it!
It's a very incestuous industry, to be fair. Like they were like joined at the hip.
They were all involved in each other's, sort of.
For the longest time, they had the pull. They all used to be literally in the same giant ass comic book podcast for forever. It's been off the air for years, but that was a thing.
Yeah, and when I remember when I was younger, I did get like into some comics through Benny, and like that was cool and stuff, like thankful for that. But at the same time, it's just like, dude, like unless you read the comic, I'd argue like don't even fucking like put your like stake in like in the conversation at all. Just don't don't act like you know what the fuck the comic is about, because it like if you listen to a comic historian video while you're driving home from work or like while you're like studying, you're not going to get the full story because he's not telling the full goddamn story. The full story is the fucking paperback singular issue that you could have bought, but like obviously not everybody can. But like
it's why I prefer ones that are more in a review format than ones that are like full recaps of the whole thing.
I like Comic Pop because even though they ultimately spoil the whole fucking book, right? And you could argue there's problems with that. Yeah. It is a discussion format.
Yeah.
Like they're talking about the substance of the book while they're going through it.
Yeah.
It's more fun. And
for sure.
And to be fair, most of their content is stuff most of the content that I watch is stuff that I've either read or it's stuff that I'm like, this is interesting, but I also know like I'm probably not gonna like run out and read it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, so it's not like I'm being cheated, or like being like stirred away. It's like it's either something I've already read or it's like, oh, I know of this story. I know I have no interest in it, but I'll listen to a bunch of nerds. Or really like one nerd and his fucking friends that he's paying to be there. But like fucking it's true. It's changed a little bit. They've slowly been bought in over the years, but
at least how it works now, though.
Oh God! By the way, never talk to Sal Crivelli on Twitter. Jesus fucking Christ! Do not fucking try to engage with that man in any way. That is what I love their content. Sal Crivelli is one of the most sensitive fucking people I've ever met in comics. Holy shit, dude! That man jumps on people like you wouldn't believe. Like somebody will try to make like a joke with him, you know, like joke around, and he will act like you walked into his house and kicked his dog. Like he that is one of the most like hair trigger people I've ever met. I'm sure he's like a nice person overall, and he has great taste in books, and he has the right opinions about Spider-Man. But oh my fucking god, I never engage with him on social media anymore. That talking about the word sensitive before, that is one of the most sensitive ass motherfuckers I've ever seen in this space. Holy shit.
Damn.
Just as an aside, oh yeah, dude, it's so bad. Don't ever comment. Don't ever comment anything other than gargling their collective balls on Comic Pop. Don't ever put a criticism for the episode in the comments. Don't, because Sal will come in like a screaming band child and fucking like make some snide ass comment at you. You know, like obviously, now that I'm saying this, I can't think of any specific examples, but I've seen it multiple times enough that I know to not do it. You know what I mean? Like, ugh.
Oh boy.
I wanna like I have two things. One, I know we were talking about Benny, but I need to talk about Rob, dude.
No,
my
it's okay.
God.
Get it out.
Because,
He's still
like-
alive, so you can say a lot worse shit.
So I know Benny like affected like pretty negatively the comic discourse, but like I feel like he had more of a positive impact than Rob fucking did, and Rob still
Yeah,
does.
he has a lot more positive energy about
Yeah.
it.
Well, Rob would spoil books that
Yeah.
had yet to come out.
Yeah.
Like, and let me
Yeah.
talk about this shit about fucking Rob.
Yeah. Like Benny was far better in
A
terms of his
fucking
decorum.
Hulk fan. Hi, Jubilee here, by the way. I showed up just now. The fucking thing about Rob is that like he is the reason why a lot of people look at like several of the like most interesting fucking comic characters on the planet and just look at their feet. Wait, I can't go fucking anywhere without like I can't like if I look up shit about the Hulk, like if I look up conversations.
Oh,
about
feats
the
of
fucking
power
Hulk,
and strength. I'm sorry. Shit. I was like, what in the Rob Liefeld Quentin Tarantino is going on here? Okay. Okay.
People were only interested
I
in
heard
Hulk's feet
it was
from then
like
on.
everybody was already giving me room to talk, so everybody was already silent. But it's like things got more silent somehow from silence, and I was like, oh, they probably think I'm talking about feet. Like,
We were talking about someone's Hulk fetish.
Listen, you can find a lot about superhero feet on the internet, okay? Like, I listen, it takes all kinds.
Don't underestimate it.
Yeah, right? Fucking shit, dude. That's, fucking everyone's feet in Sue Storm's ass now, apparently. Thanks, Marvel Rivals. Holy shit.
Hey, look,
Rivals is
I'm
bringing all
gay,
the
so
cake.
I'm really happy about the Sue Storm thing.
I am too. Sorry,
I
carry
just
on.
wish that her and Dagger did not have similar hairstyles, because that's kind of weird.
Yeah. That could and should be fixed.
But you know what? That's another thing conversation because like I didn't know about. I need to bring this up in a bit actually, but now I have three things to talk about. But the thing with Rob is like now whenever I look up, like especially with Hulk shit, but whenever I look up like conversations about the Hulk online, hoping to find somebody who is like talking about the actual goddamn nuances of the character, there will always be like a point in time in that fucking conversation where it'll get diverted into, but didn't the Hulk like get so angry during World War Hulk that he shifted the tectonic plates? And I'm just like, I don't care. Oh my god, I don't care. Holy shit. Oh my god.
I feel that plenty of times. Every time that I admit that I'm a Hulk fan to anyone, it's typically like drawing feats of him, you know, from like either comics or the films. You know.
Who's stronger though? But who's stronger?
Sorry.
Yeah,
but like
it's like all of that. Always.
But it's like dude, like I get it, right? The Hulk can be fucking cool. Like the Hulk is cool as shit. Like don't get me wrong. Like the world breaker, like the gamma radiation erupting from his mouth shit, that's cool. Like punching a planet and it exploding, that's cool as fuck. Like some of the shit that the Immortal Hulk does, sometimes that's just like cool on its own. Like I don't even like I could just look up that panel and like not remember the context it happened in, and I'll be like, yeah, whatever he did is cool. But like at the same time, it's like, why is this the only thing you care about? Why?
Yeah. Like I'm not really all that interested in the Hulk only for strength. Like that's not really.
It's like unpopular opinion. In terms of raw strength and anger, Planet Hulk happened, or no, I guess technically we should say World War Hulk happened.
Yeah.
Maybe this is an unpopular opinion. I don't think you could ever reasonably make Hulk angrier or more of a threat. Like, you've already topped out that story. You can't go any more than fucking betraying him, exiling him, letting him find peace and love and acceptance and a family, and then fucking accidentally contributing to that being taken all away. And then he comes back to Earth to wage war on the planet. You can't go higher than that.
It's like the thing about that, and like, yeah, don't get me fucking wrong, it's cool as shit. Like sometimes I'll drop
that's an end of the Hulk story. That's we're done. That's the last Hulk story, if you ask me.
Yeah,
that's like, we don't plan on using this character for a good long while. There's not going to be Hulk books for a while, so we're gonna like fucking close out the character in a a way. Maybe that's an unpopular opinion, but
fucking done, because like I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't like the idea that there are like a billion Hulks. Like
I hate that in general. I don't like multiple
like
characters existing at the same time that do the same thing. It's my main problem with Miles and Peter existing at the same time. Yeah. I don't like. And for people that on Twitter that will attack you when you say that and go like it's a race thing, I'm like, I don't want there to be multiple white Flashes at the same time. I don't care. Green Lantern at least is like understandable because it's space cops.
Yeah.
So of course there's multiple Green Lantern.
Yeah.
There isn't a flaw.
Yeah.
Well, when there's sex on Earth, then
yeah, that's like, cringe. Yeah, no, that's already like stretching it. Yeah. I didn't like Batman Incorporated.
The thing about Al Ewing's portrayal of like all of these different characters, it like actually justifies them retroactively. But before Immortal Hulk, I could not give less of a shit about Red Hulk. Holy shit, I do not care. I do not care about him. I don't care about A-Bomb. I don't I don't give a shit about the Red She-Hulk, because guess what, bitches? She was already a weird monster at one point. She was fucking Harpy, and Al Ewing made her Harpy again, which is cool.
Yeah. Al Ewing's like, I'm sorry, I understand. I'll fix it. Don't worry.
See, listen.
I personally like the Red Hulks, but yeah, that was because I was introduced to them through the big giant battle scenario that was World War Hulk. So,
Red She-Hulk is a fun gimmick, but I don't think it should have been long term. You know?
Yeah.
I think part of why too that I really don't like the idea of there being multiple Hulks is just because like the primary portion of time I was really introduced to the comics was like, one, the fucking Paul Jenkins and Bruce Jones run, and two, the other period that I was super interested in at the time was the 80s comics, where like Bruce was in control of the Hulk and like he was pardoned of all of his crimes and shit, and it was just him. He was the only one other than She-Hulk. That's it. And like that's the end all be all. Like it makes him look less unique, and then you're also like, dude, why is he specific? Why? Like, I mean, it's like obviously a lot of it's his mental health stuff and like him having DID and all that. But like at the same time, it's like, why is he the only one that's so fucked up? And they had to change that. They had to make Jen retroactively like too now. Like her, like the way she deals with the Hulk sucks, and like that sucks too. But like
that's actually my biggest problem. We talked a lot about the sex appeal, but that's actually my biggest issue with the whole concept of that era of She-Hulk.
Yeah,
I'm like, now she's just Hulk though. Like you've made her less awesome and special. Like
it's literally like the entire point of Hulk is that she is a healthy version of that character who happens to be a woman who is hot and like. But like
to deal with the normal issues of navigating the
Hulk character who can become a Hulk and then also having them be in control is dumb. Like the only way I could ever have accepted A-Bomb is if they just decided to like have A-Bomb be like a one issue like Jimmy Olsen becoming like a turtle thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what a lot of these alternate Hulks should be. Like a story arc at most, and then it's like that was.
I think in terms of A-Bomb, Red Hulk I could see going on for longer because, like, you know, the irony
is
of
like
Ross
big enemy, or was for a while. Yeah, like
I mean, like he was hunting down Bruce for so long.
I don't.
Yeah.
God, people talk him up like he's the ultimate Hulk villain. It's like, no, dude, that's the leader. I don't even care.
Well, yeah, no. You're right about the leader being his ultimate villain. I didn't. That was a poor phrasing.
Right.
I understand that. My
It's
thing
just
is
that,
like,
Ross provides a different threat.
Yeah.
Ross
There's
should.
different threats all across the board.
I
It's
mean,
not like
Ross
Ross
becoming
like-
a gamma mutate, I think,
Yeah.
is a thematic, like makes thematic sense.
Yeah.
Like at the end of their conflict,
Yeah.
Ross becoming a gamma mutation is interesting thematically and probably is what I would do if I were writing a Hulk
100%.
story.
And I
But
like the
him
way
becoming
that
a
Red Hulk-
Hulk is dumb and gay and should never have happened.
I think, I think it can be utilized well. Like I said, I think it was utilized well enough in the Jeff Loeb run, and I've seen a couple of different I've seen one show do it justice. Fuck Agents of Smash, like Earth's Mightiest Heroes did it well.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, Agents of Smash has one redeeming quality, and it's my big celebrity crush, Eliza Dushku as She-Hulk. Okay,
Oh yeah, no.
we'll always have that.
I hear when I read
That's-
She-Hulk comics.
That's my comic crush, voiced by my real life celebrity crush. I'm not saying you're wrong about Agents of Smash being garbage because it is. It's toys for kids to buy. The show.
I mean,
But
so
it had-
all in that run, but yeah. Like,
But it had
especially
it had that one thing going for it. And you can never take that away.
I think Red Hulk has done exclusively in his first run as an important character when he's first introduced to the Jeff Loeb run and in outside media. That is it. I think he can be done super well. I fucking hate the Red Hulk.
You know what? My worst thing about Red Hulk is that I remember reading the fucking first issue where it happens. I literally remember nothing about the issue except I remember the Red Hulk being in silhouette and getting some kind of injection, and then he becomes the Red Hulk, and it was this big mystery. And this is almost 20 years ago or whatever the fuck, and I wasn't nearly as much of a Hulk fan then as I am now, and I still remember reading it and going, "Oh, it's General Ross."
Yeah.
Are we guessing about who this is? Why are we guessing?
See,
It's
in
General
my
Ross.
mind, I wouldn't have made him into a Hulk. I would have made him into the Abomination shoot off, like spin-off character,
Sure.
they did with
That's
Rick.
what I would have done too. Yeah, he would have been a gamma mutate. He would not have been a Hulk. He would have had some but fuck me and fuck you too, apparently. I don't know, fucking whatever.
Yeah, it's that's why I fucking love Immortal Hulk so much, because it made me actually be yeah, you know what, this is justified. Yeah, it's cool that there were multiple Hulks. That's the only time I've been yeah, this is cool as shit, because now all of a sudden it with the retcon that gamma radiation's fucking magic Satan shit. That's cool.
Yeah, that's so cool.
awesome. That is
Yeah.
One of my favorite retcons in anything ever. And
Gamma radiation is magic, actually.
It's rare that sort of a retcon works.
fine.
It's actually all this weird shit was magic, but you know what, motherfucker? I'm not done fucking glazing my boy Al Ewing. He did it right.
Yeah.
You
That's some good
don't
stuff.
do it. You don't do it in a fucking oh my god, it's fantasy magic. It's no, this is the devil, dude. This is fucking satanic shit. That's cool. I like that. I'm a Satanist. I don't care.
And then sorry, I had it and then I lost it. I'm not ready to leave, but I am getting tired, so I'm running out of batteries a little bit.
I feel that.
But Chris, do you have to go? Don't stay
No,
up on
no,
our
no,
account.
no.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I wanted to be a good friend and give you permission to get out if you needed to.
No,
I was about to say, because I was about to
I'm good for a bit, but
check the time and stuff. So yeah.
it's been 5 hours. I'm good, but
Oh, God.
yeah.
I've been on here since I got off at 4:30, at work. Jesus. Oh no.
Listen. We had to talk about Hulk and Spider-Man and a little bit of
Exactly.
Punisher. Dude, I'm so excited for Gang War. I just gotta gush for a second. Can I gush for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to write Gang War so bad, dude, because I I feel like a little kid because I just walk around my house like kind of like fucking like miming out like cool scenes that are going to be in Gang War. I just think of like because it's like me getting to play with all my action figures. Like,
Oh, you do
once
that too?
Yeah,
I do it too. Yeah, same.
And I'm
like in character as like certain characters in like Fantastic Four or other things I'm writing, and just be like and like come up with entire scenes where I'll just go back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh no, I still it keeps me young, man. But sometimes I get so hyped, I'm like running around the house, like fucking like pretend shooting guns and shit. I'm so fucking stupid, but like I just get so into it. I'm like man, I'm so hyped for all the gang war stuff. I'm really excited for the Punisher stuff. I'm really excited for the I want to do stuff with Mark's history as a CIA agent. Because I gotta be careful what I say because I don't want to like spoil it. But like we're like tying some characters' backstories together in a fun way.
I still gotta continue writing the second X-Men story. Won't spoil to the live stream, but gotta write that one when my machine does on occasion work.
I think though after this live stream, I think I'm gonna go write Batman. One or two things are gonna happen. I'm either gonna write some Batman or I'm gonna pass out.
Oh, dude, I've
Duality
been
of
the
man.
same thing because like the entire time I've been on this call, I've just been like, the moment this stream is over, I'm getting off this call and I'm going to like finish the script for episode 2 of Fantastic Four tonight. I'm doing it. I don't even care. And if I don't do that, you have personal permission to track me down and shoot me in my fucking head.
Why would we do that? Then there's like literally no more episodes.
No, because then you can pick my brain.
We need all your brains.
Yes.
Oh my god.
There are way too many of us. Jesus Christ.
I just had this moment. So like because I was being so precious about the Batman script, there are like 3 different versions of it on my computer. Because I get like a certain way in, and then I go, no, this is wrong. And so I'd start again, and then I go, no, this is wrong. So I have to like make sure when I go to open it from the quick menu of my script writing software, I'm like, okay, wait, this is the right one. Okay, yeah, this is version 3.
It's sort of been chaotic rewrites in the same doc for me. It's kind of I'm sorry for calling you out.
Sorry, you go first. Sorry.
I was just saying that like I'm sorry for calling you out for doing the same thing that I did. Sorry for all of you. Like on that one.
160 individual voices go. It's okay.
Because I did the same thing. Like I've rewritten the same document for the script before.
Oh yeah.
For Beast, and it is going for the next one. It seems as well, as I've rewritten the opening like 1 to 3 times. For a certain returning face from one of the other audio dramas coming back to that. Very excited for that.
Hell yeah.
I think that's the first time bringing back a character, like, and it's already by script too. So, in terms of bringing a character in for the rest of the MAU. So,
Chris can probably verify this. Like, I don't know if you remember, but like, I used to like do that thing where like I was so fucking obsessed with like getting Fantastic Four right that back when it was originally supposed to be like a movie length thing. Anytime I came up with a different idea, I would make a new document because I was like, this is where this idea goes to die. I need to leave this here. I went through and I read my 45-page script the other week. Like maybe a couple weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, of the original version of the script I got the furthest into, where it was like a news, like to go behind the scenes for a second. Originally, the premise for Fantastic Four was that it was set entirely in the modern day, and we followed their origin, and it was 45 pages was where I got, maybe even further than that. And I looked, and the reason I was like, this isn't working is because I looked at it and I looked at the rest of the scenes I still needed to write, and there were like 20 scenes, and I had gotten through like 6, and it was 45 pages fucking long, and they hadn't become the Fantastic Four yet. And I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I think that was why it took like so many years. It was just, the trick is getting a good layout of where your story's overall going to go.
See, literally, it was as simple as me going, I am not willing to write this unless I can actually say in universe that the Fantastic Four are the first family. And then I was like, yo, Chris, man, what if we set Fantastic Four like that they were superheroes in the 60s, and then they were like stranded in the modern day and like went missing for like all that time, and then they came back and shit. And then the fucking premise of First Steps was leaked, and I went, fuck!
They heard every word.
Not the same zone, but yeah, it's sort of similar.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry. Gang war.
No, it's okay. I'm just really hyped about that because that's like a fucking when I was like, you know what, guys, I'll just write the first draft of everything. It was like, it'll just work better this way. I'll just write it. I realized the one cool thing about it is I'm like, now I get to play with all the action figures. Yes. I get to play with all the action figures. I get to write the first thing. Well, I mean, I don't really count Avengers because Avengers is kind of like a foregone conclusion.
It's a team thing.
Yeah, it's a team thing. Like this is the first big team up event.
Yeah, like a big crossover.
And I'm like, oh, let's go. And I'm already thinking of like all the different ways that these characters can like fucking like, especially if I'm like, okay, we're writing it as like movie, like kind of like a standard audio anomaly movie format kind of thing. The sacrifice of that is every character is not going to get the same level of focus. They can't. It's not going to be a giant team, including literally everybody that we talked about originally, because they can't. We just can't do it. It's not going to work. No. That actually was one of the big stumbling blocks I had to get over, is I had to be like, okay, all these characters are going to be in it, but they can't all be main characters on a big team together, fucking shit up, fighting gangs. Like, we can't do it. It literally isn't going to work. No. So I was like, okay, tighten it up, narrow the focus, do character stuff, do what you're best at. Here we go. Man, there's so much cool stuff. I can't wait.
Absolutely.
I'm so
I definitely would consider myself more of a narrative focus if I was to, I don't know, name something very specific that I do.
Oh yeah, no, I self glaze a little bit all the time. Like, I do love everybody's stuff, but I've always said that like I'm the big character fucker. Like I really am like fucking, I do these like big character you get like 5 minutes where it's literally just, again, like Danny and his mother like pouring their hearts out to one another, and like nobody else really does that. But I'm like, okay, I'm gonna keep doing it. Fuck you. That's what I come here for. I'm gonna do that.
That's why I do want to have like major character moments for sure.
Well, if you don't do that in X-Men, I'm sorry, I'm gonna tell you, you're doing it wrong. Like, if X-Men is not a schmaltzy focus. Yeah, if X-Men is not a schmaltzy fucking soap opera, I don't care how much of an X-Men fan you are, you're doing it wrong. I'm so mad. So mad. You're like, what the fuck? Ugh!
Yeah.
Like,
I have things like that with Fantastic Four, where I was like, if there isn't a moment where like Ben like tries to attack somebody and Reed doesn't get involved, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed at myself.
like wraps himself around Ben like 7 times. Yeah. No, you got it.
When I did that at the very end of episode 1, I was like, yes, I got to do the thing. I got to do the thing I've been wanted to do. Wait.
Yeah. Yeah. Fucking
there's definitely got to be a few like moments of like of course, like the classic prejudice that they all face, their dynamic with the professor, all that good stuff.
Because
and there's even some like classic lines even as early as the Beast audio drama, which I'm not going to spoil here, but there's for sure going to be some enjoyment in that one.
Sorry.
No. I just, as a quick aside, I think, because I know I was like really like I had my fucking like X-Force pitch that I was like really excited about doing, and then I was like, oh, Victor's being really weird about his fucking lineup of initial X-Men. But that's okay, I understand, I guess.
Well, like I
So-
recently posted a document of like which characters I'm using just because I realized
That's too much
that,
work.
yeah.
That's great. That's too much work. I just think what I'm gonna do if I do it is I'm just gonna fucking do like an alternate, like a one shot alternate timeline, like Age of Apocalypse kind of shit thing over here that
Hell yeah.
like doesn't affect anybody's shit at all because it's its own little pocket thing. It's a dark what if tale, and because I wanted to do a lot of crazy shit with it, and I'm like, fuck it. If I do it, I'll just do it over here, and it literally won't have an effect on anything for anybody.
Oh
But
my
they
God.
can visit that
Yeah.
hellscape universe if they really want to. You know?
I know I talk about. I know I keep being like, I have 3 things to talk about. I have 3 things to talk
You
about. guys.
do know you don't have to itemize your list to people. You could just say
I'm
things. It's
autistic,
okay.
damn it.
It's okay if it helps you.
Same.
I'm just
Yeah.
letting you know you don't have to like get prior authorization to talk about things that you're excited about. It's okay. This is not a health insurance company.
I really do. Thank you. I really do appreciate the reassurance. Thank you.
I know. It's no worries.
But like, oh God, I was just thinking about it, and I was just like, yeah, wait, like alternate timeline stuff, like just like doing all this stuff with like a concept. I was just thinking, oh my God, I completely like, I don't think I like processed that like a month ago. I got permission from Chris to like fucking just change the entire concept of the cosmology of the Madu. I was just like, yes, I get to do the thing. I get to shape an aspect of the fucking way the universe works. I'm so happy about this. I'm so glad I'm writing Fantastic Four. Like, and like, God, while we were talking about all this, I was just thinking, I was like, oh my God, like, because like I was just thinking about the behind the scenes stuff on like one of the original like drafts of the Fantastic Four script. I was like, I need to repurpose one of the narration, like one of the bits of narration I like came up with, because part of the premise of the original script was that the Fantastic Four were like, they were all individually the narrators, and they were like narrating as like the story of how they all met as like per like a news thing. Like they were all individually recording their own like interpretations of what had gone down with them and why they were there and the way that they were. And meanwhile, anything that largely focused on Doom was Doom like writing like symbolically writing a letter to his dead mother. And like being like, hey, this is what's happening now. I'm doing all of this in your memory, actually. And I kind of want to repurpose that the Doom bit.
Yeah.
I actually still remember that. Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, I thought I was so fucking clever back then.
But yeah, I'll send over the listing here. Yeah.
We still gotta, Chris. You and I still have to bang out like the Kang of it all. Because I think didn't we decide that the time fucky wuckiness was just
yeah.
Am I misremembering completely?
No,
Like
yeah,
Kang.
Right yeah.
It's Kang.
Yeah.
It's Kang. Yeah,
Classic
we'll have
Kang.
to
I
fucking
can't
do
wait until we get to like those like bigger villains, like the ones who are like all fucky with the cosmos and time and like reality and shit. I cannot wait until we get to, without spoiling it, the big reveal in season 1 of Fantastic Four, because when that happens, people are going to see how fucking crazy I am.
Well, let me say this. This is why I'm open to talking about Kang and shit. Because we are like now like 5.5 hours into this bitch.
Yeah.
If somebody is fucking listening for 5.5 hours,
they deserve what will not get.
Yeah. They deserve the spoilers. I don't care at that point. I'm like, okay, whatever. You're enough of a super fan that like what okay. Oh, you're fine.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, no, you're completely right, because at that point somebody would have like re-listened to the bit from like episode 1 where the name gets cut off. They're like, yeah, that's Galactus. They're talking about Galactus. Like,
well, much the same way I feel like saying time fucky wucky shit followed by Kang is technically a spoiler, but it's not. I feel like it's also not really a spoiler. Like, if you know enough to care about the fact that it's Kang, you also know Marvel enough to be like, time, Kang, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and much the same way that if
I really
Fantastic Four, Galactus. Well, yeah,
You
that's me.
Do you think that
Yeah.
that same person who associates Kang with time, with the word time, hears the word "we" in casual conversation, and goes,
Venom.
"Oh, Venom."
Yeah, probably.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've made that joke a lot before. One of the first things that we realized, when we realized we were a system, is like now that we refer to ourselves in the plural tense, we're like, oh my god, we're Venom. Venom.
Oh man, fucking everybody's like, oh god. Every time somebody in the comments is like, Venom, I want Venom. I'm like, okay, Venom's a big deal. We're getting there. Okay, like
closer than you
it's
think.
gonna be a long road to get there, but like it's coming.
Oh, yeah.
Like Eddie Brock is here. I swear, how part of me refuses to believe that there's Venom fans, even though I know that there are. Like apparently there's a lot of them. I know because they never shut the fuck up about how marginalized they are. But like I understand that they're Venom fans. But I'm always like fucking like, oh my god, guys, like calm the fuck down. But like, who are these people that are so beaten down that Eddie Brock is a fucking regular supporting character on Spider-Man the audio drama, and they're like, "Are you guys gonna do Venom?"
Literally.
I'm like, "Oh my god, what has been done to you people? Like, how hurt are you by like the Insomniac games or whatever the fuck?" And you're like, Eddie Brock is literally here. He's been in every episode so far, and you're like, "Oh, is he gonna fucking be in the thing?"
I don't
Like,
know. Yeah. Who's to say? It could be
Isn't it-
Carnage.
I like that like our Reed and our Eddie are voiced by the same dude.
And
That's
like,
cool.
yeah, there's like a consistent character on Jessica Jones.
I like
Jonathan
that.
voices
Oh my
too.
god,
Yeah.
they're the same guy.
Yeah,
They're
he's
the
even
same
in
dude, they're the same character.
Have you, Enterprise? Have you ever had the fortune of getting into a casual call with him?
Oh,
I
he's like
haven't.
the nicest guy. Oh my god.
I've been
It's
meaning to
so-
talk to them all more. It's so funny.
I have as well.
It's so
And
funny because he is the
I look
nicest.
forward
Yeah,
to
he's
eventually
so
working
sweet.
with him. Not the few people who will think that Wolverine is immediately showing up. He's not.
Mhm. He's like the nicest guy. It's so
Yes.
wild coming from like his Eddie Brock performance. No, I'm trying to make Eddie Brock like really sympathetic. Like he's an understandable
he's, like,
motivation.
yeah.
Clearly he's traumatized. Clearly he's got like some bubbling anger issues, like all that. But he's like obviously you're meant to sympathize with this Eddie. Like he's like
Yeah.
very much like struggling and got dealt a really bad hand and is like trying to track down a conspiracy. Like we like Eddie. You're supposed to.
Yeah.
But he still plays him understandably like very angry. Justifiably so in this version, like very like righteous anger and also very New York. And and then you talk
all the New York.
and then you talk to Prime and he's like someone's dad.
Yeah,
Like it's
he's
so
so sweet.
wonderful, dude. He's so nice. It's
Yeah.
so wild.
Oh yeah, I haven't like called
a great
him
guy.
or anything, but like texting him, like and like having like brief interactions over messages. He's so fucking sweet.
Yeah.
like
he is.
Yeah,
like
he's like the
it
it
coolest
makes
guy.
me feel bad almost for the shit I'm gonna have him record later. Oh god, I need to talk to him about that. Oh no, wait.
In my experience,
Yeah.
most people are pretty flexible unless you're having them like fucking like essay another character. Like
Yeah,
you know,
true.
or like torture a child. Those are my two hard lines.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
I'll hit a child in a narrative, but I won't do anything worse than that.
Mm.
Oh yeah, obviously,
Yeah. Like
I'm not gonna have
close,
Reed,
for sure.
I'm not gonna have Reed like SA somebody, but like
Some of my adventures do
no, I do
star
work. I
kids,
just meant like
so-
in terms of like lines and kind of like
Oh,
fucking
yeah,
like
no,
hard
I
lines
know, I
and
know.
yeah, you know.
Yeah.
but I know what
absolutely.
you mean. But like, wait,
We as
I wanna
creatives
ask
tend to
real
be-
quick. I want to ask real quick because like I don't know, I like brain dying.
Real quick, Joe, how comfortable are you with tormenting children?
It depends on the context. If you're being serious, and it depends on the narrative. It really does. It depends. I don't like going
Okay.
into that space because I care about kids a lot. I've
Mhm.
worked with youth in some capacity for like more than half my life.
I mean, so have I, and I've
I-
been a youth during some of the time that I was doing that. So.
Yeah. I'm not like. It really depends, which I know is like hard to work with. I understand. It's
Yeah.
I this is one of those I've never had my values tested things, right? Because it hasn't like really come up that much. So I understand it's frustrating for a director who's like potentially like trying to like write with me in mind that I can't give like a hard line, so to speak. But it's like it's a perfectly valid question, but it puts me in this weird place where it's like fucking now I have to think of all the fucking ways that you could fucking harm a child, and I have to decide real quick like whether or not fucking like I'm willing to do it
Yeah.
in character.
I mean, don't worry. In your case, it's more emotional torment. So
I could
this is the hypothetical.
No, yeah. If it's just like emotional or verbal abuse, I could probably do it, especially since we're not recording like in the same booth. I can generally I can do that. I'm reasonably certain.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure whatever kid or adult that I have recording the lines of said child.
Is it because are you? Hold on, shit. Are we going off the fucking? It's 5.5 hours in, so I'm not going to be super precious about spoilers type shit.
Sure.
Rule. Okay. Are you using Mephisto in place of Belasco?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
In fact, actually, it's sort of like how in Magic's own solo series, her first one, she ran into like limbo versions of the X-Men.
Yeah.
Well, I'm basically having it for Mephisto where he also is affected by that same circumstance of limbo. Like he's not an exception to this.
Okay.
So the other side of him is Belasco.
That's cool.
So, like, that's
I actually like that.
Another name.
I actually like that a lot. That's a cool switch up. I fuck with that. That's cool. No, yeah. No, if it's just being like a dick to Magic or whatever, that's fine. I can do that. Like I'll fucking psychologically ruin one of my favorite X-Men characters. It's cool. It's fine. No. That's cool. Like no, the way it's. This is not a criticism, but the way you said that, I was like, "Oh Jesus fucking Christ! All right, what are we doing here?" Like, if you had said, like, "Are you
kids?" Is what you're doing.
Are you comfortable tormenting kids?
Yeah, right. Like Jesus, I'm like, shit. Oh my god.
You know who's really fucking nice? Like just like going back to like the conversation about Prime. You know who like fucking Brian, dude.
Yeah, Brian's
Brian,
dope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
he
Brian's
was so
awesome.
fucking patient while my stupid ass was like, yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. Yeah, you could do that with the editing. I approve because like I didn't know. I was so out of it while Fantastic Four was being edited. He would message me, and it would be like a day later when I would finally have like the mental energy to like actually put anything into the project at the moment, and I'd be so disassociated. I'd just be like, and he'd like be really so goddamn patient about it. And eventually I messaged him like straight up. I was just like, hey, I am so fucking sorry if I seem like super inattentive and I'm not being helpful. Like this disorder makes it so goddamn hard to remember I'm doing things.
Do you
and he's like,
I'm sorry, I mean to cut you off. Did you I don't want to get too personal, but like and I also don't want to like put Chris on the spot. But like do you like do you work a lot with Chris with your stuff? Okay. So like you use Chris as a resource when you're like I say this with love, but when you're like crashing out, like you know to like use Chris as a resource.
I'll like go to him and I'll be like, well, typically when I'm like I need to go on like a hiatus or like it might be a while, I'll go to him first before I tell anybody else because like yeah.
Well, he's like he's the grand poobah at the tippy top, and he's really good at it. And so yeah, that's what he's here for. So like,
I mean, he was the first person I told in the server that I have DID. I was like, I'm probably gonna bring this up. I need to like run this by you first and be like, is everybody else in this server going to be cool with this? Because I know.
If not, we'll kick them out and recast them. It doesn't matter. Fuck them, they can die. I don't. What are you gonna do? What does it matter if they're cool with it? If they're not cool with it, they can fuck off.
I know. I was just like, oh god, because like. In my mind, I was just like, oh my god, people are going to be like, you're a completely different person. And it's like, I don't, like, who cares? I'm the same me, I guess. It's just like, look, look, I go by a different name, and sometimes some other bitch will show up, and she's just as annoying as I.
The worst thing about your situation is that you using plural kit sometimes leads to 3 fucking notifications at once, and then I feel very bigoted for 0.25 seconds, and then I get over it.
Oh, dude.
I mean, I don't mind because I receive a lot of notifications from servers where people do reply and ping at the same time.
Also, to be clear,
don't worry for me.
To be clear, also, because
yeah.
I also know you're neurodivergent as fuck. So to be super clear, that was a joke. You are okay.
Yeah, no, I totally get it because like it's an issue with me because I fucking hate plural kit sometimes, dude. Because like if I ask somebody, then like their notifications are fucked. That's it. like they get like 2 or 3 notifications at the same time, and whenever it happens, it's like my brain implodes. I'm like, oh god damn it! I forgot. This disorder.
I'm very sensitive to.
Disorder sucks.
I'm very sensitive to sounds and overwhelm in general. So literally the only time I ever get annoyed is you're fine. It's plural kit that I would like to strangle and throw out a window sometimes. And that is just me being real, so you don't have to second guess. That is not me saying change anything. I'm just like having a fun and acknowledging like, oh, I fucking hate plural kit so much, but I understand.
Yeah, there has to be like a different way to go about that, because like I don't like having to type like here's my message signed Jubilee, but like at the same time it's less annoying. Sure. But it's so convenient to have plural kit.
No, I get it. I do.
No,
and
I don't mind at all.
That's what it's for. No, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Can occasionally be glitchy. That's kind of just the given technology.
Par for the course.
Yeah. If the worst thing about something that helps you navigate life is that sometimes it is a mild annoyance to other people, I think you're doing okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my favorite things that happened when I first started using it, because I had to go through like every server that I'm like a major player in and be like, hey, can you add this bot to the server? I know I'm just like one person, but please. Well, I guess I'm not one person, but anyway.
I get it.
But like originally it didn't say like the name of the alter fronting and then the word app. It would say the name and then the word bot. And so somebody
I think that was a recent change that they made overall on Discord.
They were like, oh my god, has she been hacked? Like and a bunch of people were like, no, that's just a function of plural kit, and they were like, what the fuck does that mean? And that's my favorite thing ever. I love explaining this goofy ass disorder to people and be like, hi, sometimes I'm a different human being, and also like I'm like a different person from somebody else in my body, and sometimes we can move our individual body parts. Fun fact, I have been slapped by somebody else in the system before, very lightly, I might add, but they slapped me. That was fun. That was a weird thing. I was like, huh, my arm did that on its own. Which of you fuckers did it? One thing. Sorry, I tangent because again, the autism latched onto this fucking disorder so hard.
Yeah. It's old David Holler energy, I get it.
Yeah.
You want to talk about absentee dads? Holy shit. All right.
God damn it.
Again, the reason why Professor X is one of the, characters with the most flaws here in my side of the Madhu here.
Yeah, but that makes him so interesting, though. Like, it's okay for
your
your civil rights later to be a mess. People should do some research on people like Gandhi or Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
You're definitely going to enjoy this one. And then, like, Prime already, seems to as well.
Yeah.
But like, we argue. One of the really weird things about, like, writing when like, you're not the only person in the system writing a thing is, like, from experience, Liliana and I argue all the fucking time about Fantastic Four. We fundamentally disagree with where some characters should be taken, and sometimes one of us is more latched onto a character than the other, and then we just have to let that whoever that is just have the win. Like originally, I think Lily wanted to do something a bit different with Ben, and without, and I know we're 5 hours in, but I gotta keep some.
We're 6 hours in, actually. Do you feel bad? You should feel bad. You should feel terrible. In fact, you should rethink your entire life.
I was at work for that length of time, except a bit longer because I'm tired.
5 minutes and 30, but who's counting?
But
5:42.
But
Sorry.
See, for me, it was like 4:30. But and it is 9:43 right now. Yay. But like I'm more attached to Ben, and so she was just like, fine, you can have this. And literally like a month ago, and I'm sure some people in this chat saw this happen, where I pitched an idea and Lily said that she would take my name off of the script if I ever actually made the character do this. And I came up with an idea that she was satisfied with, and she went, "You know what? That's fucking brilliant."
Yo.
And then you know, this is one thing I can just say, because like nobody's fucking watching this. I'm going to be eventually making Reed Richards the Maker, and that is the thing that I'm doing. And I have a way to do that without fucking up the dynamic of the Fantastic Four in a way that would make me uncomfortable.
Okay, that's ballsy to make the only Reed Richards the Maker. I'm not saying it's a bad idea.
The only one.
Okay, no. All right. Okay, no, all right, cool. I just thought maybe it would have been extra ballsy to make the only Reed Richards the Maker, but okay. That works.
I'd be one to talk, since I've done some alternate evil versions of heroes on my plans as well, even as far as the first audio drama's coming out. But yeah.
See, I'm glad that like that, like I'm not sure if this idea is gonna work, but I'm so all in on this that like literally like I cannot imagine doing it any other way anymore thing isn't just me, because like when I came up with this idea, I literally like spent 6 hours just like crafting how the rest of this series was going to go, because the moment I was like, you know what, I'm going to give in to my fucking primal instinct and my primal dumbass monkey brain instinct and make him the Maker, I figured out how the rest of the series is going to go, and now I know how the series is going to end, and now I'm just locked in, and if it doesn't end up that way, I've done something wrong. I'm doing it. I like and sometimes with the disorder, it's weird. Can you tell that somebody else started fronting because the conversation suddenly changed? But like sometimes when we're writing something and we're too in sync, we'll notice and we'll be like, who wrote that? Who do we credit for that? Oh no.
Yeah.
Because we've been writing the Banner prequel stuff, and there are like 6 of us are writing that, and that is really difficult to tell who did what. Because we all have a similar idea of how to write Bruce. When we really like something that we wrote, it's really difficult to be like, oh, who did that bit? Oh, fuck it, whatever. Everybody wrote.
Hey.
It's like being in a group but weirder, like being like in a group writing project but weirder and more convoluted, and like you hate each other, and that's a joke. Lily, I do actually hate you, actually. Fuck you, too.
So oh fuck my life.
That was quite
It's
interesting.
not quite there, but it's hitting that point. It's getting close.
I'm gonna fucking grab like a Monster Energy, down it, and just like, I don't know, stay up until I'm done. I'm feeling like I need to write something.
Be careful.
I think I get some biz at some point soon.
I have to. I can't stay up super late beyond this. I might go to bed in another couple hours at the latest. We're getting a new foster placement tomorrow afternoon, or I guess later this afternoon. So yeah, It's a 2-year-old. So apparently a very well-behaved 2-year-old.
Okay, so skip the terrible twos.
Yeah. So like it should be okay.
There you go.
We're like pretty well set up. The house is relatively clean. But it's more about like fucking like I need to be like mentally fucking prepared. I can't be fucking shot out of my mind. So luckily I already took Friday off. So I have the next 2 days off, so that's good.
There you go.
It's just I was planning on spending that time writing. It's 1 kid now though instead of 3, so I'll probably still have time. We'll see how it goes.
Heck yeah, though, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know,
Living the
like
dream.
fucking, you know, this is what we do. What we do now. But it's
yeah.
cool. It's cool. And now the best part about being a parent is that now when I fucking have opinions about child rearing and people on Facebook tell me I can't have opinions because I don't know what it's like to be a
Wow.
parent, I get to laugh.
Well, that's the self-righteousness that goes on Facebook, which I know because I'm on there.
Yeah, no, it's just like you have nothing against my logic now. Fuck you. Like you actually have to engage with my argument about abuse or shut the fuck up.
As a veteran on Facebook, like Joe, like when it comes to that conversation, once you become a parent, then they'll start pulling seniority BS.
Yeah. Usually when that happens, then I just get really mean and incisive.
Because they try one-upping you at that point, so that's my warning.
Nobody can one-up me when I decide to be mean and incisive. They can't. They've tried. It's literally never worked. I make people cry.
Yeah, but they're on Facebook. They'll go by mob rule, you know.
No, it's okay. I still win. Shut up. You don't know my life, Victor. I always win. I've never lost. I'm not about to start. No dumb fuck on Facebook is ever going to beat me when it comes to me telling them that they're piece of shit. Like I just like fucking. It's okay. You're still wrong, motherfucker. You're still abusive. You should stop that. I just fucking was talking with somebody earlier today who was going off about like how cool and dope it was. This old video of the parent like shooting up their kids game console for being disrespectful, and she was talking about how like I'm a parent and now that I'm a parent 12 years later I still think this is dope, and I'm like, that's really disappointing. You know, I did like a gajillion fucking hours of parenting classes, and I've taken care of teenagers before. I can tell you shit like that is exactly what they tell you not to do because it's damaging on a deep psychological level. The anger may feel justified. I get it. Kids are fucking annoying sometimes, but don't destroy their property.
No.
Especially not in a violent way like that. I mean, you shouldn't do it at all. Don't destroy their fucking property. You have no idea the damage you just did to your kid. And 5 years from now, 10 years from now, they'll tell you they're fine, and they'll be lying or they'll be ignorant. Which just is even worse because that means that it's going to hit them later. They're going to be like really fucked up. That I speak from experience. My mom used to shred my comic books.
Oh.
What?
Not like actually like in a shredder, but like she used to like fucking like rip them up. Oh yeah. She used to like purposely. I'd be like sprawled out on the living room floor reading, and she would like deliberately step on them and rip them to make a complaint about me leaving them on the floor. And it's like, I'm 10 years old and I'm reading on the floor. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why? But yeah, parents suck. That's my least favorite thing about parent discourse is people who think that once you become a parent, you like are now a moral arbiter of good and greatness in the world. And it's like, you're just you. Now you have a small human depending on you. Like, oh shit!
Are you, but with more obligations?
Yeah.
To give a little PSA real quick, if you feel like if you brave listener who's been here for 5 hours, whoever the fuck you are, if you ever have a kid and you want to do shit like that to them and their property, then know that not only will one of them hate you, but maybe they will become 180 people. They will all hate you. Actually,
the more you know.
Got the whole mob after you.
Man. Oh, I was seeing all the fucking the classics during that discourse. You know, I'm supposed to be their parent, not their best friend. Why are you so fucking weak that you can't parent your child without the use of a fucking firearm?
Good word.
Actually, it's really funny because as I'm saying this, I opened up Twitter and
No
someone
way.
posted a panel of Batman standing between a what I assume is an abusive father and a child, and the father is pointing a shotgun, and Batman is calling the man small. It's pretty great.
Fuck yeah.
I'm gonna drop this in chat because this is one of the
Yo,
hardest
this is-
fucking things I've seen in forever.
A man
Like this,
based parent.
yeah. This is my fucking Batman. This is dope as fuck.
Oh,
Hold
yeah.
on. That's Batman, if you
Let
ask me.
see. Oh, yeah.
Wait, can you open that? Did that go over right? Hold on, let me see.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
Yep,
awesome.
there we go.
Yeah.
That's Batman.
pretty
That's the
badass.
most Batman fucking thing I've ever seen.
Yes. My man.
And the proportions on this comic are weird, but
Yeah.
other than that, it's a pretty awesome comic.
So you know what? But no, yeah, because he's so massive. But you know what? I can tell you 100% that is an artistic choice to make
Yeah,
the you know like that.
Yeah,
That is an artistic
definitely.
license.
Yeah.
Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah. No.
God, I love when Batman is portrayed well.
Yeah. No. Like that's my Batman. Okay. I'm gonna spoil it because 5.5, 6 hours in rule. Remember way back when I was talking about what the first thing that you hear from Batman is? Some of you may have heard this because I've talked about this in my voice acting server. But so the opening scene of Batman is it's the murder of the Waynes, narrated by spoilers, Death of the Endless is the narrator for the audio drama,
Ooh.
and because Bruce Wayne has been close to death like many times, you see. And Death has taken a very special interest in Bruce Wayne ever since he was 8 years old. And so like so we open up on because our revamped DC universe takes place in a world where the crazy supervillain Batman villains are just starting to rise up. Mostly it's been like mob guys and gimmick criminals up till now. Like he's a couple years into being Batman, so like people like the Riddler exist, but like for example, like Harley still hasn't gone Harley Quinn. She's a fucking she's a psychiatrist at Arkham. Like Poison Ivy, not a thing yet. Shit like that. Some of the crazier villains have not cropped up yet in our continuity, but some of the more down to earth ones like the Ventriloquist and Catwoman and stuff like that, those exist, you know. But the Joker just rolled through town and it was like craziness. The Joker started like a social movement of chaos, and ever since Batman like took him down and threw him in Arkham, like it's kind of like my take on like homicidal Andrew Tate, right? Where like it's like a social contagion now, and people want to fucking like emulate the Joker so fucking bad. So even though Batman is like taking down the Joker and locked him in Arkham, there are all sorts of like Joker gangs and Joker imitators like cropping up.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
so the opening scene is the murder of the Waynes, and the last thing that Thomas Wayne says to Bruce before he dies, because Joe Chill has run off, is Thomas Wayne says to Bruce, it's okay, you know, like it's okay now, Bruce, you're safe. Like in that moment, that's the only thing that Thomas Wayne cares about, is that like, you know, like the bad man is gone, Bruce, you're gonna be okay, and then he fucking dies. And it's weird how the Waynes keep doing that. So then we're in the present day, and it's Batman moving in on a bunch of these Joker imitators that are going to torture a girl on a live stream for internet points. This is like a real story that happened. So I was like, this is like a rip from the headlines kind of thing. People are fucked. People were a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so Batman has no dialogue, just starts picking these motherfuckers off one by one like a horror movie villain. And then all gadgets and trickery on like most of these dudes, and then the last one, he basically just like you know, does a bat glare, terrifying movement, fucking scary ass shit, and just takes him down. And then the last thing he says, or the first thing you ever hear Batman say, is to this terrified girl, and he just says like, "It's okay now, you're safe."
Hey.
Hell yeah.
And then the intro.
Man.
So yeah, it's kind of like my fucking like my big thesis statement on the Batman is like
Yes.
this is a terrifying presence, but he's also like a symbol of hope and
Yeah.
even of comfort.
Yeah.
Like, Batman
I
is here.
definitely feel those real moments for sure.
Yeah, like that's like my entire Batman. My Bruce Wayne is absolutely fucked up, like trauma to the gills. But this is not a story about like how horrible Batman is for society. Like we're not doing that.
No.
This is like fucking like like Batman. It doesn't mean we're not gonna do like social commentary, but like but Batman is a hero. God damn it. And we're not deviating from that. Like Batman is a fucking superhero. Like suck my nuts. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of what if Batman's a real fascist? Like I'm getting an aneurysm just thinking about it. Just I don't care. I don't care.
Only way it works is ironically from the characters within said universe, like in Blue Beetle. Like
exactly. Exactly. So
yeah.
But yeah, but
that was a funny joke.
I still need to watch that movie. I heard it was good. But yeah, but that's the jam.
Oh, I absolutely recommend it.
Yeah.
That's the jam with the first appearance of Medu Batman.
Oh,
I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's the plan. And so I'm really hyped.
Oh, same.
Sorry, maybe it's not as cool as I think it is. I think it's cool. I'm excited about it.
Yeah,
I'm
cool. I am just so mentally dead that my reaction happened in my brain. Like,
yeah, I was definitely impressed for sure.
Yeah,
I'm tired too. I get it, believe me, but yeah, no, it's gonna be cool, and it's gonna delve into a lot more of the eldritch horror aspects.
Ooh,
Batman.
Ooh.
Like it's arguably a central part of the piece.
Yes.
Like serious type shit.
Yeah, it's. Dare I say it's very Lovecraftian. I don't want to say too much, but yeah. Well, you guys will see. And I know we're going like kind of like spoilers late, but I don't want to go too hard on it. But like like it's all mapped out. It's all outlined. I've gone over the outline with Chris. I literally just need to like finish writing it. I'm about like 25 pages in, so. Assuming it's the length of Ghost Rider, we're about fucking more than a quarter done. I just need to finish writing it. I was planning on. I might have tried to finish it this weekend, but again, I'm getting a child, so there goes that. I'm sorry, Spider-Man prospective Spider-Man writing team that keeps waiting for me to finish the onboarding package. But like I said, my life is chaos and stuff keeps happening. This is why I need a writing team.
I'm so excited for the DC stuff, dude.
I know. I feel bad because I know people have been waiting.
I'm doing things episode by episode for the pitch for the Rogue, so I'll get to you.
I mean,
eventually.
hey, if it makes you feel any better, I have so many other projects that I am cool with waiting to get your thoughts on the Green Lantern thing.
I don't think anybody's like, this is my only thing, and you ruined it. By the way, anybody talking about people who had plans and then fucked off because they were kind of, I did kind of inadvertently ruin their plans. Has anybody heard from Jack?
No, I think he like popped in like a little bit ago, but yeah, I haven't heard from him in a sec. Yeah.
Oh, was he in the chat? I didn't even see him.
Oh, not today, no, but like just
oh, okay.
A little bit ago, yeah.
Like in general.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to him, man. He was here like every fucking time I turned around, and he's been gone for a minute. I don't know if he.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He was supposed to get back on me on another project he's doing, because I'm doing a whole bunch of X-Men projects for people.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I was doing okay. He was fun to have around.
Yeah.
But he was just super active. And I know he was understandably a little bit bummed out when Chris and I were telling him that like his Midnight Suns pitch like really wasn't going to work with the direction we were taking, like the horror stuff. It's because Chris approved things without thinking about it. That never happens. What?
No, never.
But I do feel bad for him about that, but he seems cool with it. But I hope that's not like part of the reason why he kind of like fucked off. But
I thought Chris, just for a very brief second, I heard him go, "I hope so." I was like,
No.
I hope so.
No, I don't.
No.
No.
I hope not. Yeah.
No, I know. It's just like my brain misheard that.
Yeah.
I think that's literally only happened once, and he's long gone, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The Green Knight is a very woke movie. You don't understand.
I don't even know what this is in reference to. It's funny.
You're better off, honestly.
Nah, yeah, it's just some fucking guy. He was like some fucking like everything is woke now motherfucker who was like in the server for a while, and he was just really annoying to talk to.
Oof.
Anytime he was on one of the live streams, he would okay, he spoke with a lisp, which was not his fault, but he would always try to fucking read the chats coming in from our viewers on the live streams in a super dramatic voice, talking about like comic story and ass motherfuckers. And it just made the listening experience like very like fucking not great. But that was like the least offensive thing he would do. It was also like fucking the worst part was like everything is woke. I have opinions and I can't share my opinions because I run projects, and if I share my opinions, people I work with will be impacted. Yeah. What are those opinions? What are those opinions, bud? What do you? What kind of opinions are you so afraid of? Go ahead. What are your opinions? I gotta know. Yeah, and it's everything is gay, everything is woke, everything is that kind of shit.
Why isn't everything gay? Actually, that's a question I ask myself.
I wish I was gay. I feel like I would have less problems.
No.
Yeah, it's kind of problematic if you're not gay.
Yeah, don't say that.
No, like I obviously it's horrible to be it's not horrible to be gay. Obviously, gay people face a lot of challenges. I know that. I'm not stupid. I'm just being funny. I said obviously it's horrible to be gay.
Yeah. No, you know what? Speaking as a gay person, you're completely correct. It is horrible.
Went one direction and then went out the other.
Man, we really do live in a society.
We live in a society.
Oh, man.
Oh no, God, fuck.
Fucking holy shit.
You know what? But at least it's not a gay society. That would be terrible.
That would be the worst.
You know, like, well, at least people would know how to dress themselves.
Yeah, I live in a brain with a bunch of gay people, and let me tell you, they're the most annoying motherfuckers on the planet.
Oh fuck. Every gay person
shifted. That made them mad. Jay, I guess.
Every gay person I've known well has been like a writer of some form, which made them both more insufferable but also more tolerable. So like, you know, fucking I am a big fan of gay writers. Also, we should take the rights away. Just gay writers specifically. Like non-writers who are gay, they're fine. But if you're gay and also a writer, like we have to talk about your personhood because like that's like for like it's too much. It's too much. We've given you too much power. We have to take it away.
We have to take your writers away.
I'm sorry. That was really fucked up.
No, that's so good. I love that. Oh,
they're like, actually, that's a really great idea. We should do that.
It's like, look, if we take your rights away, then you have more to write about.
Yeah, right there you go. It's like traumatizing your children so they grow up to be successful novelists. You know?
It's like, dude, Lovecraft was traumatized.
Yeah, it made him hate
It'll work
everybody.
out. Don't worry.
Yeah, you'll be great.
You'll thank me.
The more racist, if I make you racist enough and xenophobic enough, if I fucking instill enough xenophobia in you, you'll become one of the most influential horror writers of all time.
It's if I traumatize you enough, then you won't even need to do all the you won't even need to like get the F slur kill streak to use the F slur. You could just use it with no consequence.
We brought it back. I like to think this is already long since tipped the danger zone for Chris, but now he's like so tired. He's like, I don't even care, guys. Get the channel news, whatever.
Just say anything at this point.
Like,
I hope you know that I almost had like the biggest like I need to do this moment of my whole life where I almost just said the F slur.
I need to say it. I need to say it. Yeah, right.
I don't know, like straight up, what happened was I was about to say it, and I literally heard somebody else in the system go, "Don't, no."
I like the implication of them saying it in like a really like small, terrified voice, like just like fucking like, don't.
It was like it was like the mental equivalent of somebody like in like a SpongeBob episode grabbing somebody's lips to get them to shut the fuck up. That's what that was like.
I was watching a reaction to Red the other day, and it was so fucking funny because they were like they got to that point where spoilers for Dread, I guess. This doesn't really spoil anything of significance, but you know, Dread gets wounded, and the other guy's like coming up on him, and Dread is like, wait. And the other guy's like, wait. The great Judge Dredd gets on the wrong end of a gun, finally, and what he says is, wait? How pathetic. Wait for what? And he starts like going on this like fucking monologue, right? Like, you know, fucking like, wait for you to bleed out, you know, wait for you to fucking, just give up the ghost completely, but fuck you, I'm a bad guy. And then Judge Anderson comes up behind the guy and like shoots him like 37 times in the back. And Dredd is like, wait for her to shoot you. It's how you like my Carl Urban voice. It's a great fucking movie.
It is.
You should watch it.
I need to watch it.
Oh,
it's really good. Have you not seen it? Oh, it's so fucking good.
I've seen the movie. Yeah.
So good.
Which is weird because I'm not like a major Judge Dredd fan, but I've been getting into it over the past couple of years.
Yeah, you should absolutely watch it. I actually big recommend. Yes.
It is a great movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's not a deep movie at all.
Nah,
I mean,
it
doesn't even
in a building.
Yeah. It's the Raid, but it's Judge Dredd.
Yeah, exactly. That's 100% what it is. Yeah.
All you need.
Also, geez, not for nothing. Oh God, what's the name of that fucking thing by Gareth Edwards? There's a new movie coming out, but it stars. It's Raid-esque, but it stars. Yeah, wow, I am tired. It stars Tom Hardy. What is the name of that fucking movie?
I think something to do with cops or something.
Yeah. What the fuck? Tom Hardy Raid director. Havoc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, the X-Men character.
Oh shit!
Yo.
That's where I
Tom
learned
Hardy
that fucking
as
word.
Havoc?
I remember being a child reading X-Men comics and asking my dad, like, "What does Havoc mean, Daddy?" Like, fucking.
Oh.
Yo,
Yeah.
man.
Sadly, he is not in my stuff. He's free use for all.
There don't need to be a bunch of Summers brothers. I'm sorry, we don't need them.
Yeah, the Summers family is only showing up way later.
Look, the thing that I'm happy about regarding the X-Men stuff, especially, is that I was given permission to just do whatever the fuck I wanted with Jubilee for the time being.
Yeah, she is not appearing in my stuff, so yeah, go nuts with her.
Queen. Got
But
it.
like any mutant supporting characters, I may look over the ones I'm using.
Fuck, I have that
Something
outline written. I could write that at any time.
Speaking of which, yeah, I should definitely put information on Jubilation Lee on the timeline that I got. So.
Hey, yeah.
I'll put that down. I'll put Jubilee for the same time that some of the other characters in the modern day are at. Something like that. I don't know. I'll figure it out later.
Yeah, the question is going to be, at what point does she become a vampire because people are dumb and they think she needs to be a vampire to be interesting?
Yeah.
Man.
It was an interesting arc, but yeah, it wasn't her only interesting arc.
No, it's just they keep trying to reinvent Jubilee because they think she's not cool enough, and it's really cringe. And it's like you could just
No, she's
No,
really
no,
cool.
no.
Like even I was considering her for my story. It's just there's ones that were far more effective thematically for this. So.
I'm not like super well versed in X-Men lore, obviously, but isn't that fucking older version of her that shows up in X-Men 97? Like, isn't that a thing from the comics at one point or another?
It was somewhat, yeah. They changed it around to suit the fact that they were bringing
Yeah.
back the original actress, but yeah, there was somewhat of an arc similar to that.
Yeah.
Of like a Mojo verse Jubilee.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I thought I remember reading that she dies horribly in that story, but like I'm glad that it doesn't happen in the fucking show.
Yeah, they went a little more tame with it because obviously capturing the tone of the original show. But yeah,
Oh, I gotta say real quick, I'm so sorry. I have to head out. It was very nice talking to
Oh yeah,
everybody.
no.
Yes.
Good to have you. Good to have you.
Yes.
We gotta start whittling it down.
Yeah.
Victor's like, I won't be the first to fall.
See y'all whenever the next one is.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Thank you for
Take care of
stopping by.
yourself.
Yes.
see you then.
Bye-bye.
Yep.
And then there were 3.
Oh boy.
Have to make that sound faster. But yeah, it should be some cool stuff with the X-Men, and I hope everyone likes it. When it starts up this year.
What's the next one on the docket, Chris? Is it Jessica Jones is coming up in a
Yeah,
few days, right?
today actually, yeah, in like it's 11 hours or whatever, yeah.
Oh wait, shit, really? What?
Yep,
Fuck.
yep, it's scheduled, yes.
Oh, so like noon or like noon my time? I guess.
Yeah, noon, yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Is it scheduled on the channel? Did I miss it? Like,
No,
or is
no,
it just like?
yeah.
Oh, it's a
scheduled,
private.
yeah.
It's okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's coming out then.
Okay. Cool. Let's go.
Nice.
Woohoo. Man.
Yeah, it should be fun. I enjoy every episode of Jessica Jones on the table.
The longest
Oh,
one yet,
it's-
actually. It's an hour, yeah.
Oh shit!
Ooh,
It's
Yeah.
really funny how with Spider-Man, I fucking was like, I'm gonna do a series, and it's gonna be like a fucking long ongoing narrative. And then every episode just turned out to be audio anomaly, fucking audio drama life.
And then there's
It's
the
like,
guy
oh
that's
god.
hey, well, the only complaint I have is so long.
Yeah. It's why I kind of cut the illusion, kind of,
Yeah.
and just made a series of long audio dramas.
I think for me, like that is what it is. I just
Yeah.
find numbering them is just best for keeping it all straight for people, so that they can like.
for sure. Yeah.
There are people who've said that they love listening to this from start to finish. We've had a couple
Yeah.
people who say they listen to every time a new episode has come out, they go back and listen to the whole thing from the start. So like,
Yeah,
you know,
it's just every single one of mine have different themes, and some have different characters. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
making
Yeah.
a number just seems like not really the best idea per se.
Yeah.
your stuff is like so like extensive.
Yeah,
You know,
there's that
it
too.
really is kind of like in its own fucking pocket.
Yeah,
You know, like
yeah.
There's all
but
that
that's-
too.
but that's also why I was like, if I do this X-Force thing, I'll make life easier on both of us. I'm just gonna do it over there. I'm just gonna do it over there. And then maybe I can get really lucky, and Victor will have already done a lot of the hard work for me and cast a bunch of people. And then I just ask them, "Hey,
like, hey,
work.
here's a new script.
Do you want to come play over here in this fucking one shot over here? Fucking yeah, see? This is what you get, This is what you get, Victor. You're gonna take all the cool X-Men away from me. Then you know what? You're gonna do some of the fucking work. That's how that's gonna work. Thanks for
I mean,
playing.
joke's on you. Like quite a few people have casted people that I'm going to be using too.
That's true,
already.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it
Well,
doesn't work for me.
yeah, but you can. That's fine. You can play with my toys. I don't give a shit. That's all good. I'm gonna be real. Your giant fucking timeline for shit that's meant to be written like 6 fucking years from now activates my fucking autism, and I just can't deal with it. And I say that
This
with
is
all due
my
respect in the
autism.
world.
The
I can't do it.
timeline stuff is my autism unleashed.
No, everyone knows, and I say that with love. You didn't have to tell me. Like you just like, yep, there it is. That's some fucking what's it? Always Sunny in Philadelphia red band shit or red thread shit. I get it. I understand. I do.
Yep.
I respect it, but it's just it's
Me
too
being
much.
nuts.
It's you're not nuts, bud. Neurodivergent, probably. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. But don't talk. You're fine. You're not nuts. not to, geez, I'm getting too fucking soft over here. But the whatchamacallit, it's a me thing. I can't work with that many different factors, that many spinning plates. It's literally just, I can't create in that environment. It's not a mark against you. I literally just, that's too much restriction. That's too many fucking walls on the pinball machine to navigate. So it's like, you know what? I'm just gonna do my fucking Age of Apocalypse style disaster dystopia bullshit over here. Like, you know, which honestly just is fun. It can be like a fun one shot or a series of a couple of things, and then I'll probably move on because I'm not like a super big X-Men guy. I just like this one very specific concept. So it's like, you know, let's do it over here. You know, that'll be cool. That'll be fun.
Hell yeah.
You know, we'll see. And besides, that's even assuming it happens. There's gonna be I'm gonna be way too fucking busy because like I have to do Batman. And then on the Medu side of things, I have to fucking finish. I have to finish editing that Moon Knight short. I have to write the next episode of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I have to fucking write
it has
the Daredevil
gotten to the point
sequel.
where, like, I need to make like a wheel for it, and like I've just sort of been spinning wheels, taking turns on which projects I've been working on. Just okay, this time it's for Joe's. To pitch him this rogue stuff, put a couple of side bits in that, and then spin the wheel again. Now it's time to put in some X-Men work.
Oh yeah,
that's kind of what I do, although like kind of like less formally, but I totally get it. Yeah, it's kind of like where are the vibes taking me today? What are we working on today? You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because that was also
I'm just having the wheel decide for me.
Well, because like I'm talking audio dramas, but then there's also like non-audio drama stuff that I'm still trying to fucking work on, you know, like
yeah, exactly. That's also in the wheel.
Yeah, like so it's kind of a thing where it's like it's not that like
personal writings, all that stuff.
It's not like too much as in like I need to drop things, but it's more like what gets the focus today, because this is the only way I can fucking do it, you know, like I just kind of have to accept that it's like, everything gets worked on in bits and bobs, or stops and starts,
For sure.
Oh shit, by the way, I'm just catching up to the chat. This person who was like, hey, just finished Jessica Jones, so excited for the next one.
Yes,
thank you. Hell yeah, let's go. There's our first
Layla deserves all the work there.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. It's great. She did such a great job, and her writing has only gotten better. I'm so fucking proud of her.
Yeah, the next few episodes are pretty crazy.
Yeah, like
amazing stuff.
Yeah, like fucking awesome. Yeah, and next episode's gonna be really great. I mean, I'm a little biased. I'll just say that. Next episode's the best one yet. People are gonna lose their fucking minds. Have we already on the channel, not in this live stream? Have we already spoiled what's coming in the next Jessica Jones episode? Did you make an announcement?
No, I did make the announcement, but I used the old thumbnail instead of the new thumbnail. The old thumbnail is much more ambiguous. Yeah, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right, let's fucking go. Okay. All right, let's go.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. People are gonna be happy about that one. I'm so excited.
Yes.
So then, and what's after Jessica Jones? Is it your? Well, you've told people it's coming. Is it Venom after Jessica Jones?
I think that's probably what's next.
Yeah, that's the next production.
Yeah.
Is Venom done? What's the status of Venom?
No, I'm still like I'm just about done with like the trading stuff. Yeah, so that's where I'm at the moment. I'm like like a third.
So it's still gonna be a while.
Yeah,
right.
it's still a second. Yeah.
Do you have all the lines for everybody though, or are we still waiting for?
Mostly, yeah. Pretty much all good. Yeah.
That one character at the end that I wrote for, are we still waiting on that?
Yeah, that's it though. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Okay. Like speaking in code, because that one has seemed to like completely. That is a big spoiler.
Yeah.
People don't know about that.
Yeah.
That's something.
The big king reveal at the end. Yeah.
Yeah. On the off chance, here's the only thing I'll say. On the off chance that anybody's listening to this, get professional help. But if you're still listening to this and have been from the beginning, I suppose. Okay, hold on. I don't want to accidentally insult our viewers by trying to be funny. If you're just jumping in now, you're probably of sound mind and sound body, and like more power to you. But if you've been here since the beginning, why? We have to be here.
Yeah,
He's
what are you
making
doing
us.
here?
I wrote the epilogue for Venom. It's practically a little short unto itself. It's like 10 pages long or something,
good.
and
Yeah.
I'm pretty yeah. It was pretty fucking awesome. That's
Hell
goddamn
yeah.
right. You notice how I didn't shit all over myself when I said that, Chris? I didn't go like it's kind of shit, but I hope people like it. Yeah, you know, like you
How could this be?
try that. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have a whole bunch of audio dramas under my belt, so that's kind of why I'm,
Chris
nervous
is more
when
than any of us put
I'm
together.
done.
I don't know why he can't fucking give himself praise. That's the thing. Like,
That is true. He's the foundation of it all.
yeah, like fucking dude. Like,
Oh.
you would think after making so many bangers, he would learn to practice some self love. What the fuck?
Oh, thank you.
Oh, sorry, dude. I don't mean to make you uncomfortable.
No,
I just
no,
feel
no,
bad.
no.
I genuinely don't like when you talk down on yourself so much. You deserve like so much better. So
Oh,
fucking
Too kind.
But yes, Jessica Jones episode 4. This is gonna be dope.
Oh,
It's gonna be awesome.
I'm excited.
I'm not biased in any way at all whatsoever. Completely objective opinion.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I'm just saying. There's some people that have been asking for something on the channel for a while, and they're gonna be happy.
Oh, yeah. Man.
It's the Audio Anomaly feat review.
Oh, here it is. Long last.
We're desperate. For that.
Yep.
We're desperate for that Patreon money. Like, the Chris still hasn't set it up.
If you give us your Patreon money, we get to show you Marvel feet.
Shit. Oh man, listen, if we do it in cosplay,
That's true.
Oh
That's
my
true.
God.
Very on brand.
we could sell it as thematically relevant.
Yeah, all right. We got some
Yeah.
plans here.
Yeah. Oh man. Total change, but the
My feet are
Daredevil.
disgusting. Nobody's gonna be into
No,
that.
same. No, nobody wants to pay money for the. I mean, it takes all kinds. There's somebody out there who
True.
wants to pay a disgusting amount of money for pictures of your feet, Victor.
It's true.
The question is like fucking finding them, and if you could, would you really want to?
I know they're out
I'd
there
spray
somewhere.
them
I can
with
feel their
something.
presence.
I'd be scared of them.
God, it feels like there's so much content on the channel, but then I realized that I could literally scroll through the entire back catalog in like less than 10 seconds.
That's pretty wild, honestly.
It's
Yeah.
getting there,
No, yeah, but it feels like so much, but like in practice, I don't think it's actually that much. It just feels like it because,
Well, the length of these for one.
that too, yeah.
It's true.
Let's
yeah.
hold on. So, yeah, it's 4 across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
And it really is a fast scroll.
21, 20.
That's some good ones for sure, and I look forward to adding to some of the.
I think it's like maybe like 200.
Oh no,
uploads? I can't.
125, yeah.
125. That's what it was. Yep.
Yeah,
No.
and
Yep.
like a little less
Entire
than
brain.
half is the podcast.
Yeah.
Well, we got
Another-
to increase it with adding.
And now there's 2 podcasts.
That's
you know,
true.
so-
Yeah, we're podcast.
Yeah.
Now. No more. Just
No,
more audio
nobody ever
dramas.
comments. Nobody ever comments on the Comic Crisis podcast. It
It's
makes me so
true,
sad.
Yeah. Where's
Except for that
Joe
one
Casey?
person who was just like, "Can I pitch a Marvel project to you guys?"
Like, this is about. This isn't Marvel. What are you talking about? Pitch me
To
an
be
indie
fair, like
project.
we've had some stuff for Happy 616 Marvel Family Podcast that, like, we've had people pitch, unrelated MAU stuff to that on occasion.
Please, okay, I will be a little mean, guys. If you, I'm gonna dial back the meanness because I do have to assume that if you're doing this thing that I hate, I genuinely am going to assume that you have like a poor command of social cues, which This whole fucking group is neurodivergent as fuck. On some level, I understand. If you go into someone's creative project, like a video, like a YouTube video, and you comment something completely unfucking related, nobody likes when you do that. Please don't do that. If you want to,
it's just a general YouTube thing.
Yeah, they should stop. Don't defend them. They should stop. I'm helping. Listen, if you want to fucking pitch, if you want to fucking talk to Chris, because I know Chris is quiet on these things, but he's actually the man in charge. You got to watch out for the quiet ones. If you want to pitch, Chris has like ways of contacting him. His like contact info, I think, is public.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak.
Yeah.
There's ways. Chris, how do you have people get in touch with you?
Yeah, I think we have the Discord stuff. Let's see. Oh, I think my email is, let's see, it's on oh, well, let's see. Yeah, my email is, it's just on like the about page. Yes.
I know that you're really like dragging your feet for personal reasons about starting up a Patreon, but I just had a thought. It might be prudent to maybe start adding to like the fucking descriptions of like the uploads and stuff, and maybe even like an ending blurb, just telling people like, hey, if you want to pitch stuff, get in touch here.
Yeah, that could be good. Yeah, just
it might be good.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it could just be a simple thing at the top of it, at the top of the links anyway, of going like, these people, for pitches and, voice acting stuff. I don't know.
Because more writers I will say, like, more writers is probably also like a good idea. Because I mean, like, I know that there was a content drought for a while. And you and I have been talking. I mean, the reality is there's only a couple of like serious writers on the crew, which is fine. That's not an indictment of anybody, but like the vast majority of the server is voice actors.
That's true.
Yeah, I remember I was brought in when they were when Chris was pitching in like writers, and I like finally found out about the MAU through that. Was like and then went on a rabbit hole of like watching all of your current videos while I was waiting to get cast for it.
Yeah.
Of like and being involved with this enterprise.
I still like, you really should have cast that other fucking guy for Moon Knight. I'm so glad you made a terrible decision. I know you're glad you made a terrible decision.
I was ironically cast with someone else who then quit the project, and
that's true.
That happened either. It just kind of disappeared.
Yeah. Oh man.
But sorry, I'm so bad at looking. By the way, if anybody is still in the YouTube chat, usually we're a little bit better about paying attention to it as it goes by. I can't speak for Victor, but I've just been like distracted as fuck tonight, and I have not looked at the YouTube chat. So I do apologize.
Me, it just was like just feeling a little down with my machine malfunctioning, so I've mainly just been like checking for that and making sure that it doesn't. So that's why I haven't been on top of it exactly, but I've gone back a few occasions. So I've been checking in the chat, replying when I can. So
just everybody knows, like usually we're a lot better about replying to the chat like on the live streams. So like it's just tonight for all of us for different reasons, but like I think tonight we're just a little off base with that. But don't let that discourage you from commenting. We love hearing from you guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm seeing everyone's thoughts, and I do reply when I can.
I would love to hear. I wish we should do more premieres. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. I know, like sometimes. Yeah, I know sometimes I'm like, no, fuck it, just put it out. Usually that's just like I've been working on this forever. I just want it out there. I don't want to fucking, But
I mean, I participated in it just because YouTube is always glitchy with me for that. So
really?
No, sure.
Yeah, I therefore don't do it.
Well, for me, I'm thinking
like towards the ending.
I'm just more like it does seem to really get people chatting sometimes, which is always nice. Yeah,
those are cool.
Ghost Rider,
I do think that it drives up engagement too on the videos. I'm not sure. I gotta start cutting up those shorts for you too.
Oh.
That you know what? We should fucking. That's another thing we could do. We should open that up to the whole server and be like, hey, anybody wants to clip stuff?
Yeah.
If anybody wants to clip stuff and like submit it, you know, as a
That'd be
short,
cool.
we could open up a fucking tab on the server.
Yeah,
honestly,
short
and
submission tab or something.
Yeah, just have people clip whatever content they want from the channel and submit it, and then you know
Yeah.
maybe that'll get thrown up on. Just an idea. I'm not like trying to like you know fucking like overwhelm you and be like we should you know do it this way, but it's
That'd
just
be
an
cool.
idea I had
Yeah, I like that.
because I know we were talking about doing shorts, and I just haven't had time. But
Yeah.
All
that'd be
ready
good.
for the podcast for doing the venture into TikTok.
Yeah, I've been telling Chris we should venture into TikTok, and he kind of looked at me funny, but he's like, I'm like you know,
He's
I
right, though.
genuinely, I
Yeah.
think
It
it's
might be a
good
little
move.
too early for you guys, but yeah, it could potentially be good down the line. for
Oh,
sure.
I didn't mean like for the podcast. I meant for the Madu. I was
Yeah,
like, we
yeah,
need
Yeah,
to
for
put
the
this
video, for
content
sure. Yeah,
on.
that we have enough content for.
Yeah, I genuinely the Madu viewership could grow so much. There's so much growth potential here. I think we're kind of locked to YouTube.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people are. Yeah. Kind of a zone.
Yeah. But every time somebody's like, hey, can we put this on Spotify? Chris dies a little more.
I would want to.
I
Yeah,
did.
there's problems over there for sure.
Yeah.
We need to say some more controversial, content, and then we can go Spotify.
Right. Oh yeah. We could go on. What is it like? Rumble or whatever the fuck. No, I've run out of controversial things to say tonight. I'm sorry. I've tried. I've tried to rustle up
And
a
that's
few
exactly
more
why we
slurs.
can never be, the top 10 trending thing on Spotify.
Oh yeah, because we haven't fucking said enough problematic things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. We need to
You
say
know.
more. We need to make, a problematic episodes.
Yeah. Joe Rogan's audience is fucking getting sick of him. Now's the time to strike, man. Like fucking.
Yeah, that's how we recruit them to our side.
Yeah, exactly. Be like, hey, we have gays and X-Men and gay X-Men. Like, come over here.
What more do
Like,
you want?
fucking, you're
Yeah.
welcome here.
You can attack us this way. Oh, I'm not looking forward to that. That is going to be the top comments that I'm going to have to deal with.
Oh, which like just bigots? Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna bug squash like a motherfucker. I personally will insult them mercilessly, and then I will wait 5 minutes, and then I will ban the shit out of them.
Want them to see the comments for the gift.
Only you get to insult the gays in universe.
Because I'm the devil. Like, fucking, you know?
It's allowed when it's in universe, out of universe now.
I should use that as a defense. Anytime I want to do something spicy, I should just be like, "Hey, listen, I can't help it.
I'm the devil.
I'm the devil. I can't even do the voice right now. You're making me laugh too much. Like, I'm the devil. I can't do it right now. Shit. Oh man.
Ironically, that does sound like a super Lucifer line from the Fox show.
I can't help it. God simply made me this way. You know, like fucking. What do you want from me? Poor Jack though. I still remember that. Like, you kind of messed it up by like doing Mephisto and stuff. Did you think I was gonna do a Ghost Rider audio drama and not include fucking Mephisto? Like, I know I said it was Danny Ketch, not Johnny Blaze, but like,
Come
goddamn,
on, you gotta get him in there.
What do you think this is? Like,
And yeah, I put that one on the timeline, Ghost Rider. In terms of,
oh yeah. There needs to be a '90s-esque crossover between Ghost Rider and the X-Men. You know, like fucking.
I just put in the projects that he was in already.
Yeah.
The list of them.
Honestly, I feel like that is another thing too. Like, I do think we're kind of ramping up to this. Like, there needs to be more crossovers in general.
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
Not like
I'm
we were talking
definitely
about.
trying for sure.
Yeah.
For the ones that make sense given where the X-Men are in the timeline. But yeah, I definitely want to include a few and already have some ideas for them listed here.
Wow, Gang War's gonna be dope as fuck. I can't wait for that. That's gonna be like almost like a new era of the Madu because there's gonna be some shit like, it's gonna change things at street level at least. You know, it's kind of a big fucking deal.
Oh yeah.
So. you know, all the characters that I care about are there.
Yes.
Fucking, you know, like, you know, I'm pretty excited and man. Oh shit. She's not here. They're not here anymore. I was gonna. So, I I almost did like a faux pas the other day because I was telling Chris originally. Can I hold on? I gotta think through this before I say anything and make sure it's not too spoilerific. Yeah. So, so there is a future Moon Knight project that I had fucking that I've been working on. I'll put it that way. There's a future Moon Knight project, and in it, I was gonna have I played with the idea of having it calls for Stephen Grant, our version of Stephen Grant, who's like really just the producer from Tropic Thunder, at least the way I've been playing him.
Yeah.
You know, he's that producer meets Quentin Tarantino is what he is. Because our Stephen Grant is both director, visionary director and producer, so it fits. So he falls in love with a star on one of his productions, and I had pitched this to Chris when I was like, oh man, maybe it should be Tigra. Yeah. And they fall in love, and it's this whole thing, and it's this big motivating factor for Steven to like get his head out of his ass, and they start moon knighting and shit, and it's gonna be great. And then I realized that I'm really attached to the Jed McKay stuff, so like I would want Tigra to be all in with Mark, and then I realized like because I'm not a complete nonce, I'm like, oh, they're different people. I can't do that. I can't do that.
Yeah.
Shit, that doesn't work.
Man.
Fuck. And I got really sad. So now she's just an actress that he works with, but not Tigra. I really wanted it to be Tigra, but I realized I couldn't make that work.
Yeah.
I'm so sad, but it's still gonna be a cool bit.
Yeah, there is at least one feature plan that like I realized the timeline kind of screwed up, but then I sort of just reworked it slightly and managed to at least work. So like I was initially disappointed, and then back to relief, and then continued.
There you go.
I can't really. There's certain inalienable characteristics of magical DID that I can't get away from. So that's unfortunately not possible for me. But it's all right. We'll find other ways to get my favorite furry in there. The only furry I will accept, honestly. Oh no! I used to make a lot of anti-furry jokes all the time, honestly, and then I didn't realize. I'll admit I was a real asshole about it for the longest time, and then really a lot of people, including my wife, like kept like fucking telling me to knock it off, and it took me a while to realize. I'm like, yeah, that is kind of mean. But sometimes once in a while the anti-furry prejudice kind of creeps out. I'm sorry. Yeah, like, but it is something I had to learn because I really had just really a lot of negative experiences with furries. But now I'm like, nah, furries are people too. I understand. I understand. I get it. There's not enough furries in the Marvel audio drama universe.
It's true. We can add more.
We'll get there. Don't worry. I already have plans.
We got Beast. He's coming up.
Yeah, we got Beast.
Yeah, exactly. Beast the first one.
The first Marvel's first furry.
There's probably probably gonna be some Wolfsbane in there, I'm sure. We do have Jack Russell.
That's
true.
Jack Russell. Yeah.
The unfortunately named werewolf of the Marvel Universe. I can't believe they fucking did that. That's so cruel. I cannot fucking believe that they did that. Fuck. Is Man Thing in the mid-do?
No, not yet at least.
No, I don't think yet.
Oh shit, man! I should do a Man Thing story. What the fuck?
That'd be really sick, actually.
I was weirdly obsessed with Man Thing when I was a teenager. I read like so many of those fucking.
Yeah, same here.
I don't know what it. And as a character who can't fucking talk, he's walking swamp, and he just like fucking like runs around with like a cadre of random characters, and like I had a couple issues from the '80s, and I read those things a billion times. Like He's such a cool
Man.
fucking character, man.
He is.
Like,
Oh,
yeah,
it's
For
so-
sure.
the
I just
fact
liked
that-
him as a kid because it's like, he's just like this giant, monster that just wants to give people toxic hugs.
Yeah, well, so like I always thought it was so dope that like his whole catchphrase was his gimmick, right? Like well, it's not his catchphrase, but it's what the narrator always says, like whatever knows fear burns at the man thing's touch. Like
Oh,
that is
yeah.
so dope.
my God.
That is the most metal fucking thing I've ever fucking heard. Like
Yes.
plus his origin is so fucking tragic. I love it so much.
Oh.
Like, the idea that he was like working on a knockoff super soldier serum, and then he realized that it was gonna fall into the wrong hands, and so he like ran from them, and they were chasing him and trying to kill him, and the only way he could think to keep the super soldier serum safe was to inject it into himself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then he got like fucking torpedoed into a fucking swamp and came out Man Thing.
Man.
Yep.
Oh,
That's like
poor guy.
just so fucked up. I love it. So
Oh.
tragic. Poor Ted.
Poor Ted.
Yeah. Poor Ted.
Poor
Poor
Ted. If I did Man Thing though, it would be like the 80s Man Thing. It'd be dark as fuck. It wouldn't be that
Oh.
weird like R.L. Stein like fucking comedy number. It would be like a, maybe
I
that's what
like
I'll do.
either one.
Nah. There is a superior Man Thing, and it's the OG. I will not abide this weird faffy shit from R.L. Stein. And I like R.L. Stein. He was
Oh,
my
yeah.
childhood, but
Yeah.
he should never write comics ever. There are some things that God has to answer for, and R.L. Stein writing Man Thing is one of them.
Oh man.
Yeah. Anyway,
He's like, well, I'm gonna go cry about my fucking love for R.L. Stein's Man Thing. Thanks, Joe. No.
no, I think just generally I like wholesome Man Thing just as much as deadly Man Thing.
No, it's
like,
okay.
Darker
Yeah.
stories.
I mean, I have rarely heard you say that you dislike anything, which is fine. But
Yeah.
I like being a little bit more exacting with my tastes. I
Well, it's not
understand.
really a case of I just love everything. It's just different.
I didn't say love. I
things
said
that I
like.
dislike.
I said I've never heard you dislike like much of anything.
Yeah.
Which
There's definitely
is,
things I do dislike, but it's
Yeah.
very much different sides of things. Like Smallville earlier, I mentioned that. I absolutely despise Smallville.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are but I guess I look at it a little differently, right? Like I can see there are good things in almost anything. There are good things and
yeah.
things that I fucking hate on the whole, but I'm like, oh, that was cool. Like Dan Slott should never write Spider-Man again. However, he did write one of the best Spider-Man panels of all time.
Indeed.
But I just when I say that I fucking like I don't know. Like I'm a little bit more exacting is all. Like, I don't get really ambivalent about things. I generally if I don't have a strong opinion about a piece of media, I'm just like, it's fine. It is like, and then I just generally don't really have much to say about it because I don't have a strong opinion about it. I don't know. It's just me though. Like I fucking if a piece of media does not give me a strong feeling, then I get mad because I'm like, why the fuck did I waste my time? I want to feel feelings. I didn't come here for mid. I came here for fucking art. Like,
Hey, yeah.
if you're not shaking my foundations to the core, you failed as a movie. Unless you're Dread, I guess. That's that's an exception. That's a good movie, even though it's mid. It's not mid. Why am I saying it's mid? It's not high art, but it's still really
fun. Yeah, good time.
Yeah, that's a popcorn movie.
Oh yeah.
Man.
I'd rather eat not Tostitos. I mean, I would rather eat Tostitos than popcorn much of the time.
Ooh.
What is it called? Tostitos. I'd rather eat Tostitos than popcorn when watching a movie. I think that'd be rad. They should give you a big fucking bowl of Tostitos at the movie theater.
That's the way.
I prefer my popcorn. I prefer my butter drizzle and everything. You know, that's my thing.
I don't know, man. I always end up accidentally eating kernels, and then I regret my life choices.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. Those are annoying.
Yeah.
I don't like
Generally,
food.
I prefer the popcorn.
I don't like food that gets stuck in my teeth, and then I'm like, I'm trying to watch a movie, but now I got to be like,
Now you're distracted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, true. Yeah, depending on how your bowl is put together, like, yeah, it can suck. But generally, as a food in general, I prefer popcorn.
I think it might be my tired brain, but I expected you to come out like I did not care for The Godfather.
It insists upon itself.
It insists upon itself.
I mean, I don't, but yeah.
Oh, you fucker! God, man. God, it's like you make a career out of having bad opinions about media. I gotta get in on this, man. Shit, you're breaking my heart.
Unfortunately, I've never seen it, but yeah.
Okay, then shut the fuck. Go watch it and then tell me how you feel
Come
about
back.
The Godfather.
We'll wait here for a few hours.
Yeah, what the fuck? If you're gonna say you've never seen one of the greatest fucking cinema, like, you know, like, not just my opinion, like, generally considered one of the greatest pieces of cinema ever created, you gotta watch it before you like. I don't have an opinion on Citizen Kane because I've yet to fucking see it. You know, I know I should watch it. Chris, don't kill me. I know I should watch it. It's on my.
Yeah, exactly. One of the top here.
Yeah. It's well, no, I just said I don't have an opinion on Citizen Kane. I would never say like I don't care for Citizen Kane because I've never seen it. I do know the twist because everybody knows the twist. You know, like that's but whatever.
I mean, I guess I just generally don't care for the discourse. I guess of like, you know, like generally the film kino stuff when it comes to it. But I guess that would probably be the more appropriate wording. I guess.
I don't know. Maybe if you watched it, you would be like, "Oh shit, I have a lot to say about this fucking movie."
I probably don't. No.
I don't know. I like, you know what a movie that I love is that's been ruined by assholes.
Oh no.
Like Fight Club.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, yeah. That's The Matrix. Like a ton of different films have that sort of environment.
Oh, because of the red pill thing? No, that hasn't ruined the
Matrix.
Well, yeah, and Andrew Tate is fucking like, you know, like everything is the Matrix, and then a bunch of 15-year-old boys who want to hit their moms are like, oh, he's so real, like, fucking,
He's so real, man.
That's why I kind of love the idea of my Joker kind of being like cracked out, fucking wild ass Andrew Tate, like fucking. You know?
I mean, that's sort of what I'm planning now to do with Ben Shapiro with that as like Trask, which I just like thought up of like a week ago.
Yeah,
like,
no, that's pretty great.
Yeah,
it's pretty great. Like fucking,
yeah,
no, I approve with that. Well, I mean, especially, well, I mean. So my question,
like he just, you know, fast talkingly thinks that he is the smartest guy in the world, and that factually that this bigotry is, you know, science in some manner.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then the first time he like comes across somebody who actually knows what they're talking about, he's just like fucking completely out of his depth. So he has to just like fucking like talk over them and fucking like, you know, whatever. Like,
only in this case he has a giant robot.
But yeah, that does tend to kind of sway debates in your favor, I guess.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah. It does. It does help you often. Yeah. Everyone should try it.
It's sort of a chilling effect on any dialogue you could possibly have when one side has a giant murder robot. And
indeed.
Yeah.
Destroy all debaters.
Man, yeah. The man, I will say when the X-Men characters start coming in, that is gonna the server is gonna fucking balloon up because
it's true.
Yeah, there's like so many fucking characters. It's gonna get crazy.
Oh yeah,
gotta get a whole new server.
There's gonna be like 2
I'm
other
gonna run my very first server.
Yeah. Listen, I've been in servers with thousands of people in them, so like we're good. You're okay. You'll be fine. You might need to
be handled there.
The worst that'll happen is some of us with mod status might actually have to start doing our jobs at some point because this place probably isn't gonna stay a hug box forever.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's just inevitable when you start like bringing in like more people. You can't like individually vet like everybody that you bring in to be a voice actor. You know,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Yeah, I'll keep
somebody
a closer eye.
somebody is going to eventually be an asshole. You know,
Mhm.
and then it's fine because then I get to, you know, fucking ruin their day. I love ruining it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, X-Men stuff. Gotta love it. All the
Oh
drama.
yeah.
being brought to it.
Oh yeah, those comments are gonna be a cesspool. I love it. Like fucking God, especially if you talk about blatantly about any sort of fucking social issue in your fucking X-Men show, and then
Oh, I'm definitely gonna bring up social issues that
No,
I
I know.
know people hate.
I'm tired, so I don't think it even came across very well. I was being sarcastic because I was like, oh, you know, you're gonna talk about social issues in your X-Men show?
No
Wild,
way.
you
I would
know.
never do that.
You
Yeah,
know,
definitely. Definitely some interesting ones, especially from a Canadian perspective.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
sure. It's so funny,
You
man.
wished for this out of Turning Red.
I fucking would love to make a year ago. I would have made so many fucking tongue-in-cheek anti-Canadian jokes. I really can't do that in good conscience anymore because like
Yeah.
our country has fucked things up so bad. I'm so upset.
Yeah.
I feel so bad, and I don't blame your country at all. This is an us thing, like you know.
it is.
But it's like our electric bill is because I live in New York State, so like my bill is going to be one of the ones affected.
Oh boy,
and I'm not gonna
yeah.
lie, our electric bill is already pretty fucking expensive.
Oh no.
Because not only do we have our regular bill, but we're also on a payment plan for an outstanding balance, so we have to pay extra money every month as well. And these tariffs are gonna.
I mean, if it makes you feel any
Probably
better,
not.
this is one of the guys that we didn't want to get elected that suggested this, and you know, like, and any other time we would boo this, but during this time we're celebrating because
No,
it's a retaliation against the U.S. for some
no,
stupid
it's a
garbage.
trade war. You guys have every right.
Yeah.
No, I understand completely. No, this is protection. I understand. I don't blame Canadians at all whatsoever. I just wish I wasn't living in this shit. Like that's all. Like, everyone here wants to lose. Okay, like you have to understand. Like, not everyone, of course, but there's even a lot of Republicans who are stupid who realize what they actually voted for, and they're like, "Oh God, not enough." But there's a surprising number.
Indeed, definitely need more.
Yeah. They'll get there. They'll get there.
And when officially getting to the full X-Men body drama, there's going to be some sense of cathartic revenge in retrospect here.
Oh no!
We're getting the Alpha Flight to beat him up.
Wait! Oh God! You mean the oppressed group
rise with the Alpha Flight?
Wait, you mean the oppressed group is going to rise up and take revolutionary action against the oppressors? Dude, that's crazy! What the fuck? How could
Who
you?
would do that?
An X-Men story? Damn.
What?
Revolution.
No way.
Yeah. I think the problem is that a lot of people have a very quaint idea about what the X-Men should be because most people have not read a litany of X-Men comics.
Iconography status mainly from the movies where it's your standard good versus evil all the time.
Yeah, it's pretty cringe. It's like
let's fight against Magneto again because he went off his rocker on this thing. Even though we should probably consider his point by now.
Yeah. I mean, I like because it's interesting, right? Because X-Men is in this weird place where. So the Magneto question is so fascinating to me, right? Because it's like you necessarily have to
confronting that one.
You necessarily have to fucking crank Magneto's negative traits up because otherwise the X-Men look like jackoffs fighting him. Like that's kind of the problem with the whole
kind of what they're
Magneto
doing right now and From the Ashes and why I don't like it. Like,
I haven't stayed up on
they are in that zone right now.
I read a couple of the new #1s and I went, that's cool, and then I didn't read anymore. I was
I've only kept up with Sentinel, so that was really good, but that's about it that I've gotten too.
I bought like the new Magic #1 and the new Psylocke #1, and I have
those are good solos, but in terms of like the team separate
books,
like,
what I read What I read, the writing looks good, but it's like
Yeah,
I don't want to
McKay.
read this. Like I liked
McKay's
Krakoa.
great.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I love McKay. He's one of my favorite writers in comics right now.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I just I'm not like I didn't follow a ton of the Krakoa era. I read enough of it to go, I really like this. I was in a middling dub of
That's
the
right.
Krakoa
Yeah.
era. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
in a number of episodes. The project just kind of died. The guy in charge just went
Aw,
completely
man.
radio silent on us. So there probably
That
won't be
sucks,
more.
but
Damn.
that's still
Yeah.
pretty cool though.
Yeah, no, it was
To
fun.
be
I got to be Professor X.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Legendary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not one of
auditions are probably gonna start for him first, since he's gonna be right at the start for these things.
Yeah, I'll take a shot at that because right now it's like, what am I fucking playing right now? I'm playing Miguel O'Hara and Moon Knight. Like those guys are not really likely to have much interaction with Professor X. So I'll definitely put my hat in the ring for that one. I'm trying to think of
Well,
like
even Mephisto isn't either.
yeah, that too. I forgot
right.
Mephisto, right? Yeah. I'm just trying to think of
He's
the
not interacting with the professor. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because that actually would be my only concern, I guess. I forgot about that one for a second, but yeah, if you're saying they're not really going to cross paths, then it's a non-issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'll probably put in for Professor X.
Ooh.
I might put in for Cyclops. I could probably do a pretty mean Cyclops. I might put in...
That one's way later, but yeah, depends
really?
on if someone's using him earlier. But
Oh Jesus Christ! Okay, all right. You're completely like fucking disregarding like the classic starting lineup. Okay. All right.
Well, the classic starting lineup exists, but yeah, they're earlier in the timeline than where I'm starting, basically. Like, yeah.
Victor,
Like
you
they're
could
way
have like
back.
Victor, honestly, you could have your own channel at this point, man. Like, fuck, you really
Yeah,
like.
right?
What is your plan for getting this shit done? How the fuck are you gonna do all this?
Yeah, like I think that was mostly what the time I spent was on, like just developing a full X-Men
Logistics,
continuity
yeah.
of like where everyone fits in and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I wish you the best of luck. Like, hopefully it works out, but you know, like we'll find a way. But I'm just
like Scott is technically, now I think about it, like way back in Enterprise's time zone of like the Fantastic Four. So like theoretically, the Human Torch could be one of Scott's heroes.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, my brain is melting again. Okay. All right. Fuck. God, I hate time travel stories so fucking much. Okay. All right,
yeah,
we
this
got
is
it.
a big one for that.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a big time travel narrative as things go on.
Well, it's X-Men, right? Like it's kind of like The Flash is kind of like ultimately a story about time travel, depending on who you ask. I wouldn't
There
say
is a lot of time travel shenanigans. That's partly why I made this document, was to keep myself sane on how the time travel will work.
Right, yeah. I shouldn't even say that I hate time travel necessarily. I just hate what people often do with time travel stories, right? You know what I mean? Like,
I literally create a template on, each character of like which one is affected by time travel by calling it time travel disruptions involved in traveling between the eras earlier in time spans beginning in insert this date.
Oh god. It's Silk and Spider-Man kissing on my timeline.
Oh,
disgusting.
There we go.
Is it like randomized?
No, it's
Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter's right. Yeah. I'm just scrolling and like it's like, I mean, it's well done art, but it's just not a pairing I want to support. That was weird, Dan. What the fuck?
Even he regretted it, so.
I'm glad that even he has fucking decency. Whatever. That's cool.
But yeah, time travel, X-Men, should hopefully now be secured in how it goes by.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh, I meant to ask this earlier on the live stream. Did you guys catch up on the Absolute books this week? Because it was Absolute Batman today and Absolute Flash.
No, I didn't actually.
I should check out Flash. That one I actually was interested in reading, but the others I didn't.
Yeah, I gotta be real. I've only read the first issue of Absolute Batman. I have all the other ones, but I've been trying to find a time just to sit down and read all of them, but I still haven't found the perfect time
only
yet.
read Wonder Woman out of brief curiosity.
I read the first issue of Wonder Woman, but that was it. Yeah.
I read the first issue and I felt so bad because I didn't care for it. I really wanted to like it, but it just didn't land for me. And then
it's pretty good.
people were glazing it so hard. They were like, "This is like 10 times
Oh
better than
my God.
Absolute Batman." And
I'm
like, okay.
Is it?
I wanted
that one, but that's about it.
I wanted to like it. I really did because it's a cool opportunity to like get in on a new Wonder Woman book, like from the ground floor. I really wanted to like it, but I was like, I didn't dislike it. I just didn't find it compelling enough to want to read more issues.
Yeah.
Whereas, I really like Tom King's Wonder Woman personally, as somebody who has never read a ton of Wonder Woman, which I understand. I've heard like longtime Wonder Woman fans are like, this fucks with a bunch of shit and I hate it. And also I'm still butthurt that Tom King was part of the CIA and is not filled with eternal regret that he worked for the CIA. And I'm like, and I'm a big fucking filthy commie, and I'm like, I can't be mad at him about that. I'm sorry, that's just not a realistic thing to be mad about. If you ask me personally,
Has other stories like
what? Wait, what?
Like he does, stories now. So
yeah, like
yeah,
people always get upset about Tom King because he spoke, pridefully about People are always like, Tom King helped plan the invasion of Iraq. And it's like, okay, the actual story is that Tom King, like something about how like one night in the office or whatever, like everybody else had gone home and shit was popping off. And so Tom King was like the senior agent in charge for like one night or whatever, of the ongoing operations with the CIA and the situation in Iraq. And it's like,
which is not the sole planner of everything. Kind of deal.
He did everything. He's just...
it's also that one day was pivotal somehow.
It's like, well, it's also like Tom King is a liberal. He's not a leftist, okay? Like he's not a leftist. He's a liberal. Most people in this country who are progressive are liberals. They're not going to have the same radical ideas that some of us more, on the further left are going to have. So of course, like he takes pride in his fucking service to the CIA because he probably saw it as like being one of the good guys. Like I understand for those of us that are further left, like that might be a little harder to wrap your brain around, but it doesn't make him evil. He was. Holy shit!
Plus, these people get pissed over him like having Superman hug his son. I don't take them seriously.
Those people need to be shot into space. I literally, they say serve no value to humanity. They're so stupid and fragile and gross. I need them gone forever. Go live in your fucking isolation away from all fucking positive masculinity. Go away. Take that toxic shit with you over there. I hate those people so much. That was the grossest shit I had ever seen. I got irrationally angry seeing some of that shit. I could be misremembering, but I still look in on because when I used to be a lot more of an enlightened centrist and I had a lot of unfortunate opinions. I was pretty neck deep in the Comicscape movement, and so like I used to follow used to be called Diversity in Comics. Now he's called Comics Matter. I used to be a fan of his before I fucking got a lot better. But I still, every once in a while, when I switch over to my comics channel to just like get lost in comic stuff for a while, I'll still like just out of curiosity, like check in on that idiot to see what he's mad about today.
Yeah, right.
And I remember when that whole thing with John Kent and like Superman hugging came out, and he was bitching about it. And I remember I was in a bad mood, I think, and I just snapped, and I left like a fucking like super long fucking rage comment on his YouTube, like calling him small and weak, and not unlike that Batman panel, and talking about how like he had such a dumb, toxic idea about masculinity, and in fact, it made him look weak and impotent. That he was so threatened by the idea of a father hugging his son. I don't know what it was, man, but it just like fucking sent me over the edge, and I just fucking tried to roast the shit out of him. Like, I hope he felt at least a twinge of badness.
Yeah.
But
Hopefully so.
he probably just went,
Like,
fucking
ah,
like
whatever.
SJW and fucking went on his way. But it's cool to think that maybe he had a thought of like, perhaps I am the
Wait a
beta.
minute, yeah.
They never had that thought, but
No.
it's nice to think.
Oh no, I disagree, Victor. They have that thought all the time. That's part of the reason they're such assholes.
Maybe.
Because they live in fear of not being masculine enough.
That's the hope, anyway.
But the problem is that their fucking idea of masculinity sucks. Ah, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the Tom King hate is a little ridiculous. And I'm not saying you have to like all his stories. He's written some stories that I think stink. But just people get so weird about Tom King. You can't just be like, I don't care for Tom King. He insists upon himself. Like
like, yeah, it's not like a law that you have to like his stories just because he's receiving criticism. It's just that, like, if that's the only reason you dislike him, then like get away.
Sorry, Chris, you go. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I still see people mad about like the whole Green Lantern thing. Like,
wait, the Green Lantern thing. Remind me, what are we talking about?
Well, it's like, I think Victor would probably know better, right? That like the whole like what's like Guy Gardner or something in like
oh yeah
in Human Target or whatever. Yeah, just sort of the way that I think he like is like I don't fully know. I just I still see people still talking about.
I think it was characterized like very much in ways that they don't like.
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all are still streaming.
Dude,
what
yeah,
the
it's like it's
fuck?
1
no, it's crazy. I know. I think this is the longest one we've ever done.
It is. Yeah. Again.
It's 2 a.m. All right. I'm about to go to bed.
It is for me too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm definitely tired. That's why I couldn't even think of the thing for Guy Gardner, because one thing a lot of people hate, Guy Gardner stuff for different reasons.
Nah.
I just wanted to come in and
yell at us for being
see what was up.
Being a grumpy dad. Like, what are you doing, kids? Why do you
brush your teeth and get ready for bed?
Good on you, AJ. Good on you.
Good on you, man. Look at you. Take care of your homies.
Speaking of which, I'm very tired, so I'm gonna go to bed.
Yes.
I suggest you all do the same.
We should probably
no, you can't make me go to bed. Have a good night, AJ.
Good night.
Peace.
Good night.
She's like, what are you fucking doing?
Talking about Tom King going on.
It's imperative.
It's imperative.
No, like I do get Tom King's writing is a little repetitive. His themes are a little fucking like everything is about like. But even the criticisms about Tom King's like it's so fucking. People are like, oh, he only ever talks about his fucking experiences in like the fucking military and the CIA, and he fucking like writes about like trauma and suicidal ideations and stuff. And I'm like, you mean a writer has a bunch of shit that they draw on from their personal experience, and so a lot of their writing has similar themes? Wow, that's crazy, bro.
He's the first one to ever do that. I'm amazed.
Wow, that's wild. You mean like Tom King's writing sounds like Tom King's writing? Are you serious? I can't believe you're dropping big revelatory bombs on me. What the fuck? Like, yeah, like I have news for you about like every writer you've ever read. Like, so you're just noticing it with Tom King because you don't like it, which is fine. But like, learn to recognize that distinction. Like, shit.
Yeah. Oh man,
his Rorschach is so good.
I gotta. It's been on my Amazon list forever. I gotta get to it.
You have to read it, Chris. It's one of those. I can't talk about it without spoiling it. You just have to read it. Like,
it sounds so sick. Yeah.
It's not an action-packed book. It's a character piece.
I freaking love character pieces.
I know, and it's a one and done. And like I can't say anything because I don't want to spoil it. But this is like the only sequel to Watchmen that I'll accept.
Oh yes, man. Yeah, I gotta add that to the podcast.
There's been a few.
yeah. No, and
Doomsday Clock. Yeah.
I don't hate Doomsday Clock. I hate that Doomsday Clock was never followed up on in a meaningful way.
That could have been really cool, honestly. Yeah, there could have been more.
It could have, but it just fell away.
It's like, oh, here it is. All right, bye.
Yeah. Well, the delays fucked it because I think it was Gary Frank had some personal stuff, I think, or whatever. So like it just fucking kind of fell apart. But like yeah. Now this is some of the weirdest X-Men art I've ever seen on my timeline.
Oh no.
New thumbnail.
It's like I don't know what this art is. Hold on. Oh,
I've
see,
gotten a lot of weird X-Men art. You can't out-weird me.
This is like some 80s. This is like some 80s X-Men art. Apparently, people are saying that this is like really peak for them, but I don't know. I kind of hate this style. Hold on, let me. I apologize in advance if I'm about to like offend either one of you.
Yeah.
But, like, this is what they're talking about. I don't know. I hate this style like immensely.
Oh, here we go. Let's see what we got here.
Oh,
that's
like,
what? No. Well, that's
like really washed out pencily style. I hate that. I don't like.
I feel like that could work for something, but like, it doesn't. Yeah, it's wacky.
I do recognize the style, New Mutants, but it's like the trouble is that like I don't know. It's kind of like it is good in some panels for cool stuff, like this amazing, stretched out like background art here.
The backgrounds are cool. Yeah, I will say.
Yeah,
but
some of the character or like work and look good for other like psychedelic stuff and like stuff for New Mutants, but it's like this particular one doesn't show it the best.
Mm-hmm.
Like at most it does for Magic at the top corner here. That one's really cool.
Yeah, the one where she's like looking down at the Oh, I like that. But then the bottom panel makes me go like, "What the fuck is that?"
It depends, but I've seen better panels from the same artist. And
who is it? Do you know? Or you said you couldn't remember? That's right. Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't remember it because this late. And, I think I know which run it's from. So I'll try to figure out at some point. But it has had some good art at some point. Definitely. I guess just this is not the best example if you're gonna show it off and stuff.
Random literal, and I mean this literally, random gay Invincible fan art on my timeline between Mark and William.
Well, at least it's kind of in character, I guess. For one of them.
I guess. Yeah, I really hate William as a character in both versions of the story, so that's kind of unfortunate. I fucking hated William so much in the comic, and the show made him barely more tolerable.
Okay, Bob McLeod.
Okay, I don't even know that artist.
I don't either, actually.
Really iconic for New Mutants, yeah. Did a lot of both creative stuff and artistry for the characters. So.
There you go.
I'm sorry, we got a little lost in the sauce, but I meant to say originally, read Absolute Flash. It's weird as fuck.
Ooh, I like the look.
Yeah, I was meaning on checking out those ones because I know those ones have a little bit of a better team put together than the Trinity.
Wait, who is writing Absolute Flash? I forget.
Oh fuck, I'm blanking. It's like a known guy though. I'm
Joshua Williamson, I think.
Is it? Wait, hold on. Flash. I just read this morning. Absolute Flash. Fuck.
Absolute Flash.
Oh wait, no, it's Jeff Lemire.
Thank you.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh,
which is
all right.
Remember how fucking heady and weird his Moon Knight run was?
yes.
Yeah, that's my favorite Moon Knight run. So yeah.
Right, if that's what you like, you're gonna love this.
I'm in. You got me. I'm good. I'm in.
This issue explains nothing.
That's the best part.
I'm gonna fuck it. Yeah, this is an actual bizarre tale. The Flash in costume is in it for one panel.
Ooh, okay.
He's cooking something. He's telling a story.
All right, I'm in.
And it is a weird fucking story.
Hell yeah.
I barely understood it. I'm like, what is happening here? And I think you're meant to think about that though. You're meant to go like, what the fuck is happening? So.
Oh Oh my God. I'm ready.
Oh man, yeah, it has officially gone over 7.
So just you can go. It's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to
Oh
try
my
to be the
God.
last one
Yeah,
standing. You can
yeah,
do
I
it.
should
You
probably
can
go
go.
too,
You can
actually.
sleep. It's
Alright,
okay.
yeah.
Probably should.
Yeah, I
But,
got it.
it's been fun. Thank you guys for.
It's actually like
joining
we're
me.
holding him here at gunpoint. Like, like Victor, no,
no,
you
you
must
can't. You
stay.
can't do it. We're making it to 8.
Yeah,
Hold on.
alright, I'll be heading off. Yeah. Yeah. I need to eat, but yeah, I need water and
Oh.
sleep.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah.
Share out peoples.
All right, ciao, my man.
Yes, it's been fun. Yes, thank you for being here.
Yeah.
All right.
My plan is to leave soon, and then you're gonna be here by yourself, and then you can be like, all right, everybody, signing off.
Yeah, I should probably go in the sec too. Yeah, that's very very coherent at this point.
I know. My brain is like,
yeah. I'm going absolute flash mode.
no, like just real quick though,
Yeah,
like
no,
you should
Aw.
you knowing your taste, you should read Absolute Flash. Like you should get some sleep, and then
Yes,
first
and
thing you
then
should do in the morning
Hop over.
is just get fucking Absolute Flash. I have not looked at what the reaction to this book has been. I imagine it's very divisive. But I feel like this is gonna be. I just have a feeling because I also know Jeff Lemire. I mean, not personally, but I know his work.
Yeah, he's right here in the chat.
I feel like, dude, we gotta get some comic creators on the podcast, man.
I was just watching a Todd McFarlane interview and stuff, and yeah, we really gotta get some guys in here.
Yeah, man. Because once you start getting one creative, it's so much easier to get
They're
more.
like,
That's the
oh,
other
what, you got Chip Zdarsky on this? Well, all right, I guess I can do that too. I want me out to him or something. Yeah.
Oh god, but anybody that we'd want to get on the podcast, man, I'd be nervous as shit. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh
Like,
god, same. Like if like yeah, like especially like somebody like like somehow like
Shit,
Bendis
okay.
or something, or like God.
Oh god, yeah.
Jesus.
Oh
Christ.
man, fuck.
Oh my god.
But man, no, this was fun though.
Yeah,
this was a
it
good stream.
This is a really good stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got up to a lot of cool stuff. What a fun people. We pretty stacked.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
fucking we clipped the shit out of it. There's some
Yeah,
content.
we got like freaking like a literal hours
yeah.
of content right here.
What was it? What's the one thing I said something about like fucking like you know, like it's terrible being gay or whatever. I don't know.
Equip the.
Oh yeah, shit. But
Oh,
nah, I mean, yeah. All right, my dude.
Oh, it's been
I'm gonna
fun.
let you. I'm gonna release you from your waking torment or whatever the fuck. But it's cool to know that Jessica Jones is coming out today.
Yeah,
I'm so excited for that.
Yes. We definitely got to do more premieres. Venom premiere would be fun. And yeah, I love like I was up in, or what am I saying, up in Florida when am I living in South America? I was down in Florida for Thanksgiving and stuff, and we were just kicking it back in the hotel and stuff. And yeah, I remember just like being there for the Daredevil freaking premiere and stuff. And then I remember we I think we were like in on your server and stuff for the not the Moon Knight, the Ghost Rider premiere and stuff. That was really
that's
fun.
the one where it's like,
Yeah.
I was like, hey guys, I'm gonna have this meeting, but do you mind terribly if Chris and I fucking like sit in on this
Yeah,
premiere
like, hold on.
because I worked my ass off on this script and I just kind
Yeah.
of want to fucking like hear. Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
No.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I don't really re-listen to a lot of the audio dramas that often. Mostly because it's like, for the most part, it's like the ones that I write, it's my works. I'm like, but everyone did a great job. And I'm like, I don't get the same like feeling and stuff. The satisfying feeling is there, but yeah, it's different, of course. But
I get it.
Yeah, no, but like Ghost Rider, I've been like, I want to re-listen to it. Honestly, it's been, well, I haven't heard it since the premiere, so. I feel like that'd be like fun to revisit. It's been a hot.
Oh
minute.
yeah.
So,
I was just listening to a couple scenes from it the other night, and I was like, damn.
Yeah.
At the risk of sounding self-aggrandizing, this shit is so good. I'm so proud of it.
Man, it's so cool. I just love the
I
vibes
just
and
might
stuff.
like. It's such a unique thing compared to other stuff, and I
It
just
is,
wish.
yeah.
I just wish comments were better. I just wish like people had more to say about it. That's the only
Yeah.
thing that drives me nuts. Like
Exactly.
I'm gonna bitch about that until the end of time.
Man, yeah, it's like all very very surface level. Yeah, it's nice seeing like the really nice feedback for Spidey 3 though. That I love that. Yeah,
That one got some
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah,
that
I
was
was
nice.
that one has the lowest viewership so far, but it has like the best comments.
Oh my god,
Like,
yeah, like not like constantly like the language stuff and everything. Every single
I
time.
came here to tell you how I feel about all your foul language. Like, okay, please know I don't care.
Alright, okay.
Like, oh, I have to go make fun of one of you fuckers all over again. Okay, that's fine.
It literally is just Spider-Man, like literally nothing else. It's
Yeah,
man.
it's so cringe. It's like because they just can't fathom. They're like, Spider-Man, that's like for children. Then why are you watching it, Dumbo?
Like,
what the
what are you
fuck?
doing here, man?
Yeah,
Most of
what are
them
you-
seem like
what are you-
adults and stuff. I don't really see like anything that's sort of like either like takes me off. It's like, oh, that's probably a kid, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what are you like some kind of Minecraft YouTuber? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
Like, am I
exactly.
fucking goddamn, dude.
Oh,
I'm like
man.
looking at you got me now. I'm looking at the comments again, and I'm like,
Oh boy, here we go.
no. So episode 2 is safe. Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on. I gotta go all the way back to episode 1. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Episode 1. Wait. 103. I think that's still.
I
Oh
think
yeah,
so,
no.
yeah.
And why the f bombs? Unsubscribe.
Oh man.
Oh,
No,
God.
no. Oh man, it's at least it gives me more fuel. Like my favorite part about writing Deadpool is just making fun of everything. So it helps.
It's also so funny, like, because you almost never swear in these calls, and it's so funny to read like the unhinged shit you write when writing Deadpool, and I'm like. My headcanon is that you're like holding back like all the time.
It's like
there's
it's
like
all
a
getting
fucking,
fueled into Deadpool.
yeah, like there's like a ravenous fucking foul mouthed deviant version of Chris that is just like, no, I'm too busy being a fake ass Canadian. Like I'm fucking super nice, all right? Fucking
man. I do say I do whenever I'm like driving or whatever, it's just me, I do swear all the time. just for funsies, you know, getting it all out. The swear bin.
The only time I remember the first time I saw you just like fucking straight up snap and start dropping F-bombs is when we were fighting with the people on that Spider-Man fan film, and you were like, you just were so fed up. You started going to town. I was telling my wife, and I'm like,
Man.
Chris got so angry on my behalf, he started swearing at people. Like,
Yeah. Man, what a time. That was like a year ago now, right? Like, oh my god.
yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. Oh god. What is our man gonna do, man? They're getting rid of Skype. Did you see that shit?
That's right, yeah, May or whatever. Yeah, it's Discord now. The hand has been forced.
Well, yeah, because it's like I'm not going on Teams.
No.
I'm not doing it.
You're
I
not,
hate
yeah.
Teams so much. Teams I associate with work.
True.
I will have
that's
none of
true.
that, thank you. Get that away from me.
Man.
The last time I had to use Teams was when I worked for the health department as a
Oh,
contractor, and I was like, fucking like,
Ooh, crikey. Man, I don't think I mentioned it. I know I did mention it actually, but yeah, the additional photography and stuff. They just finished that, yeah. So they sent me like some pictures and stuff. I can definitely.
Oh, hold on, be careful what you say because we're still live. Don't forget.
Yeah.
And
No.
wanna
Yeah.
avoid-
Yeah. No. I won't say what it is exactly, but yeah. I don't know when what the timeline is for stuff, but they did. Yeah, they did just finish that, so that's cool. Yeah.
Well, hold on. We're kind of in a dead chat. Why don't we just sign off on this and then we
Yeah,
can like
yeah,
finish
that's
up.
a good idea,
and we'll go to bed.
Yeah. Thank you
Guys,
for watching.
we love you. Thank you for coming.
This
If
was
you're still
fun.
listening to this right now, I don't know
You were
why, but
crazy.
thanks, I
Thank you.
guess.
It means a lot. Yes, thank you, everyone. And thank you, yeah, for everybody that commented and dropped by and stuff, and everybody that's hopped in the chat and everything. Yeah, to VC and everything. It's fun times. We're gonna be talking about a different VC pretty soon, so keep you guys. Oh man. All right, and.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Stay tuned for Jessica Jones episode 4 today.
Woo!
Later.
Yeah, in like in a few hours. And I don't know, it's 9 hours, I guess. Yeah, roughly. Crazy.
Best one yet.
Yes. Oh, man.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Oh my God, Dre is still here. What the? Good night.
Oh shit.
Oh my God, what a trooper.
Good night, Dre. This madman. All right. That's why he's the GOAT.
Oh,
Some might even call him Goat Man.
nah.
God, all right. Take care, everybody.
All right, good night. All right, stream. I